what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes. And no one knows what it's like to be hated, to be faded, to telling only lies. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance that's never free. No one knows what it's like to feel these feelings like I do. And I blame you. No one bites back his heart on their anger. None of my pain and woe can show through. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance that's never free.
Discover
No one knows what it's like to be mistreated, to be defeated behind blue eyes. And no one knows how to say that they're sorry. And don't worry, I'm not telling lies. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance that's never free. No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes.
Already starting with the fucking goddamn mouse problems and shit. What's up, guys? What's up? How's everybody doing? Roro, thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. Right off rip. Right off rip. And listen, motherfuckers, if you guys think Jay-Z or JC is full of shit, let me tell you.
What are you still doing here, old man?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yo,
got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
My bad, I loaded the wrong one. The pizza's perfect. Damn it. Loaded the wrong one. Editing's a little fucked up. But yeah, hope you guys had a wonderful day. You know, me, not so bad, not so bad.
I got your message, Arnie.
You stupid son of a bitch.
You running games here? I want to play.
Sure, Frank, play. You got some balls coming here.
Get up. From here on, nothing goes down unless I'm involved. No blackjack, no dope deals, no nothing. A nickel bag gets sold in the park. I want in. You guys got fat while everybody starved on the street. It's my turn.
You think you're gonna live long enough to spend that money, you fucking hump?
If any of you are tired of getting ripped off by guys like that, you come with me. I'm at the Plaza Hotel. You're welcome. You're all welcome to join.
Fellas, you're not dressed properly. He's gonna have to leave.
Properly? Jimmy. What's wrong with the way we're dressed?
What's up? This gentleman ain't dressed right. I asked him to leave.
Is there a problem then? The problem is your man here says we're not properly dressed. Like our money ain't green. We just want a couple of beers.
That's it.
That's it. We'll be on our way. We ain't looking for trouble.
Spoke like a gentleman. Give me the biz. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. No problem. Oh, you again, huh?
That wasn't very nice. Now he's got to leave.
I'll tell you when the fuck we leave, all right? Get the fuck away from me.
Go watch the bites. Yeah?
Now you can't leave.
I will never forget the look on their faces. All 8 of them. Their faces dropped. All their courage and strength was drained right from their bodies. They had a reputation for breaking up bars. But they knew that instant they made a fatal mistake. This time they walked into the wrong bar.
Come on, motherfucker! Come on, you scrappy motherfucker! Come on! Come on, get him out of here! Drag him the fuck out! Come on, move! Look at me. I'm the one who did this to you. Remember me.
And I still got I didn't load up the Lee Cole one. I did. Just because fucking he was on fucking Dude's show. I was like, eh. So I'll put that one on.
Yeah,
See, ethics are, you know, the thing about ethics. That question was not fair. That was not in the reading. I demand a new question.
Take it easy, psycho. You blew it, you lose.
I ought to blow you away, you miserable.
Well, go ahead and do it. Yes?
Get off me!
No!
Man, I'm glad I called that guy.
Yeah. So, yeah, one more and then we'll bullshit.
Yeah, the guy's a clown. He's a jerk off. And he lies in everything about his life. So one of the lies was these stories. He was
raised an arch fucking criminal, bro.
Yes, you did.
And a gangster. You kidding me? I could have been a made guy if I wanted to.
Agnostic, you still got his back?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, I was.
All right. I'm loading up the last one. See, I did some shit before the show, so people have a little laugh. We got to be free, come together right now over me. Yo, crazy day, huh? Wild, wacky, and weird Sunday of all days, huh? Some weird, wild, wacky stuff. Thoughts on the Loomis's show, OG Mike? Mark, nah, girl. Give me my beef jerky. Oh, no. I got you treats, and that's the 5th time I've gotten you new food. So no. All right. One piece here. He's a big old piece, too. Anyways. Badass little dog. Yo, oh my God. So I have the leash on her, right? And she's in the car. And I'm taking out groceries and shit, right? And I have the back seat door open. And I'm taking out groceries. So she hops out the car like she usually does, right? So I come to the front where the driver's side is. Dude, she's fucking hanging, literally hanging herself because the leash got caught around the seatbelt thing. And she's just sitting there. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, what the hell, dummy? You know how to make a noise when, you want something from me like food. Or something like, yo, she's hawking me down right now.
Do you know where the bathroom is?
Second door on the left. Hey, Tubby, how about a little bathroom reading? I have the August 1983 issue of Wrestling World here. There's a terrific article about a wrestler named the Revolting Blob. Gee, you know something? He kind of looks like someone I know.
Where'd you get that?
Oh, I have a subscription. Gee,
all right, this is the last
guy.
beat.
He threw one opponent out of the ring and hit a bunch of senior citizens. Boy, this wacko looks familiar.
What do I care about some stupid phony wrestling guy?
My God.
I know,
In June
right?
1983, he sat on some guy's head and killed him.
It was just a stunt! He was supposed to pinch my leg if he was running short of air!
With this guy sitting on everyone's head and everything, I wonder how he had time to get his teaching degree.
No! No, you can't do that to me.
So you wouldn't want anything to happen that would make him think less of you, right? Max? You ready to cooperate with me?
Anyways, BX, if you want to laugh, rewind it a minute or two. There's a couple of memes I played that in the full. But yeah, Roro, lots of drama. Now this one here figured out how to roll down the windows. Like for like a week or two. When she first figured it out, I'm like, yo, is there something wrong with my car? Like an electrical issue or something? How's these windows coming down? And then, we saw her and the paw moving around till she hit the button. So, too smart for her own good. So listen, I'm going to put it as simply as possible. If you give information to a law enforcement official about somebody else, whether you got something out of it or this, that, the other, it's still a rat or a snitch move. I don't give a fuck who you are. You're giving law enforcement information on someone else and their crimes. Was kind of like, just let it happen. I don't know what the hell happened. I caught it late. Up. Easy. Good girl. So what happened? They spoke the truth and whatnot. Because, I mean, come on. These double standards are ridiculous. All right, that's enough. Yeah, that's enough. Go lay down. Hey, stop begging. I just gave you like 5 pieces of jerky. Okay, fatty McFat fat. There's no such thing as a rat versus rat light. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah. Well, just because you like somebody or, you want something not to be true doesn't make it fucking, It's like someone's character and personality and shit doesn't change someone's actions. And again, dude, it's like I think what people are so pissed about or fighting so what's the word I'm looking for? Or they have strong feelings on the thing because again, it's not like someone's, saying this, that, the other, and that's it. It's like, no. You've done this, this, and that, and you're trying to talk shit about other people when, you're in the same boat. Or at the very least, the same body of water, let's say. That's why, you don't play favorites. You treat people the way you treat them across the board. Yeah. Well, he could still be supportive of him. Again, you cannot change facts or You cannot change history. You can't have, double standards. You can't hold yourself to one standard and hold everybody else to another. I'll tell you what, though, law enforcement loving this shit. Yes. Yes, Roro. Exactly. Own that shit. And stop fucking telling other people how they fucked up or they did this or they did that when you did the same thing. It's like, that's all. That's all. Jeez. No. You know what? By the way, I absolutely agree with all of those other people. Nope, they're definitely not ratting. So if anybody would like to give or not rat and give me some information on criminal activity, I will be more than happy to talk to a civilian. Okay? So please, it's not ratting, giving information to law enforcement officials. What the fuck? That's this, that. This dude. Run into the store. I'll be back in a minute. Yes, sir. Get to be come together right now over me. The hell is this? Mandarin cookies. Ooh, it's a Girl Scout cookie strain. Yes. That would be the most simplified way of stating it and shit. But again, it's not saying anything anybody on here doesn't know. Just like, nobody escapes fucking several felony possessions of guns without any consequence. So come together right now over me. This is Mandarin cookies. We will be sampling tonight. Fair warning, I have not slept since yesterday. So who knows how long this show will be or if I'm going to fall asleep. This week could knock me the fuck out. I got other shit too. Let's see. I have no sense of fucking smell. Usually I can smell through it. All right, this is sour apple diesel. Lefty, what's Damien's count at now when? I don't know, bro. I didn't see the show. Why? Who is he challenging to fight? Sour apple diesel. Man, ooh, purple Gorilla Glue. I love Gorilla Glue. Love Gorilla Glue. Cut my nails clean. Yeah, this one don't look too. Yo, what up, ducks? Yeah, like I ain't gonna get into it, but it is what it is. Loomis was a friendly fight, and I think Argo today. Ah, well, yo, him and BK got to be fucking at least fucking tied. God damn. This is what we're about to smoke. Some of my boys homegrown. Come together. Well, if you know, you know. If you're around certain parts and certain people and this and that, again. And anybody who takes dude up on a fucking fight is an idiot. It's a fucking idiot. Professional fighter. I don't give a fuck how bad he is. Only thing you got on him is fucking hesitation. That's it. Yo, chill. You want a piece of this too? By the way, don't ever give your dog edibles and shit like that. Maybe. Come together. I do have enough to share with the class, but again, it's it's a matter of time and space. Time and space that separates us. But yeah, man. Yeah. But again, in 6 months, a year, the same people fighting each other for this, that, and the other. It'll be you're fighting somebody else for this, that, and the other. Long time no see, bro. And VX. Right, dude? You guys fucking aren't you guys, catching up, man? Long time. It's been years. Years. Nah, you know what, dude? I try to keep the good people in the chat, and as opposed to the older ones who have way more problems than. You got an hour before sleep? Aw, shit. Damn. I'm gonna have to send you something. Yeah. Oh, here's your stinky puppy. Oh, stink face. Yeah. You think you're just gonna sit here and eat treats and oh yeah. Look at you licking your lips already. You little greedy little shit. You little greedy little puppy. You big old fat fat fat. So I'm tempted to after a little while tonight, after get a little talking going and shit, I'm debating whether to watch the To be free. Been a fun day. For who? And what the fuck am I getting hate? Who the fuck was giving you hate? I mean, I was getting hate from fucking, one person in particular that, again, is because of my association or, friendship with certain people that I was getting some hate, but holy roller. Oh, by the way, I highly recommend these things. Things are fucking awesome. Got to be free. See here, exactly, BX, exactly. I had to unblock somebody that I might have gotten accidentally clipped. Oops. Put the wood back in his head. Usually like a cork. Oh, shit. Yes. Yo, this is weed, not food, dummy. Weed, not food. Dragon Hard Truths Review, great show today. Mari clearly told someone no if ands or buts about it. Oh, I have the case he told on. I actually have the case dude told on. But again, it's not my police or fucking it's not my kill, so to speak. So I can't take oof. Yo. Hey. Stop. You stop. Stop your begging. You know exactly what you're doing and you stop. You had plenty of food and plenty of treats, girl. And I gave you beef jerky. You stop. Stop mean mugging me and shit. Left Shit played a great video last night. It was you, BK, Nunzio, Lou, Carlos, and Bofa brought back some. What do you mean? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Was it one of my shows? Because I'll dead that shit real fucking quick. Fucking creepy little fucking weirdo. There you go. Yeah. Nah, like, yo, OG Mike's come in here a few times. He seems like, oh, it was a time you all were on no-fly zone. Okay, okay. Yeah, Chris, I'm a real boy. I wish I was a real boy. Fish just kept lying. His nose kept growing. Cuz, who wants to sit on my face, cuz? Men only. Who wants a mustache ride, cuz? Nah, Chris, unfortunately or fortunately, I guess it depends on how you look at it and who you are when you're looking at it. It certainly doesn't pay or benefit you to be real or, honest on here. Too many people with thin skin and insecurities galore. I honestly hope this weed gets me rocked. Like rocked. I haven't really even been smoking, to be honest, man. I've been taking like a couple hits off of vape and shit. I like should. I always thought y'all would be cool. Both of you guys have good vibes. Yeah, but see, the thing is, Dragon, dude, I don't like the fakeness. I don't like the fucking, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I can and say whatever the fuck I can, even if I don't mean it or if I do mean it, to get people in the room and shit. I can't respect that. Like, I can't respect it. I don't know how anybody can expect respect or, shit when they're a character on here. It's like, cool. Well, you do that over there, and I'm fine with that, but I'm not a fucking character. I'm myself, and that's the people I want to be surrounded by, are other people that are going to be fucking themselves, not a character, not an act, not someone sort of like them, but not them, or someone who's like, listen, and I get it, people don't want to say what they want to say on here, but I'll be goddamned if I'm going to fucking listen to somebody that's going to say or do something just so that fucking number in the corner of the show fucking moves up. Recording center son. What? Dragon, I hate to say, I caught that video of him recording center son. That was no good, no good. Yeah, plus, dude, I've seen this dude throw fucking people's phone numbers. Like, dude, nah, dude, that, people have certain energy and actions and shit, and I can't fuck with that. Like I said, man, I look at how somebody, what their character's like. And again, I cannot respect somebody that comes on and does shit strictly and says shit strictly for the fucking benefit and views of the channel. Again, for people to do. Nah, but he did it anyway. Why? Because it was fucking, it got him clicks, views, and attention, bro. See, that's what I'm talking about, is people will do shit they know is fucked up. Or now, I bet you he's all over fucking FBS for, recording people's phone calls and this, that, the other. But, what did he just do, right? Come on. That's like, I just want to keep it like straight across the board, That's all. Is that too much to ask? No, he killed that one. Fact is, he still fucking made it. And the only reason he probably took it down was because he was getting unfucking reasonable or unexpected blowback. Like I said, man, I can't fuck with fake people, dude. I can't. I do like that disingenuousness. No, thank you. You go play pretend or play that character somewhere else with some other people. And it's like, I'm not going to be a dick and start calling people out on this, that, the other, or say, this, that, the other, what I know. Like, what I know could fucking fill a book on some of these people here, and it ain't out. And if it was out, you'd have a whole different perspective on some of these people. But again, not my business. But I will be goddamned if I don't know who the fuck I'm talking to or dealing with. Fuck that. Get that shit for my own personal self. If someone gives me a reason or a hunch, so to speak. recorded it and passed it around was even worse, in my opinion. Who the fuck was that? People are just disgusting. Disgusting. But yeah, Dragon, I mean, I'll say this about the Loomis show. It seems to be a pretty straight place. I was there for like maybe an hour today, like the last hour. And from what I saw, it seems pretty reasonable and or down to earth. I don't think anybody's putting on an act for somebody else. And listen, man, people have the right to change their opinion on shit, this, that, and the other, but ooh. Ooh. Some personality types attract a certain crowd. Yes, exactly, Roro. It's like I've heard every excuse in the book, like, yo, this guy's a good guy, this guy's this, that, and the other. It's like, all right, cool. It still doesn't change the fact that he did this, and this. It's like, yo, just because somebody's a good guy or a great dad or a great family man or, a pious individual or a holier than thou dude, okay, cool. But that still doesn't stop him, or it didn't, again, change the fucking history. You cannot change history. It is a you can view things differently or anything like that, but there is still, you cannot change the facts to suit your narrative or change your reaction and action towards the facts to fit your. It's like, dude, it's like taking a puzzle piece and cutting that shit up into happy nipples. Not being able to figure it out and cutting the pieces so they fit. It's like, no. I'm going to cut this piece so it fits in there. It's like, all right, well, don't complain when you got a fucking abstract portrait, But again, all right. Worst people have some. Can't say. Even the worst people can have some positive traits. Yeah, exactly. People can be a fucking shitbag if it's still they could be a likable shitbag. I don't know if I should smoke this. Like I said, man, I didn't sleep from fucking yesterday. So, but it's like a weird, like almost like I feel my second wind coming. It's like, I don't know. Gotta keep mentally stimulated. Because I go to bed now, I'm fucked. I'll wake up at like fucking 1, 2 in the morning, pissed. Because I've been trying to get my sleep schedule back to like somewhat of a normal state. So you assholes gotta make sure I stay up to a certain point. More cowbell. More cowbell. But again, we're gonna have a bunch of people sitting in here not saying a fucking word, except for the very few. The proud. What up? Just watching an old Piggy video. He's triggered over MobTube. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, again, someone's numbers dwindle to nothing, or not what they expect or are used to. People are, starting to roll their eyes. I just finished my day with Mr. Insomnia last night. Oof. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, luckily that shit don't happen to me very often. Like I can literally think and it on one hand count the times where like it used to be a regular occurrence. It'd be like oh like I mean, anyways, so they just so they just dump the car. They say you can only adjust your sleep time by about 30 minutes to an hour a day. Pushing it too early, too fast doesn't work. Used to be a beautiful fun night's sleep. And yeah. So, yeah, Mickey. Well, does that make you happy? This dude triggered. But see, that's the ludicrous thing about that shit is like it's something that a lot of people who are OGs or originals in this genre know. Like if they're clever, they'll put it out of his own mouth because he said that a few times. But now it's like can't have that. Can't have somebody else. Again, man, people's egos and fucking whatever the fuck get too big. People are too big for the britches. Yeah. So, do I eat a bowl of cereal? Ooh, yeah. Those fucking PB&J things. Yeah. Sorry. I haven't even smoked and I got the munchies. Oh, fuck. Okay, wait. That's the one I ate. Oh, shit, I got espresso. There we go. Got some espresso. Only person that I can tell me where I can go is my wife or my granddaughter when she would tell me to go get her a star. I would start building a rocket. Yeah, well, that's the thing is like, who the fuck wants that? Hang out and do what the fuck someone else tells them to do and say what they, it's like, listen, I don't know about you guys, but I don't enjoy if I have to walk on eggshells and watch what I say and shit. I think it's just, listen, like, I don't think it's something like that. No, puppy, go lay down. Stop it. It's not for you. You can huff and dude, or you did not just huff and puff at me. Whew. Anyways. It's not, it's more of a have days of content all about the definition of a rap. Well, listen, it's pretty fucking simple, bro. At the simplest, most basic foundation. If you give information to anyone, but especially law enforcement, about somebody else and their criminal activity or wrongdoing, what's that called? Snitching. Another word for that? It's a come on. That's like having a friend who has fucking a broken nose and two black eyes, and he acts like, nothing happened. That's not there. What are you talking about? Black eyes, my ass. I've always looked like this. Really? No kidding. So your nose always looked like Owen Wilson's? And you've always had, deep black and blues under your eyes? Oh, yeah, the bushes. The bushes. Now, they got it, Ro. They took screenshots and recordings, They got it. They may not want to hear it. Oh, but they got it. Yeah, man. Ooh. Oof. I guess, those fucking bushes, dude. I trim them, man, and then I catch motherfuckers putting Miracle Grow in there just so they can fucking hide out. And they, again, man, please, if you're in the bushes, pick up your used tissues, the empty bottles of lotion, the empty and used condom wrappers, and goddamn, dude, stop with the crack pipes, And if someone's missing a foot, we might have found it. Nah, it's not denial. It's selective outrage and just being willfully ignorant. Because I guarantee see, that's why you got to be a little clever. You have to be a little clever. So you present something to these people, you know how selective they are and how biased or unfair they might treat one person as opposed to the other. Now, granted, people are going to favor the people they like. That's inevitable. But to be blatantly disrespectful and dickheadish, it's like, okay. Right. Because what the fuck's a lie going to do? How's a lie going to help you? I would much rather have the truth, and if I deem it necessary or beneficial or so on and so forth, I can adjust my actions. Or hey, maybe I'm just not seeing something or not realizing I'm doing something that is clearly what's the word for it? Excuse me. Clearly obvious, and it's just it's fucking cringy. So cringy. Lefty, what'd you think about those buds I text you? Not bad for an autoflower. Yeah, not bad at all. Did I show you my boy's shit? He just gave me some what those Mandarin cookies. You see the bud I put up or no? It's selective on purpose and planned, or kind of sort of. Some of it's done in their subconscious. I'll agree to that, Emerald. But when it's this kind of obvious out in the open, and it's irrefutable, even though people do refute it. It's like, dude, like, no, motherfucker, stop it. Just stop. Stop while you're ahead. Please. Nah, that's all right, dude. I got some right here. I got you, Dragon. I got you. I put up some other shit. I ain't gonna put that up on the shit. But I got you with the damn, dude. I just ate 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and I'm still like hungry. Oh. Oh, feel weird. My boy said that today too, man. Like, it's felt like off for like the last couple of weeks. Like, I haven't even seen dude, so it's not like, you know, feel Hell yeah, man. I'm about to smoke that shit right now and pass the fuck out. Give the people what they want. Yo, there's some fucking douchebag named Maverick that has a fucking man crush on me since the beginning. Funny as hell. One of those people that watch every second of everything you've ever done or do. But still hasn't gone over his neighborhood. Tastes good. Tastes good. Well, while I like this, I know a lot of people ain't a big fan of the memes. Some are, some aren't, you know. But I think some of these are fucking hilarious. And yeah. Yeah, sweetly. All right, we've got the Three Stooges. That's a good one. I don't have the Three Stooges one up. We've got Billy Madison with Lee Cole, or Billy Madison with Fish and Me. We've got, I know which one. Dude, listen, guys. You motherfuckers sleep on JC. And should I fix that one? Hold on. My bad. I gotta fix that one, so, you know. Yeah.
Fellas, using that dress properly, he's gonna have to leave.
Properly? Jimmy, what's wrong with the way we're dressed?
What's up? This gentleman ain't dressed right. I asked him to leave.
Is there a problem then?
The problem is your man here says we're not properly dressed, like our money ain't green. We just want a couple of beers.
That's it.
That's it. We'll be on our way. We ain't looking for trouble.
Spoke like a gentleman. Give me the biz. Go ahead.
I appreciate it.
No problem.
Oh, you again, huh?
That wasn't very nice. Now he's got to leave.
I'll tell you when the fuck we leave, all right? Get the fuck away from me.
Go watch the bites, man.
Now you can't leave.
I will never forget the look on their faces. All 8 of them. Their faces dropped. All their courage and strength was drained right from their bodies. They had a reputation for breaking up bars. But they knew that instant they made a fatal mistake. This time they walked into the wrong bar.
Come on, motherfucker! Come on, you scrappy motherfucker! Come on, get him out of here! Drag him the fuck out! Come on, move! Look at me. I'm the one who did this to you. Remember me.
Did I? Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know, man. Not as tasty as I thought it would be, or as peak, I should say, as I was hoping. There's herbage. I mean, it has like a. I don't know, I'm gonna have to. I didn't grab any blunts. I haven't smoked a blunt in God only knows how long. It's just fucking nutty. Come together right now over me. What's this one? What's this? Oh.
I got your message, Artie.
You stupid son of a bitch.
You running games here?
What are you still doing here, old man?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yo, I got it. I got it. Yo, I got it. I got it.
I thought that shit came out pretty fucking good, especially with all the movement and shit. Where'd he go? Where'd who go? What's up, Hand of Doom? What, did they boot me? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, fuck! Huh. You know. Huh. There we go. What video did it cut out on? Guys. Oh yeah, I was playing some memes and they shut me down. The fuck? Oh yeah, I'm back, right? There we go. What video did it cut out on? Yeah. Yeah. I'm back. I'm back. Yo, what the fuck? The fuck? Yo, what video did it cut out on, guys? I need to know this. I knew I was making them too long. I needs that answer. I can't play fucking Little Nicky either. That's why fucking yesterday's show is not back. Come together right now. Ooh. Damn. Anyone got an answer? I'll just look. 5,000. 73 thumbs up. Shit. Unique Masters, left some comments. And some shit. Yeah. Yeah, we might just go back to that fucking alien shite. Because I do want to finish that. What just happened? I don't know. You guys aren't telling me what fucking video I was playing on the screen when it cut out. There's got to be some kind of fucking language difference or some kind of thing. Because it seems like every time I ask somebody or something to do something or, you know, this, that, and the other, like, yo, it just never happens. So either people have absolutely no respect at all, which is possible. I was talking to somebody today. I'm like, yo, you think some asshole's just buying views? Like, not a bunch, just a couple, you know, just to fuck with me. And there's really only like, you know, 4 or 5 people in here who are playing the short film. Ah, gotcha. The Bronx Tale. Gotcha. That means it could have been the music or the yeah, it was a Son of a bitch. Really? Yeah, it was the song then, I think. They're not fucking telling me. Check my email again. No? Son of a bitch. Charades. Oh, the Beatles. Yeah, it was. Yep, that's what it was. That's what it was, bro. Yo, they better watch out. Yo, I'm going to send JC after their ass.
What are you still doing here, old man?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
And you guys thought Jay-Z was full of shit. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, they shut you down quick with the Beatles. I'm going to have to play with that then. Either that or just shorten the fuck out of it. Because if a nickel bag gets sold in the park, fucker, I deleted that. You idiot. You didn't delete the right video. Giant dummy. And I got to be free. Why is this? Tell me I bought the wrong. This sweet teriyaki, and this does not taste like sweet teriyaki. Tastes like fucking spicy and whatever the fuck. Sweet and spicy. I'm pissed. Beef jerky sucks. I actually might go return that shit for another bag. Not tonight. I was eating some beef jerky candy. Like, yo, I just went to Walmart and stocked the fuck up with like all sorts of fucking shit. Shit. I'm going to return that shit because it's like a fucking giant bag of it. And that's definitely not. I was like bummed they didn't have my regular flavor. Hand of Doom, we were playing whatchamacallit, a meme, but it had a Beatles song in it. So unfortunately, that's crazy. Oh, dude, I'm gonna tell him I don't like it. There's no bueno. Plus, like, yo, I buy that beef jerky because it's nice and soft. Like, it's good. Not like that fucking, cardboard or whatever the fuck it is. And like, yo, you can tell this shit's just old. I usually give like the crazy stiff pieces to the dog. Oh, are you pouting now? Are you pouting? Huh? Constant face, or you just finally stuffed and just, curled up in a little ball? See, you dummy, you should be wearing your sweater if you're cold. Because that's the only time I ever see you curled up like a freaking, rolled up sock. Hey, listen, this beef jerky's no good. I mean, what? I'll tell you 100%. Nah, 1,000%. Yeah. No, I didn't get to. Are you not hearing me, Hand of Doom, or what? Like, yo, I don't understand this shit. Everyone needs to hit that fucking live button. Up in the corner, make sure you're not behind like a minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. So I swear to God, I like talk to myself half the time. Like, what the fuck? But it's all right. Use people are worth the hit. Oh shit, you did eat this shit. Yo, you're done. That's why you were popping down shit. Give me 1 sec, guys. You little shit. Actually, wait. No, maybe it was. No, yeah, that's right. You ate till you were full. Okay, my bad. My bad, doggo. Like looking at. No, wait, no, because you would have ate all the cookies and all the treats in there. Now you're giving me sad face? Before you were ice grilling me, now you're giving me sad face? Oh, yeah, sure, no problem, Hannah. Nah, I was playing a meme with a Beatles song in it. So what they do is if they click you off for a sec. and you still play that shit and you're playing it, then they'll strike you or take it down. Right, Roro? So do I. So do I. Because, like, yo, listen, I don't know if you people have realized it, if you've done it, or, not. But I know I have. Because, like I said, I like to bust balls in the chat and make jokes. And there'll be times where, like, I'm watching someone's show, and I'll be god fucking damned. Hold on. Huh? Mickey Grids, how'd the test go? What test? Sorry. Interrupt my speaking. That just took my train of thought somewhere else. So who's online talking shit? Oh, I know Mickey's plight. Believe me. Nobody's heard anything from that dude Falconetti in like over a month, I believe. So So we're gonna put on that alien shit. Because I got it locked up right now. Or loaded up. And I don't like not finishing something. Plus, oh shit, don't open. Again. Could get a mind off the fucking this shite.
They are aware of you. Yeah. There's been some pretty well documented cases all over the world.
Yeah, I mean, George Knapp reports that Russia has had at least 45 UAP encounters. Former British defense official Nick Pope says that they are aware of UAP programs in both China and Russia. Scott Bray, acting director of Naval Intelligence, reports there are no signs of extraterrestrial involvement. I mean, it's just everybody's all over the board here. Do you have any information previous to China and Russia's UAP programs?
A little. Their land mass is so large that they have and they keep things so secret. So when it comes out, it's usually very old, and it's been chewed on so much you don't really know what part of it's the truth or not. So I don't get too hung up on all that stuff.
Okay.
Because there's enough here that you could spend your 5 lifetimes and not ever get it all disseminated.
With as much information and evidence and video footage as you've had access to, is there anything in particular that you find a commonality in all the different reports? Like maybe where do the majority of UAP sightings happen?
Yeah, military installations, but I couch that because obviously military installations are where radar is going to be and where our high tech stuff's going to be. And are they checking out our craft? Are they checking out these areas, or are they're just prevalent, and we have such high tech equipment that it picks them up? Because pilots tell us how these things had hovered out there for hours, and there'd be like I think even on one of the audios or one of the tapes, you said, "Man, there's a squadron of those things out here," and that's not a fake; that's a real deal. I've talked to some of the pilots that were there and that saw that and said that. So, I think I'm not sure that it's just military installations, but I mean, if they're going to fly here and check something out, they're going to see where our best and brightest are, I would assume. Yeah. And just checking us out. And
I don't know if that's in the military anymore.
Yeah. That's what I said about.
Honest.
They asked me about seeing any UFOs in Washington, D.C., and I said no. I said because they said there's no intelligent life down here.
No, I've never. Wait, was that in England?
All right. Well, let's start moving into the actual hearing.
Right.
Once again, this is the
Honestly,
biggest event
this
ever to happen
really
within the subject matter.
Sure.
And you did a phenomenal job putting that together.
Had great people. The other Congress people, Luna, she's great, and Jared Moskowitz. We're not in the same party when we're so far apart on everything. He's Jewish, and I try to be Christian, and he's I'm very conservative, and he's not. Obviously, he's got an incredible mind. Man, God gave him a gift, and I was just honored that he took part in it. And my buddy Matt Gates walked in, and somebody said, "Is Gates mad at us?" I said, "Gates has got his game face on." And man, when his turn came, it rocked.
Yeah.
And he's no slouch. He likes the fight.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace, not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down. He said that his FLIR system malfunctioned and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it. And the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about four craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system. And that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people. And that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the fine oversight committee. I yield back.
I will say it was very refreshing to see two sides come together.
Yeah. Well, I asked AOC. She's a buddy of mine. I call her Cortez. She calls me Burchett. I still don't think she quite gets that I'm not out to get her. It's like I'm going to go up to the Bronx or wherever the heck she's from and beat her. Or she's going to come to Knoxville, Tennessee and beat me. I mean, it's kind of, I used to kid Speaker Pelosi. I wish she would cuss me on the 6 o'clock news one time. I said that I could just stand on the corner of Kingston Pike and North Shore with just a bushel basket. And she said, "Why is that?" I said, "Because people be throwing money at me." She thought that was great. And I said, "If you need me to come work against you in San Francisco, just call me." But no, it is a nonpartisan issue. And I think there's a complete distrust of government. It's well earned. And it's both parties do that.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think we kind of seized upon that.
Let's talk about some of the roadblocks that you guys faced going into this.
Right.
I know you got turned around at several different military installations.
Yeah, I went down to, was it Eglin, I guess, down in Florida, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Myself and Luna and Matt Gates. They're both from Florida. So I went down there and ate about 3 dozen raw oysters at some place Matt, his bride, took me to. And then the next morning we went to that meeting and, we're told we're going to be briefed and see pictures and trying to visualize it all in my head because it's still, it was so predictable, and meet the pilots. So we go into the skiff, which is, James Bond kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't have a Fitbit, but if you had a Fitbit, you had to take it off. You got a watch or anything electronic or a phone. You had to put it in the little, similar to the things they found the cocaine in at the White House, those kind of compartmentalized things. And so we go in. It's a big room, a lot of brass, a lot of suits, probably CIA or NSA or somebody, I don't know. And you know, and they gave us a great briefing on some really scary stuff that's going on in and around where they are. And
can you elaborate on any of that?
Not really, because of that's what I'm saying. This is a trap. We got to get in the skiff to get this information. Well, in some instances, unless it's been put out, which all this stuff, most of this stuff at Eglin was put out by other people in the room. But if they tell you that stuff, it's secret, and you're not allowed to talk about it unless the press has been out there. But anyway, and that's a trap. You know, that's what they want to do with David Grush. They want let's get him in the skiff. Let's get this information. Well, it's kind of questionable if they do that. If we can even talk about it, you know, people say, well, it'll help us devise our questions. And I just think it's a trap. So I just take him at his word and we go on. But anyway, so Matt basically just says, hey, y'all have, it's not what we said we were coming down here for. And he said, yeah, I appreciate all this, but this isn't what we were told. We were going to talk to pilots. We were going to see pictures. We were going to get to interview the pilots on what they saw. And they said, you can't do it. You don't have the credentials or whatever. You don't have clearance to do
You don't
that.
have the clearance level.
Yeah. And, which is not true. So technically we're supposed to have the clearance. And Matt said, I tell you what we're going to do. It was like, he said, we're going to come in here. We're going to have a hearing in DC, and we're going to ask you some questions. And I'm paraphrasing what Matt said, but he said, y'all are going to perjure yourself on something you've said, and we're going to hold you accountable. And said, now, which is it? And they said, well, we're not. And I said, all right. He said, I'm calling Washington. I'm going to only talk to somebody in Washington. So whoever at the Pentagon, Matt and the general brought us a nice fruit tray, I remember, up there. And the room was bugged, by the way. That was a funny thing. The room was, they had these mics connected and all this other stuff. And it was just, typical BS. And so, I was enjoying a delicious fruit tray at government expense. Matt was talking to the Pentagon, and about an hour later, the general came in, and there's one of his people, I can't remember which, said, all right, we're bringing them in. And so we go back down, and they talked. They talked about, and Matt described it in the hearing about some things. And I always took this from us, that what Matt said in the hearing, he said these were craft that were none of our enemies or our adversaries or friends had, and nobody in this world had this type of aircraft. Is that correct? And they all said, nope, nobody's got those.
Unanimously, without hesitation? Without hesitation.
Just went down the line. And I'm not sure if he asked that anyway, but that led up to all that, which I thought was I don't know if magnificent's the right word, but it was, you don't ask a question unless you know the answer. And it was historic, I guess, because it's funny that the wheels in Washington, leadership, both parties, they just, I let Burchett go ahead and do this thing, and nobody will show up. They had like 1,000. They said they had more people there than they've ever had at anything. I walked down the hall, and they were lined up around. People saw me and started clapping and getting selfies and stuff. I got up at I left the office at 4:30 that morning to go be on Fox to talk about the hearing coming up. People were already lined up, dude, outside the building at 4:30 in the morning. Met people from overseas that had flown in on their own dime. I remember that's what some kid came from Alaska. He said, I'm flown here on my own dime. I said, well, get in line, brother. And the hearing was, I don't know, 3 hours, maybe, I don't know, 2.5 hours. People never left. And they had, what you didn't see was they had a whole nother viewing room packed with people were watching it.
Yeah.
And so, people of all, white folks, black folks, different faiths, had a priest in there of all things who came to watch it. And a reporter told me they'd been there 15 years and said, Tim, and he named all these hearings that went on. He said, I've never had this much interest.
Man.
And that's what caught leadership off guard, I think.
Did that surprise you?
No, it did not. I thought they'd try to turn a lot of them away.
You knew how much interest this subject carries.
And we tried to have it's funny, we had a press conference. My press secretary, Rachel, said, boss, we're going to do this press event. And I said, okay, whatever. And I didn't really think much of it. I just said, we're going to sit there and answer a few questions. And I was getting ready to walk into our conference meeting. It was caucus when I was in the state legislature. It's conference now. And I'm sorry I look off a lot. I'm trying to visualize because I can visualize it in my head what we were doing. I remember I was walking down the hall and a reporter set their microphone, handed it to the camera and said, hey, Tim, can I talk to you for a minute? And this was a reporter from a major network. I said, yeah, brother, what's up? Man, I thought maybe he's in trouble. I don't know. And he said, hey, you got this press conference called tomorrow, right? And I said, yeah. And he said, they put you in a room that's under construction. I said, this is a big event. You can't get in there. There won't be enough room for y'all to even hardly be in there. And I was like, really? And so we did some checking. In fact, every step of the way, they tried to block us. And that always just inspired me to push a little harder because even the press knew that there's something going on with this thing. And they got all this other stuff to cover, Hunter Biden and the president and all those shenanigans and cocaine at the White House and the border and fentanyl and all these incredibly important things. But every reporter pretty much was on top of that thing.
Yeah. Yeah. What other kind of pushback did you get?
We had pushback from our own Republican staff, trying to discredit members. I was mistaken, but I was told I was going to chair this meeting.
Yeah.
The day before I was told, no, in fact, you're not going to chair this meeting.
Who makes that decision?
Well, it comes from on high. It's got to go through the speaker to the chairman or whatever, but it was fine. The guy that chaired it did a good job. And I don't think he realized, how big it was going to be.
Yeah.
Have the tiger by the tail on that one.
Was that McCarthy's decision?
I don't know. I guess. It could have been the chairman. It could have been I just misunderstood. But if you saw any interview leading up to that, it said Tim Burchett will be chairing this. Luna, she said I was going to chair it. Gates said I was going to chair it. Moskowitz said I was going to chair it. Everybody said I was going to chair it. And then I was told, but again, they asked, I got out there, I tweeted, I said, I've just been informed, and I dropped it at that because I didn't want the issue to be me or what was going on. I wanted to be what was in that thing, because that could have easily blown up into, we just walked off, and then they would have been sitting there talking about Chinese spy balloons the whole time.
Yeah.
Which is what a lot of them wanted it to be about.
That's what a couple of them brought up.
They did.
Well,
they folks like that are tied to leadership, and that's fine.
I thought something funny was going on when they pulled you off that. In fact, I asked you, why'd you get pulled off? But
we touched a nerve. We tried to do the select committee and intelligence. Another instance, one other thing before I forget, and I'm sorry to pull you off of your thought, but the TAA reauthorization, transportation reauthorization bill, I had an amendment on that just said if a commercial pilot, not a armed forces, commercial pilot spots a UFO or UAP, that when they make that report, that it has to be made to Congress as well. The amendment was not even allowed to be heard. The whip came to me on the House floor and said the intelligence community, not the intelligence committee, but the intelligence community had some problems with that. A bunch of unelected bureaucrats. Once again, you wonder how they can still fund Ukraine while the rest of the country goes without. Unelected bureaucrats, once again. And it wasn't even heard in committee. And to me, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, that's disturbing. Where do you think that the motivation comes from, especially from people in your own party trying to discredit you, or whoever's decision it was to pull you off chair in that hearing? Where's the motivation coming from?
Got too much attention. We're turning over too many stones. Too many people were getting uncomfortable.
So are these people being paid?
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Honestly, I mean, it's the swamp. I mean, it's the crookedest thing I've ever been around in my life. But I mean, it's everybody says, what's your biggest surprise when you got to Washington? That I was not surprised, because it's, it's just human nature, and they play upon it. People want to be liked. They want to be popular. They want to have money. They want power.
I think it may be coming from the reverse engineering, supposedly reverse engineering projects, and maybe some of these military industrial complex companies may be paying people off to try to discredit you.
Well, I mean, they can take them to dinner one night and then say, hey, we got this little condo down here at the beach. Why don't you bring your girlfriend or boyfriend or both down to the beach or something? And, they get their tentacles into them, their claws into them, and then they just own them. And it's just they develop a relationship, and everybody wants to be liked. And I get it. I'm not angry at anybody. I'm not even disappointed. I'm not even surprised. It's just what I deal with on a daily basis, just about on any issue.
It's the way it is up there.
That's why it needs to change.
Well, let's unpack the actual hearing now.
Okay.
So I'd just like to go through each guy's testimony, even though it was all kind of intermixed. But let's start out with the pilots. David Fravor.
Commander Fravor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressmen, Congresswomen. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that's been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We are attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and have begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we're going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All 4 of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the Tic Tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the Tic Tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet and the Tic Tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingman, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the white water was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cat point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute." You can calculate the speed. We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to them, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 till Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an unofficial official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keane, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times. And it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged WAVE programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate. And this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
His concern was that there was going to be a collision, and his concern was literally with the pilots, that they have some safety and security, because the government's saying this isn't happening and this is not going on. I mean, it was just a genuine concern, and he's been brought into it because of what he'd seen.
What did he see? Can you go through his testimony?
Well, so you're asking me to remember too much. I was up on stage moving around pretty quick. Let's see. I can throw it all together. Seems one of them, they were hovering and they went out to them, and then they'd seen them multiple times. Then they chased them. And then, well, they both were pretty similar as far as that went down. I mean, I knew their testimony before they gave it. I mean, obviously, because I had, I'd researched them pretty well. And all I wanted them to do was just to get up there and just tell what they saw, and and show that they had nothing to gain from it. And, maybe give them a little credibility, because I'm sure they'd taken some abuse over it.
Yeah. When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Sean. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Sean now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Sean. Right now, I just want to give a huge shout out to all of you out there whose job it is to hire. From small business owners who are just trying to grow their team to the HR rep of a big firm who's hiring hundreds throughout the year. You all have one of the toughest jobs there is. But what if I were to tell you there is an easier way to hire? It's called ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. Instead of you doing all the hiring work, getting everything together, packaging it up, putting it on every single social media app, your email list, everything, you just go to ZipRecruiter and it works for you. Once you post your job on ZipRecruiter, basically it sends it to 100+ different job sites so that you reach more of the right people. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology scans thousands of resumes for you to identify people whose skills and experience match your job. If you're hiring, let ZipRecruiter make your job easier. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
And, you know, and the Tic Tac videos, of course, because they're shaped like the candy, was the interesting thing to me is that it didn't show a heat trail. It went underwater. They followed them. They chased them. I'd say they chased them. They weren't really. They had the capabilities of just smoking them if they needed. I mean, they couldn't keep up with them. They went underwater at one point, and they didn't lose any speed at all.
They went underwater.
Yeah, they followed them. And they went underwater and then they came back out. And if you just follow their natural trajectory, big word for me, but if you follow the movement, they went, and then when they just came back up. It just didn't even phase them.
Could they see them underwater?
At one point, and one of the things they could, but they were using, I forget which kind of infrared they were using to follow them. It wasn't infrared because it didn't show a heat signature. It was, well, I forget the terminology, but it was, you know, I'd watched those videos 100 times before because every time I'm on TV, they always show them. And, you know, and they keep saying they don't exist. The government says they don't exist, and then yet they do. And I'm pretty sure one of the people we mentioned in the earlier segment might have had something to do with getting those out to the public. And so,
well, I would love to talk to that individual.
Well, I'll work on that.
If you would make that connections kindly, please.
I will try to make that connection. But, you know, again, what I said in my opening statement was, we're not going to bring little green men in here. We're not going to bring a flying saucer. All we're going to do is bring people out that have nothing to gain, basically, to get this stuff out there to the American public, because they've been told so long this isn't happening. It's not real. And these guys are going to tell you it's happened. And all 3 of them pretty much did. You know,
Yeah.
it was almost surreal, really, because I kept, you know, my whole life and I watch those TV shows, and I just makes me angry that they keep saying the government has this stuff or these people and they won't allow them to speak. And then I got in a position where I could put it out there. It was a little pretty satisfying for me, just that we pulled it off.
Yeah.
And you know, as they were talking, a lot of the times they were talking, the camera would be on them. I could talk to members of both sides of the aisle and encourage them in their questioning of where they were going with this stuff. And so it worked really well for all of us. I think the whole committee really worked well.
Yeah. Let's move into Brian Graves' testimony.
Okay.
And what he wanted. So Brian Graves, also a naval pilot, firsthand account, saw UAP. Do you remember his testimony specifically?
Yeah. Interesting thing about his was he saw it, compartmentalized it, never talked about it.
I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers. And I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
It was leaked. They said it did not exist. Then it came out and they said it's a fake. Then I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but he had his audio. They heard him talking and they figured out who it was and they went to him and said, yeah, that's me.
No kidding. That's how they found out.
I think it was sort of in that line from what I understand. It might get changed around a little bit, but what I understand, that's pretty much it.
So he had never intended to actually come out. He was going to just let this die.
Yeah. I mean, it was part of his duty and he did his duty and went on about his business. Rest of it. I mean, that happened years ago. I don't believe he's even in the force anymore.
Mm-mm.
And but they talked about how they were hovering and how they took off, and at the speed he took, it was just, we did the math and it was just something, it would turn you and me into a blob.
Yeah, I believe that was one of the questions was, could a human body even
withstand it?
Withstand these G's, the G-force.
But it wasn't a gradual increase either. It was just, whoosh, it was gone. And he, very compelling. Again, why would he come back to endure any criticism over this thing when he's just doing his duty? And those are the guys though that, they get interrogated and after it's over with and they get a blemish on their record. And I wish that and that's too, if we were to come out and just admit that this thing's going on, as we've covered it up and here's some proof we've got of it, they'd be clear. They'd be clear.
Yeah. I think it was Ryan that was, his thing was blowback on pilots for coming out, correct?
Yeah.
How many of these pilots are getting, I mean, it sounds like this really affects these guys' career if they come out and say,
I think it really does.
I saw something.
I think it really does. I heard one of them say one time that they came back and everybody was, they'd gotten some aluminum foil and made like a flying saucer. And when he landed on the aircraft carrier, they were, and they were dressed, guys were walking around with antennas on their heads and stuff, just making fun of him. They were just making fun of him. But at some point, you're like, what the heck? This is going on. This is real. I saw what I saw, and these people don't believe it for whatever reason.
Do you remember both of them talking about the propulsion systems and how there was no sound, no?
Yeah, no. And I don't know if they said, but I've been briefed or talked about before the heat signature is what they called it. It just didn't show it. It just defies everything we know that we know currently. And just the amount of power that it took was just beyond belief.
Let's move into David Grush. His testimony, I mean, it just had, there was so many different aspects of the things that he had been involved in. It was kind of ironic that if I remember correctly, he never actually saw anything with his own two eyes. It was all things that had happened on the program that he was a part of, correct?
Secondhand, yeah. Was told about and that he debriefed people on, I believe, and along that line, yeah.
But to me personally, it was the most, I can't really say in depth because it was so vague. It was, I got to tell you about this in a skiff. I got to tell you about that in a skiff. I can't answer this question unless it's in a skiff. But I guess I'll just say this. It was the one that caught my attention the most.
This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty Air National Guard and Reserve at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis. as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD 19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP task force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
I'd say it caught the country's attention the most, and I said if you discredit him, if everything comes out and says he's a lie, we still got these two pilots, and I just think that they, I know Grush, known him for some time. We talk, we text frequently or whatever, and he's a very interesting guy. He's put into a tough situation, and again, why would you come out with all that? Because you know he's going to get humiliated publicly.
Yeah. Could you go through some of the stuff that he disclosed?
Yeah. Bodies. There are bodies. There are craft. And that went along with my line of questioning. My questions were kind of leading because I knew the answer, but I wanted them to say it, that they, we know this stuff's out there. Somebody has it, and how they keep it from us. Because the next thing would be, well, why didn't somebody come out with it then? Because the people that have it, that are looking at it probably right now, don't know what the heck they're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And
he was talking about reverse engineering crafts.
That's right.
So where is he saying these crafts came from? Where did we recover them?
Some are archaeological now I could be putting conversations that I've had versus the committee, because you got to realize I've been
You don't know.
I've been in so much of these meetings and people call me and then I get information and talk to these guys or text them or whatever. But some of them are archaeological in digs that people have found. Some of them are craft that have crashed recently that have just been covered up. But there's kind of a cutoff, I think, because of the technology. And that leads me back to that electro whatever radio that we think maybe caused them some difficulty and that caused some of these crashes, and that our technology has moved past that now. So you're probably not seeing those type of those crashes happening, if they are happening at all, because we've moved past the technology that we were using in the 40s and 50s and 60s and maybe in the 70s. But it's not transistors anymore, obviously.
So it was previous technology that was causing these things to crash. What technology?
It was a radio technology, some kind of radio technology we were using, and maybe in some of our radars and things like that we no longer use. And I apologize, I can't even remember the name of it. I should have read up on it again, but it was I was told that by somebody pretty informed that thought that was probably the reason that all of a sudden that it started. And then all of a sudden it sort of stopped, because after we quit using that kind of technology, it quit. It apparently would not, and I don't know if shorten it out is the right thing, because I don't know what they're using.
Yeah.
But apparently is what it did was it would lock them up, kind of.
Maybe offline, did he ever talk about how long it may have taken to reverse engineer some of these crafts?
Offline, like me and you talk offline, or offline? Did I talk offline with them?
Offline with them.
Oh, yeah.
Issue.
They said a lot of it we're still not even in the ballpark. We're hardly scratching the surface. Again, it goes back to taking my Harley Davidson back to the people on the Mayflower.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And we're the people on the Mayflower.
Yeah.
Because this technology is so advanced, so far past us that it's just hard for us to comprehend.
How about, he had also talked about recovering non-human biologics.
Yeah, bodies is what and of course, if the craft got here, somebody had to fly them at some point. How they do that, I don't know.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
I mean, not necessarily. We're doing drones.
Yeah, we're doing drones.
Like
that's correct. That's
drones.
correct. And maybe that's why some of them do, some of them don't. But I would think at some point we would some kind of, you look at the hieroglyphics and things.
It at least seems that way,
and
Gary.
some people have mentioned that there is, that there would
somehow, some way.
Well, I know one of them told me that I referred to earlier told me that there was like they wouldn't call it portholes, but it was obviously something a viewing type situation where
What do you mean by that?
they could see out of it, the craft that was in the maybe the Mediterranean, I believe, where they were at the time in the Navy, and when the craft slowed down over them, that they could see when it was before it got to them, or when it's pulling out or whatever, they could see that there was obviously some kind of viewing apparatus in it. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't get too hung up on all that. I just, like I said, my thing is that they continue to hide this. How can we trust the government that said they didn't exist? Then all of a sudden they say they do exist, and we're supposed to fund them to study it.
Give me 1 sec. Yo. Lying fucking bastage. Bargain bastages. Oh, fuck. Doesn't seem like you guys are in this. Anyway. Busy fucking day tomorrow. All right, for you, Roro, anything. Anything.
I just think they'll trickle stuff out and keep that hook out there, and we'll just keep biting it.
Yeah.
Because that's human nature, and it's going to, but they know they got to.
I mean, when is the first time that you heard that we've recovered non-human biologics? Well, it obviously wasn't in the hearing.
Yeah. I don't know, a couple years ago.
What was your reaction?
Not surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised at anything anymore, man. Every time I just go back to my statement about every night I will tonight. I'll go out and look at those stars every night. The light from that left before the time of Christ. I mean, that's incredible. That's over 2,000 years ago, dude. That light left that. And some of these stars we're seeing have imploded.
They're already gone.
They're already gone, and we're seeing the light from them just now.
We're looking back in time.
Right.
That's fascinating stuff.
It's too much to me. I can't really, in my little West Knoxville mind, it's too much for me to comprehend.
See, this guy's like one of the people.
And that's why I don't get too caught up in all of it. I don't really pick the sides on this thing.
Yeah.
And and it's hard for me to recall specifics, a lot of the specifics in it, because honestly, I was so tired and so worn out when that committee finally rolled around, because we were just every roadblock. I mean, it was just weary almost, and they just wore us down. And that was part of the intention. I think they thought we'd throw in the towel, but we didn't. And it just got bigger and bigger. And by the end of that, I was running on fumes pretty much when the committee rolled around. I was just glad everybody got their questions asked and we got it documented.
What was the most compelling portion of all three of these testimonies for you personally? What stuck out the most?
I don't know, because honestly, I've been reading about this and studying this since I was 7 or 8 years old. And, I've talked about it, and I've talked to people so much. I think the best part about it was just what I said in the final part of it. I just said, Mr. Chairman, if I can say something. He said, yeah, sure. I said, I hope this allows you folks that have, took ridicule your whole life over this thing to finally say, yes, somebody else believes what you're saying, and that you don't, you're not some pariah or something, you're not crazy.
Yeah.
That you've seen something, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of it. I don't know if I will or not. I think, they're going to keep throwing up roadblocks and giving me one more committee, amazing. We got to take time in government to make government bring out stuff that they have.
Yeah.
And they still won't do it.
Yeah, it is
very frustrating. And that's Americans want their pizzas in 30 minutes or less, and that's about our dadgum attention span, and I'm 100% guilty of that.
Yeah.
They run out the clock on this thing. There'll be another shiny object over here we'll be chasing and move on to something else, they think. I'm going to keep pushing at it. I don't know how much longer I can keep Congress involved in it.
Yeah. Well, I think we're seeing that in just about every issue that gets brought up is we're just kicking the can down the road.
and it goes away. It's a great, it
does.
It's a great deal for them because, people in the swamp, because they know they can just move on to the next one.
Yeah, it does work. I mean, saw with the Afghan withdrawal recently.
Nobody's talking about that anymore.
We saw with all kinds of stuff that's happening.
And nobody's talking about the cocaine at the White House. Nobody's talking about all these other things. They're still, every day I'm getting a call on UFOs.
Yeah, nobody's talking about the Epstein stuff.
Who? Absolutely. And that's the biggest cover up of, I mean, they spent a whole lot of time trashing, the movie about the kids being abducted and stuff. And it doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. And every day there's somebody's breaking a new ring. Well, I don't care if it's, coming from on high or some trailer park somewhere,
they're definitely hiding something. They pulled my interview with Jim Caviezel down. I just woke up one morning, it was gone.
I do not doubt that.
And he was the main actor in that movie. But, back to Graves, there was one of the big subject matters in the hearing was government intimidation, blowback from coming out. And then almost right after that, they leaked that Grush had PTSD medical information in his record to try to discredit him.
And that was, I was told, straight from the intelligence community. They held on to that and they leaked it to this. I mean, it wasn't even a mainline reporter. I don't think anybody else would touch it.
Yeah.
And he got the scoop, and that's what reporters do. But it was, they were holding on to that one.
Yeah. Well, what happened after that hearing? A lot of what Grush had to say was, I want to talk to you in a skiff. Did you guys ever get the skiff? Did you ever get
Never did.
You never got the skiff. What's holding that up?
Well, I suspect somebody's got somebody's ear in leadership. And the intelligence committee / community, they didn't like what we did. They didn't like us.
Is that the committee in Congress or the Senate?
Well, there's one in both, but the intelligence committee in the House didn't want it. And, there's all these rivalries. And it just happens. I mean, it's just human nature.
You do watch.
They're all my friends. But
doesn't die in a motorcycle accident.
We touched a nerve. We really did. And I feel like some people, they said this stuff doesn't exist and they made fun of it. And then leading all three stations. I mean, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, Fox, you name it. Newsmax, OAN. I mean, they just pounded it, and their ratings have gone through the roof.
Local congressman crashes his bike and dies.
I knew that that somebody was reading the polling data when Fox started calling, because it was just everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'd go to a high school football game or something, and it's all anybody wanted to talk about. Church parking lot. It's all they wanted to talk about. It was, and I guess looking back, it's almost surreal, really, because it was pure, man. It was pretty cool.
Do you think a lot of these people that have commented to you under the table on good job, thanks for covering this, you think they saw the notoriety? You think they saw
some of them did
news and they just want more press?
And that's why they want to bump me. They don't. That's why we're not, probably part of the reason we're not getting a select committee. And, I just, that's just part of the game.
Do you talk to the Senate committee at all?
Oddly enough, all those UFO people in the Senate that talk UFOs, a couple of them I've tried to have meetings with, and they've canceled the meetings.
Really?
Yeah, before all this even happened. And we'll meet with you.
Interesting.
And then they cancel it, and they never reschedule.
I've been trying like hell to get Marco Rubio in here to talk about it.
Ask him why he canceled the meeting with me.
I I will. If I get him in here, I'll ask him that. But
you'll probably say who?
Yeah.
But
where do you?
The staffers, they got too much control, and they're running the show.
Yeah. What's coming next in Congress
with this issue?
Yeah, with this.
Yeah, we'll have another committee, and what I'd like to bring in is some department people. I don't want to discuss too much about it because they'll end run me again. But we've got some pretty informed people.
He's playing
that want to come in and talk about what's going on in their departments or what went on after when they were there, and maybe hopefully issue some subpoenas to get some real information. This putting it in the skiff is just.
Yeah,
it's too edgy. It has to be leaked, out about the press, and then you can talk about it allegedly. I don't know. It's just ridiculous. And
too much red tape.
Do what?
Too much red tape.
Well, it's that way on purpose.
Yeah.
Keeps the powerful in power, and they're the ones who make the rules. And how do you get to that much power? You got to be there for a while. You got to sell your soul.
Yeah. Do you know when the next hearing is going to be?
Not yet. We'd like to have it pretty soon, though. I'd like to have it before the end of the year.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to get out there for it.
When I get a date, we'll get it to you.
All right.
You'll be like first on my call list, as far as you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
But, you'll be sitting there with a bunch of people and go, yeah, Tim Burchett said he's going to call me first. He called me first. And what?
I'll jockey for my seat right behind the table.
Yeah.
But
we'll get that worked out.
All right, one more subject before we wrap this up. 0 point energy.
Right.
I love talking about this subject. What's your opinion on it?
I think it's reality. I just don't think we've got it. We got that genie in the bottle just yet, or if we do, they're not putting it out because it would put them all out of business. And we wouldn't have these wars. Imagine all that energy we spend on the energy. I mean, not like energy is in, nuclear or anything like that. All that energy, brain width, we spend on all this stuff and all these wars and all these people that die. We wouldn't need it. We wouldn't need it. Imagine if this world just united behind something. I don't think they ever will, but if it limited what we would be fighting for.
Let me backtrack just real quick for the audience. So 0 point energy is basically technology that enables energy to be free. That means no more utilities, no more fossil fuels, no more any of that stuff. Everything is just powered by energy that is free. And supposedly Nikola Tesla figured this out a long time ago.
Yeah.
And
look what happened to him.
Yep. They confiscated all of his research.
Died alone in a motel room. Broken.
Guy that invented the hydrocar, mysteriously dead.
Yep. In a knife fight, like it was farmed.
Yep.
All about it.
So you think 0 point energies might be real?
Yeah. I mean, you look at, they used to say, well, they can't make fake diamonds. Well, they're making fake diamonds, and everybody that does it gets bought out. I mean, I've seen well-sourced media programs on these fake diamonds, that going to put De Beers out of business and all this other stuff. And we're finding out these so-called rare earth minerals. Well, guess what? They're not that rare.
Nope.
They're around, and we've just created all these bogus environmental rules to keep us from getting them, or and then certain areas are allowed to get them.
A lot of the people said that was the biggest marketing scam ever.
What's that?
The diamond.
Oh, the diamond. Yeah. Absolutely. Because they allow a certain amount to go out through their brokers, through their markets, through their marketeers. And it's basically, I think De Beers is the major controller of them.
Yes, it is. So 0 point energy, who do you think holds the technology?
I don't know. It'd have to be, we mentioned the industrial war complex, these multinational corporations. Do
you think it's Lockheed?
I think probably they got some, they'd have to have input in it. They control it, but yet, they're still developing their jet engines and everything else through the process. But because that's keeps their money. Once that 0 point comes out, they're all out.
Yeah.
So I feel like if they have it, they're holding on to it to keep us from getting it.
Interesting. Well, Tim.
Thank you, brother. It's been a pleasure.
I appreciate the time. It was an honor to have you here. I can't wait for the next hearing, and we'll be watching. How can people support you?
Well, you can follow me on Twitter at Tim Burchett. I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to ask for anything campaign related since we're talking stuff. So you can just Google all.
So, like I said, I wouldn't feel right if I did not. What's the word I'm looking for? Finish. Felt like there was unfinished business. We got distracted yesterday. So that seals seems to be right, but I want spec up mission. We'll look here. California crime, homeless crisis. Interesting. Hacker everyday carry. Ooh. Black hat hacker. Ooh, okay. Nah. What? Did Jeffrey Epstein clone himself? Anyways. Epstein's Black Book reveals disturbing details. Interesting. Let's see. Here's a preview of that. But I want where is that shit? I'm gonna vote for. Who the fuck is that? Did they take it down? Oh, hunting the most wanted, CIA targeting. But again, let's check out what they found in this dude's Black Book. Or this one too, where Navy SEAL and journalists discuss combating cartels with PSYOP. Journalist with $60,000 bounty takes us inside the nation of Mexico's most wanted. He's talking about. Here we go. All right. Yeah, I know, right? Well, we're gonna watch fucking a preview of that shit. It's an easygoing night. And since Roro's commenting and she donated, she's just higher on the totem pole than you guys. Oh shit! Sorry, couldn't resist. Couldn't resist. But oh. I gotta play the. Oh shit! I think I deleted it and never loaded it back up. Back in the pog. We'll play this one.
Yeah, the guy's a clown. He's a jerk off. And he lies in everything about his life. So one of the lies was these stories. He was
raised an arch fucking criminal, bro.
Yes, you did.
And a gangster. You kidding me? I could have been a made guy if I wanted to.
Agnostic, you still got his back?
Oh yeah. Oh, fuck off.
Yes, sir.
I was.
Huh. Film festival, The Three Stooges. What?
Same deal. Adult meat fish.
2 hours.
See, you don't need any harm, lady. He's a little fits in the head about tassels. Now, what can we do for you?
All right. Back to this shit.
We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us in a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. And then Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes. She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton, we had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail.
How did he get started?
How did Epstein get started?
How did he get started?
You know, that's
where did he come from?
You'll never know, so you'll never be 100% sure of exactly what took place. The only thing I'm sure of is that he did not commit suicide.
You understand that you're a very controversial man in this country.
I'm delighted. He comes from Coney Island, from a working class family in Coney Island. He could have been chosen earlier to be part of this as a young man.
Who would have recruited him at a young age?
So he was a college dropout.
How many years were you in college?
I believe 2. What'd you study?
Physics.
Well, isn't it true that you were a teacher at the Dalton School in New York?
After college.
William Barr, the Attorney General under Donald Trump, who covered up Epstein, his dad was running Dalton shortly before Epstein got hired there.
Oh, hey, Fatty. You could go eat that food over there because there's two different bowls of food.
And that eventually the true story, such as it is, will be, people will know more than what they currently do.
I mean, if Jeffrey Epstein has blackmail on literally all these powerful people, I mean, and it seems that they all fold immediately.
If we dig down into Epstein, we will come across the cesspool that I believe is contaminating other large parts of the government.
Was it like a kidnapping? Were these women kidnapped? Could they go home at the end of the day?
Cults. Cults keep people tethered. He was also into transhumanism.
You think that these people are cloning themselves?
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, and I knew when Dolly got cloned, the sheep, there's got to be megalomaniac billionaires out there that are cloning themselves. There's just got to be.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't there reports of CIA directors staying at his New York townhome?
I don't know, you tell me what you think. I'm proud of it.
The really important issue is we have our government aiding and abetting child trafficking. That is the issue that we need to take care of, not whether or not Jeffrey Epstein killed himself.
Next month marks 2 years since the death of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein inside a New York City jail.
I make my living from old thinking, but the future is for the way women think. You know, I've always believed that women would in fact be able to take over. I'm a firm believer and supporter of Time's Up. The greatest threat that people put in solitary confinement is they try to kill themselves. Imagine that. You're only in a room for 24 hours, you start to go crazy.
The judge that they tried to assassinate.
What?
The assassination attempt on the judge, that was about a 24-hour news cycle before that was launched.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I'd love to get that judge on here.
I think that should be very reluctant to talk. The government has got to come clean. It's got to indict these perpetrators, and it's also got to come clean why it's doing
We're
this.
definitely watching this.
I would like to answer that question. I really would. However, today, my attorneys have told me I have to assert my Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, and 14th Amendment rights of the U.S. Constitution.
If they sued J.P. Morgan and not the individuals, how was J.P. Morgan as a company involved in the Jeffrey Epstein, sex trafficking ring, rather than just the key player?
Yeah, we're gonna watch this. Hopefully, provokes some conversation.
Were they protecting certain people's identity by putting it into the company?
Absolutely, Jess Staley and
86A. Paranormal. All right, not 86. There it is. 80. Well, part 1, part 2. Wait.
I don't know if your listeners and viewers are familiar with the machinations of a grand jury.
I don't know about you guys, but I always find it very...
Hold on. Where is the asshole? Hamza exposes how Hamza bin Laden's alive. Okay, so this is the CIA shit. No, did Jeffrey Epstein clone himself? That's part 2. Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book. Yeah, we're gonna watch the Black Book part. Yeah, we are. We're gonna see what they got.
And he couldn't sell it. I mean, I'd met with
Badge of honor. So thank you. In our next episode, we're covering one of the subjects that mainstream just refuses to cover, but it's something everybody wants to know about. So we are diving in to the mysterious life of Jeffrey Epstein. That's right. Going into his backstory, people that were involved,
I already know
as much as we possibly can. And we brought in the resident expert to do it. I have never seen this many facts on the subject, all compiled into one piece of content like what we've just made.
Franklin Trafficking Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you get anything from this show, please head over to Apple
Gaining
Podcasts, head over to
Black
Spotify, leave us a review, tell us how we're
Where
doing,
did Epstein come
like,
from?
comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel.
All right, hold on. I want to see what they have for part 2. Like, which show is this? Which show is that? You know what I mean? So,
Previously on the Sean Ryan Show.
I had this drive to make sure that the Franklin scandal got published. I read that there were other girls that knew about Epstein, but he wasn't that grand jury hadn't indicted him on a single count of child molestation. I started investigating, and I ended up with Epstein's Black Book.
Transhuman.
Where did you start your investigation?
I started calling people that were involved. I called my.
All right, so we're gonna watch the first part where you guys are, and I'm just gonna go pass out.
And he couldn't sell it. I mean, I'd met with some publishers, and they were just concerned.
Nick Bryant, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me, Sean. Appreciate it.
It's an honor to have you here.
It's an honor to be on your show.
So I have been fascinated with the Jeffrey Epstein topic ever since it kind of came to light. And I've been looking for somebody that really knows the ins and outs and all the little details of what was going on in there. It took a little bit for us to find somebody, but you are the perfect fit. And I cannot wait to dive in and see what kind of information you've uncovered.
Unfortunately, it's the government that's with Epstein. We have the government aiding and abetting child trafficking, which is ultimately very sordid, but it's something, and it goes against our grain, the values of Americans. It's anathema to our values, but it's something that we have to straighten out as a society to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, the U.S. government seems to be at the center of a lot of issues today.
Yes.
But I want to give you a quick intro here. So, Nick Bryant, you're an advocate and published writer focused on topics such as the plight of disadvantaged children in the U.S. You spent 7 years investigating coast-to-coast child trafficking networks, author of the Franklin Scandal, which we'll get into a little bit, an investigator of the Epstein network, and published Epstein's Little Black Book that we all hear all about. And so before we kind of really get going, I'm just curious, what got you started in the trafficking genre, bringing awareness to that?
What happened? I'd written a lot about children's issues. That's a topic that's near and dear to my heart, is children's issues, mostly lower socioeconomic children and the travails. And I ultimately co-authored a book called America's Children Triumph for Tragedy that looked at a lot of the shortcomings that our country pays great lip service to children as its most precious resource. But as I showed in America's Children Triumph for Tragedy, the resources aren't allocated for children the way that they should be. And so that's an issue that's very, very close to my heart. And I was a writer and journalist in Minnesota for a number of years. And then I ultimately moved to New York City, and I started writing for magazines there. And I was pitching an editor at Rolling Stone. And I said, well, what do you want me to write an article about? And he goes, pitch me dark stories. And I had no idea I said, I kind of threw my arms up in there. I said, Nazis, Satanists, how dark do you want to get?
Yeah.
And I'd written some dark stories before. That's maybe why he thought I'd specialized in darkness. So you can kind of tell editors, their eyes, there's a little sparkle when you hit something and when I said Satanism, and he goes, Satanists. And I could see that little glint in his eye. So I wasn't really well versed in the subject, but I started looking into the occult fraternities and the darker occult fraternities. And then I talked to various Satanists of various stripes, and I found them to be kind of an unsavory group. But my job was to write an article. And I kind of had a simple plan. I was going to cultivate a relationship with some of these people, and then ultimately attend a dark mass, write a book about it, or a black mass, and then write an article about it. And then I came across this U.S. Customs report. When you're a writer, and a lot of writers will talk about this, when you're a writer, although you're looking at a certain subject, you're always surfing the net for stuff that's tangential to it or that's related to it. And I came across this U.S. Customs report about a cult called the Finders. They had a couple of warehouses in Washington, D.C., and 2 finders had been busted in Tallahassee, Florida, with 6 children. And the 6 children were like ragamuffins, and some concerned citizens called the Tallahassee Police Department. And then the Tallahassee Police Department went to that park and saw the kids and saw the 2 finders, and they arrested the finders and put the kids in child protective services. And what happened there was, and then these 2 finders were charged with multiple counts of child abuse. And the U.S. Customs got involved because there was child pornography. And the D.C. police, the finders had warehouses in D.C., and the D.C. police had been interested in the finders for quite some time.
Are the finders the folks involved in the Franklin scandal?
No, it was kind of my segue into the Franklin scandal. So with the finders, the DC police and the U.S. Customs executed a search warrant on the warehouses of the finders, and they found really very incriminating stuff. And the kids were being held in Tallahassee, and actually a doctor had said that 2 of the kids had been sexually abused. So what happened was I've got the U.S. Customs report, and the U.S. Customs report is so mind-boggling that I put the entire U.S. Customs report in the back of the Franklin scandal. So what happens is that investigation is going full throttle. You've got the Tallahassee Police Department involved. You've got U.S. Customs involved. You've got D.C. police involved. And then you had the FBI involved. And then all of a sudden, and it said this on the report, that the investigation of the finders had become a quote unquote CIA internal matter, and there'll be no more investigation. So I read that document and I was just stunned. I was thinking, this does not match the world that I live in. And that opened my mind up to looking for other scenarios that might be like that, where there might be trafficking children and then intelligence was involved. And then that led me to the Franklin scandal. It was on the internet. There was a lot of talk about a lot of postings about this pedophile network in Omaha, Nebraska. And this former state senator, his name is John DeCamp, he had written a book about it. And I read the book. The book, I didn't think was really well done. I mean, it wasn't like a regular journalist, but actually Yorkshire Television in the UK had made a documentary about it. And that documentary had been quashed. So, and you could get the documentary on the internet. So I got the documentary, and I had a bunch of my friends come to my apartment, and I gave showings of it. And I was thinking, am I losing my mind, or does this look ominous to you? And they all said, this is very ominous. So I went to Omaha. I knew that something had happened in Omaha, Nebraska, but I wasn't sure exactly what had happened. I thought that there had been some kids molested in Omaha, but the internet was talking about kids being flown from coast to coast, intelligence involved, Boys Town students, which Boys Town is probably the most famous orphanage in the world, talked about all these things. And I was skeptical. I mean, I really tried to keep my mind open, but I was skeptical. But when I got there, I started to talk to people.
Well, we'll get into that in just a second.
Sure.
I want to ask, why is, I mean, it's a fairly obvious question, I guess. It should be near and dear to everybody's heart, but what is it specifically that drew you to bring an exposure to child trafficking and sex exploitation and all of that?
Well, because with the Franklin scandal and also with the Epstein scandal, you've got child trafficking that's being covered up. And as I came across the Franklin scandal 21 years ago, and as I've dug deeper and deeper into this, I've been embraced by anti-trafficking organizations, and I've spoken at anti-trafficking conferences, and I've met a lot of people that have been trafficked, and no one has paid for it.
Yeah.
And that's just something there has to be justice. The government cannot be covering up child trafficking on any level, local, state, federal. No one should be covering up child trafficking.
You had mentioned something earlier. I can't remember your exact words, but you were saying that basically, I think in essence, you're saying that the government doesn't take this seriously, and the allotted funding and the focus on trafficking it's almost not even there. I mean, I went to a fundraiser for one of those organizations recently, and there was a gentleman that spoke. He was the head of Homeland Security's division in this, and he said there are only 8,000 agents, only 8,000 agents out there that are combating sex trafficking and sex exploitation for children. Meanwhile, it's a $150 billion a year business that we know about. There are 366 million videos out there of children being sexually exploited.
That we know about.
And there's only 8,000. And I'm not talking about 8,000 in the United States. 8,000 in the entire world are working on this stuff. 8,000 in the entire world. That shows you right there that this is not a priority for any government, any agency. I mean, it's ridiculous, which makes me think they're all in on it.
Well, there's a lot of child trafficking that has been covered up. I mean, we know of child trafficking that's been covered up in the United States. We know of child trafficking, I'm talking huge networks that have been covered up in the UK, that have been covered up in Belgium, that have been covered up in Spain, that have been covered up in Argentina. That have been covered up in Mexico. There's a lot of child trafficking networks that have been covered up. And we see this, Epstein is right in our face. Mm-hmm. I mean, we know that Epstein was trafficking all kinds of girls to numerous perpetrators. And only one person has been indicted for those crimes, and that's Ghislaine Maxwell, when we know that there's scores of people that were involved in those crimes. So our government has to have the will to go after traffickers and child pornography. And our government just doesn't show the will now, but it's going to be up to the American people ultimately. The American people have to put their foot down and say no more.
Did you know that 1 in 5 Americans have learn a new language on their bucket list? It's true. If that's you, check it off your bucket list this year, because with Babbel, you can start speaking a new language, foreign language, in about 3 weeks. Why Babbel? Because it works. Instead of paying hundreds of dollars for a private tutor or fooling yourself with language apps that are a little more than games, Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons are designed by over 150 language experts to help you start speaking a new language, just like I said, in as little as 3 weeks. Here's a special limited time deal for our listeners. To get you started right now, get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/SRS. With over 10 million subscriptions sold, Babbel is real language learning for real conversations. Get 55% off babbel.com/SRS. That's spelled BABBEL.com/SRS. Rules and restrictions apply. Visit babbel.com for terms and details. I don't talk much about money or the economy. But let's face it, ignoring it doesn't help either. Because I believe the government screws up all the time. I think they let down veterans, ship jobs overseas. They help their rich friends make even more money. It is insane. Do you really think they care about helping us out with our money? I don't think so. That's one of the reasons why a lot of folks are stepping away from the government-run systems and starting to diversify their money into real assets like gold and silver. If you're concerned about your finances and the future of your finances like I am, there's a damn good play you can make. Check out Goldco. Goldco will hook you up with a free 2023 Gold IRA kit. This kit will teach you how to help safeguard your savings with real gold and silver, at the very least.
Because there's been other networks that have been covered up. And this is something that
So, do I let you in on some inside information or not? All I gotta say is to the couple people that are in here right now and shit. Whoop, whoop. There's a hint. Thank God that was on the little screen. What happened here recently? I gotta talk to a couple people before, but I mean, it's already in the papers and shit. The papers. You know, Albert is not gonna be here. Anyways, yeah, there was a bit of a coup, but I'm sure people aren't interested in organized crime and yada 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 yada, right? Who remembers this? I was going to hit him with his wife's walker. You know, rest in peace, Anthony. Rest in peace. But Springfield, on June 9th, A delicate dance choreographed among a debtor to the local mob, federal agents and state police came to a violent head outside of Our Lady's of Mount Carmel Social Club in the city's south end. The FBI was listening and watching recently unsealed court records in the federal prosecution of Anthony J. Schiavelli detail excerpts of 6 weeks of his exchanges with an unnamed debtor, victim number 1. The man had allegedly been badgered by Springfield gangsters over $5,000 street loan after he paid nearly $40,000 in interest over 2 years. The witness appealed to law enforcement for help after Schiavelli threatened to beat his brother-in-law with his wife's Walker record state. A confrontation erupted on an afternoon in late June between a debtor and Schiavelli, a loan shark collections agent. It began with a scuffle, according to court filings, 4 impacts and a flurry of expletives. Huh. Does it sound like someone we know? While the FBI and Massachusetts State Police hovered nearby, Schiavelli used his hands to strike the witness several times in the head and face, according to a 16-page FBI affidavit filed in the U.S. court. The dance. Court records show the witness was guided by the FBI and state police to draw on Schiavelli over weeks, with at least one other significant target in mind. The unnamed witness sounds entrenched in the culture, however. Transcripts of the recorded conversations include this June 19th exchange. Schiavelli, my fucking money, you fucking cunt. You understand me? Have it all on the fucking first. Victim 1. Okay, you just slapped me like 4 times in the face, right? And you kicked my phone in the street. Yeah? You want some more? No, I don't want more. You want any? I'm right here, you fucking cunt. Victim 1. Anthony, you're my good friend. Schiavelli, 51, a fringe player at best in local organized crime circles, was arrested on July 2nd and charged through criminal complaint with what amounts to debt collection and extortion. He was subsequently indicted by a federal grand jury and remains held without bail. On July 16th, Schiavelli pleaded not guilty to a single criminal charge, which carries a maximum sentence of 20 years. His defense attorney, Nicholas Andropoulos, whatever the fuck, reserved the right to argue for bail. FBI Special Agent Michael Sheehan's affidavit in support of Schiavelli's arrest says the confidential informant was first interviewed by the FBI and Massachusetts State Police on May 8th. He reported borrowing $5,000 from Schiavelli in late 2016 or early 2017 and made monthly payments of $1,300 for 2 years. Preceding the interview, the witness reported being a week late on his monthly payment, which prompted Schiavelli to threaten his sister. She's my sister. You told her if she's covering for me or if I find out your brother or anybody's covering for me, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you. Witness tells Schiavelli. He responds, I did tell your brother-in-law I was going to hit him with his wife's walker. I think I said I'm going to take her walker and hit him with it. Later excerpts cited in Sheehan's affidavit, the witness argues he has been more reliable in his monthly payments for more than 2 years and lobbies to talk to individual 1, also referred to as the other kid, in recorded conversations, for negotiating a settlement. Schiavelli repeatedly rebuffs Victim 1, according to the affidavit. Victim 1, I know the way business works, but I paid the fucking guy $26,000 back. I know the way the business works. I would do the same thing. I would have done it last year, Schiavelli says. But on June 3rd, with the debtor's June 1st deadline passing, he and Shibeli engage in another recorded conversation. Shibeli's tone changes. I'm going to try to see you and our friend together, okay? Shibeli, that ain't going to happen. He doesn't want to hear anything. He don't care. The next day, the transcript reads, Shibeli, you get your social security check on the 3rd. That's the way we do it. The fucking bullshit. I talk to you like a gentleman and the kid's not having it. He don't want to hear it. I'm sorry. I didn't borrow the money, you did. This is about a character, well, hell, this is Chickie's brother. Victim number 1 is Chickie's brother. And the person that slapped him around and stuff. This is a long-running case, but basically, someone, again, it's not hard to find. It's in the news and shit, but not really covered. I'll save the surprise for after I finish this, just because I haven't seen this article in a while. Victim 1, right, but I paid you $38,000 back, okay? Shibeli continued to pursue the witness for his monthly payments for days. Court records state the meeting at McDonald's on June 5th, and Shibeli's on edge. I don't know if that's your brother torturing you or whatever, but I just need the money to give to this fucking kid, Shibeli said. I'm going to have the money. I'm getting it together. On that day, Shibeli pleads for any cash the witness has in his pockets to pass along to whomever Shibeli is answering to. The briefly tight-lipped hands. I don't want to be in the middle of this. I wish you just fucking deal with them and be left out of it, he says, according to the transcript. Victim 1, I'll give you $200 right now, and I'll give you more. And later in the conversation, Shibeli says, can you just work something out so I don't have to deal with you no more? Deal with them. I don't want to deal with someone. Wait a minute. I get it now. You don't want to hear nothing. You own the money. That's it. Okay. And that's why I didn't read this before. Never mind. Yeah. Smart, stealthy. Okay. Now, see, that's Pergola. Ooh. Oh, shit. See, I can't. I don't want to read this shit. I mean, you can if you want. Sources told the Republican that several Mount Carmel Society club regulars were recently served with a grand jury subpoenas in connection with the investigation at the federal courthouse the next day. Since those proceedings are secret, there are no public records. The lone defendant, Shibeli, previously played on the margins of the investigation into the 2003 murder of Big Al Adolfo Bruno, the local Genovese crime boss. That investigation, which stretched from Florida to Massachusetts, New York City, decimated the mafia's infrastructure in this region and left the remnants of the few who are willing to stay. Yeah. Federal, state, and local law enforcement scrambled to piece together the investigation. They ran down every lead into an obscure rogue player named Frankie Roach, who would ultimately prove to be a paid hitman. Roach shot Bruno dead on November 23rd, 2003, also outside the Mark Carmel Cemetery. Roach had been rumored to have waved the gun around the street tavern shortly before Bruno's death, and part of the ascending violent burst that preceded the murder. 2004, Shabelli managed the bar and also allegedly sold drugs out of the place. An unapologetic dump across from the community college campus. He was arrested by state troopers hip deep in the Bruno investigation in 2004, according to court records, and charged with 8 criminal counts related to cocaine trafficking. He was indicted by several against Shabelli, or intended to springboard obtain bar surveillance video of gun wielding Roach to the bar. The video wasn't fruitful. Despite the gravity of charges, the counts against Shabelli either went away through dismissals by state prosecutors or he pleaded guilty to lesser charges and was sentenced to probation, although he served no probation time. So, basically, without saying any names or anything, so maybe like a year ago, right? 2 individuals came into the Mount Social. All right. One person was in charge of the social club, right? They gave it up. It wasn't profitable. They weren't making money, so on and so forth. So somebody else decided to take over. This is candy, not for you. You go eat your food. We're gonna fight, you and me. Anyways, so 2 individuals, some of you may know, some of you may not. Came in the club all coked out, passing out drinks like they own the place. And tried to kick someone else out who ran the place. And ever since then, they've been, let's just say, be like a Cold War situation. And unfortunately, earlier this year, one of those sides lost a key player and basically somebody that might have put a fear factor in due to an accident. Not dead, incapacitated. So apparently, one side decided to throw a coup against the other side. They saw a weakness recently and stormed the social club because apparently the New York Genovese family wasn't too happy about certain people filming certain podcasts in the club, among other things. They stormed the club, these guys, and changed the locks and destroyed the security cameras, and are now in a contentious or volatile situation. little treat. Well, inside info for you guys. All right, back to whether Jeffrey Epstein cloned himself or whatever the fuck.
The government should not be involved in is covering up child trafficking, which is essentially aiding and abetting child trafficking. So we're at a point now where we have to put our foot down and say, that's it, no more. We need those Epstein perpetrators indicted. We need those Epstein procurers indicted. And we're not going to settle for anything less. Realized that it was much bigger and uglier than I ever could have imagined. And I took some heat. I had like a death threat, and I was followed.
From who?
A woman. It was funny. I was staying with a friend of mine. I told my friend, I'm going to look into this thing, and I'd known him for many years since I was a teenager. And I said, I'm going to look into this thing. We hadn't hung out in a while, so I'm going to look into this thing and see what's happening, and then and then we'll hang out and go do some stuff. And so I told him, I went the first night I was there, we were having dinner. I told him what I was looking into, and he looked at me like, are you sure? And I said, well, yeah, I'm gonna check this out. So I was staying at his place when a woman came to the door and said, and he was there. So, and she said, you're in a great deal of danger, and they're going to kill you. And she was a freaky looking woman. And now my buddy had started, I'd been there for about a week, and my buddy had started to come around with some of the stuff that I was reporting back to him. But then that woman coming to his door and dispensing that, it made both of us, we didn't sleep very easily that night. But here's the thing. By that time, I'd come to the conclusion this was a huge network. It had been in operation for at least a decade, and multiple children were destroyed. And I don't have a family. I'm not married. I don't have children. I can take risks that other people wouldn't be comfortable with taking risks. And I just said, this is too evil. And it was covered up by both federal and state law enforcement and authorities. And I just said, what was done here was just too evil. I'm not going to quit. If I get killed, I get killed. I mean, I'm not going to quit doing this. I'm going to expose this to the best of my ability. And that started my odyssey.
Did this go on? Did the harassment from whoever it was continue?
There was harassment. I think a lot of harassment was thrown at me the first time I was there. And they thought, well, he's probably a journalist from New York, and, we'll never see him again. But there was harassment subsequently, but nothing like it was initially. I mean, that was the only time I had like an overt death threat was the first time I was there. But I was so committed to doing it at that point that whatever difficulties I was going to have, I was willing to endure them to get this story out. Because, as I said, this network that I wrote about in the Franklin scale, it had been in operation for about 10 years, and it had destroyed scores of children. And it had been covered up by federal and state law enforcement. And I just said, this cannot stand. I mean, something has to be done about this. And I'm going to write a book about it, and hopefully I can get it published. And I was represented by a relatively big literary agent at that point, and I gave them the book proposal. And then within 2 weeks, I was no longer a client of theirs. And then I knew James Fitzgerald. He was an agent. He's since passed away. And he ran a good agency. I mean, he had published a number of popular books or facilitated the publishing of a number of popular books, and he couldn't sell it. I mean, I'd met with some publishers and they were just concerned about libel. And finally, there was a small publisher outside of Eugene, Oregon, that was willing to. And by that time, there were, and I don't know if your listeners and viewers are familiar with the machinations of a grand jury, but with a grand juries are notorious for covering stuff up because a special prosecutor is picked to prosecute a grand jury. And grand jurors are just citizens that have shown up for jury duty that have been funneled to a grand jury. So, and the special prosecutor calls the witnesses and also picks the evidence that's shown to the grand jurors. And it's not adversarial, it's just one-sided. And then everything is sealed and it's against the law to talk about it. So there was a New York judge that said, Supreme Court judge that said, special prosecutors have so much power over grand jurors that they could get them to indict a ham sandwich. And so with this case, the Franklin case, I managed to get the sealed grand jury and testimony of one of the grand juries, and I bring the reader right into that grand jury, and I show how corrupt it is. And because that grand jury declared that all these kids getting abused was a carefully crafted hoax, but it didn't even name who the hoaxers were. It kind of pinned like the hoax on a bunch of drug-addled kids, which was, I mean. And then a federal grand jury said the same thing. That was equally corrupt. And there again, you just need one guy, one special prosecutor who's corrupt, and then he can get the grand jurors to do whatever they want them to do. So these two grand juries had said that there was no child abuse. But after I got the sealed testimony and exhibits of one of those grand juries, I mean, at that point, I was really able to write the book because the exhibits gave me a lot of information. And then I was able to show just exactly how one of the grand juries had been co-opted.
Wow. Let's talk about a little bit about what was going on there. So there was alleged abuse. It was widespread series of crimes, including devil worship, cannibalism, drug trafficking, and CIA's arm deals.
Okay, so that comes from the Wikipedia page.
Okay.
And the Wikipedia page is farcical. If you go on my website, I go to I've got a link to the Wikipedia talk page, because you've got like the Wikipedia page and then you've got like the talk section. And that Wikipedia page has been taken over by people that want to make this nonsensical.
Okay.
And there's pages and pages and pages of debate. And actually, I called Jimmy Wales, who started Wikipedia. I'm a pretty good investigator. I was able to get his private cell phone number. And I called him up and I said, you know, you're my last hope for making this Wikipedia page read realistically. And he was completely unwilling to help me. I'm going to release that on my website in the relatively near future.
What did he say? Why wouldn't he?
He said that, well, I'm going to look into it. Send me some emails. And so I sent him some emails, and then he said that he didn't get them. I texted him.
I don't understand why there are so many people in powerful positions that protect pedophiles. Why would you not want to protect the children? Why does everybody in a powerful, I guess I shouldn't say everybody, but it seems to me the more I dive into this subject, the more I see the more elite status you have, the more.
Yeah. So that's not fucking, listen, if God forbid you ever talk to a journalist for whatever reason, assume that call is being recorded. Like, journalists are like the police. Anything you say can, will be, or manipulated against you. So just be aware. Something tells me there's gonna be yeah, you know what, dude? I don't know. It depends. I don't know if someone can pull off what they think they're gonna pull off. Scattered and it's psychotic. You know, it's funny, man. I put this shit on pause, and that's when people come in and shit. That's funny. But yeah, I don't want to hear about this shit. I was just more interested in this dude's cloning and shit. So we're gonna fast forward if you don't mind. I'll leave the link if you guys want to watch the whole thing. But again, this is like, you know, MRE porn. Weirdos.
More compliant you are with pedophiles and sex trafficking and sex exploitation. What is it?
With the whole
well, I think people reach a certain plateau, socioeconomic plateau, and they're afraid of losing what they have, and they're afraid of not getting what they want. I mean, I think it's that simple. And when I saw, like, some of the
so you're just saying that it's greed, money.
It's fear.
If you're not into pedophilia,
it's fear.
The fear that you place more important. You have more value on money than you do on little kids.
Absolutely, and your status, and your house payments, and your car payments, and your kids' college. There were some people that covered this up that were definitely compromised pedophiles. And that's one thing about our political system is that Americans, and that's why there's so much blowback on that Wikipedia page, is the people that are in control of the Wikipedia page on the Franklin scandal. They want to make sure that it doesn't come out that the government has covered up that pedophile network. And they want to make sure that blackmail, because blackmail plays an integral role. And I've been at this for 21 years, and Epstein had cameras in all of his homes. I mean, Epstein was definitely a blackmail artist. And the government wants to make sure that does not come out, that a huge part of our political system is predicated on blackmail. And especially if that dark, malignant corner of the intelligence that is using blackmail against our politicians and other people, if they were using children, I mean, that would make the American people erupt. So that's why that Wikipedia page is locked down. And that's why this is important. This is, for that dark corner of intelligence, this is Omaha Beach. They're not going to give an inch, because this is the last thing that they want out. And it's amazing how the Epstein scandal has been covered up. If you look at all the victims and all the perpetrators and all the procurers involved in the Epstein network, I mean, we're talking score, and the people that facilitated it, like the pilots and like Epstein's house managers and the cooks and everybody else. We're talking scores and scores of people, and no one's been indicted except for Ghislaine Maxwell. And that really shows that our government, unfortunately, wants to stop it there. Our government does not, although Americans do, I think, are coming around to the belief that Epstein was taking part in blackmail, or a lot of them, it doesn't make sense. Why is our government aiding and abetting child trafficking? And unless they're protecting some very powerful people and a political process, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only way that it makes sense.
Yeah.
And I saw that with the Franklin scandal too. And actually, I think the Franklin network might have been bigger than Epstein's network.
How many kids were involved in the Franklin scandal?
It's difficult to know, but it was operational for about 10 years. And it was getting kids from like Boys Town. And
what's Boys Town?
It's a Catholic orphanage. It's probably the most famous orphanage in the world. And it was getting kids that fell between the cracks. I mean, people like Epstein and then like the
the Catholic Church has a long history of being involved in this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so that's, I mean, unfortunately, I hate to say it, I was raised Catholic, but you know, I guess it doesn't come to me as a surprise. Although it probably wouldn't come to me as a surprise if it was any other. You just have seen, I've seen so many, you know, this minister, this guy, this priest, this, you know, it's all, they've all partaken, unfortunately.
The number 2 guy at Boys Town, Father James Kelly, he molested a bunch of kids in upstate New York. And then the Catholic Church, in its infinite wisdom, moved him to Boys Town, where he molested a bunch of other kids. And then eventually they moved him to a prison in Las Vegas. So, because I have come across a lot of kids that were molested by Father Kelly, or James Kelly, at Boys Town. And I think that he was part of that network. Because if the priests gave the kids privileges, no one would argue with that. So I think that Kelly was a compromised pedophile, and that he gave King et al. Access to the Boys Town kids. And then I've got a paper trail between Boys Town and Lawrence E. King, one of the primary pimps of the Franklin Scandal Network. So there's a lot of connections there. But I think Father Kelly was, and then there was another priest there that was sent to Argentina. You know, I mean, at a certain point, I
sent to Argentina.
Yeah. So, but Father James Kelly was, I mean, he was a major that I wrote it and that it got published, and I developed an expertise in that area of child trafficking. So, I was reading about Epstein. And I read that there were other girls that knew about Epstein, or that came forward about Epstein, but he wasn't that grand jury hadn't indicted him on a single count of child molestation. And that's exactly what happened in the Franklin scandal. Nobody was indicted for child molestation, even though there were a bunch of kids. I had a list of 60 kids that have been involved in the Franklin scandal. So the exact same thing was happening with Epstein. And then so I went down there in 2012 and I started investigating, and I ended up with Epstein's Black Book. And
where did you start your investigation?
I started calling people that were involved. I called Michael Ryder. He was the police chief, the former Palm Beach Police Department police chief. I called people that had covered it in the newspapers.
Was he part of the cover-up?
Michael Ryder? No, he was part of it getting exposed.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like Mr. Stand-Up guy and all this. I mean, if it hadn't been for him, we wouldn't be here talking. Epstein would be rolling right now and trafficking girls. I'm pretty convinced. But he made such a stink about it that he made sure that the feds got involved. So then the feds had to cover it up. But when I got Epstein's Black Book, there was scores of victims.
Well, let's talk about the journey to get his Black Book. So how did it happen? I mean, I don't think you just show up and say, hey, can I take a look at that? How did you get access to that?
You cultivate relationships. Like with the Franklin scandal, I actually got some people in federal law enforcement to give me information.
Okay.
It took me some time. But once they see that your aim is true, and they don't think that you're going to snitch on them for helping you, that you're stand up, then they'll help you. And someone took that chance with me and gave me the Black Book. And then I was down in Florida, and then I started calling. I wanted to get victims first. I mean, that was my first concern, was because there was like long lists of victims. And so I started calling these victims, and then they started telling me about being flown to different places and to his island with other girls.
Well, let's get a little more in depth. So how many victims did you talk to?
At that point, I talked to, I believe, 4.
How were they soliciting them? How did the approach happen?
With Epstein just he would get girls and pay them like $200 to get other girls. So, and that's exactly how it works with Franklin, where if you bring someone in, they'll pay you money.
Okay.
So, and he just had this huge machine that was funneling girls. I mean, he had all these girls and procurers looking for other girls.
How young did the girls go?
Okay, so the mainstream media has said 14, but I don't think that that's true.
That's inaccurate.
We're talking as young as 11 or 12.
11 or 12.
Yes. And actually, I believe that one of the victims that litigated against Epstein was 13 at the time. So the mainstream media has done such a disservice to these girls because it has sanitized that trafficking network. I mean, those girls, High Flyer, he was Bill Clinton's energy czar. And what's really interesting is Epstein had to register as a sex offender everywhere except New Mexico. So obviously, some people very high up in the New Mexico political machinery were doing favors for Jeffrey Epstein. And according to one of the victims, she was molested by 2 former governors of New Mexico.
Was everywhere just all of his properties were involved in this? It wasn't one specific one.
No, I mean, Epstein.
I can't watch the more child shit, dude. So we're gonna skip ahead for that cloning shit. Bustamante. That guy's smart. I like him. That guy's very smart. Okay, this is 18 minutes long. And this is the one I wanted to watch. TikTok Messiah. Mysterious phone counters. Okay. Go back. Ancient secret. Who dares forbidden knowledge? Huh. Special forces everyday carry. California crime. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Need his intelligence. You need to back away from it. Huh. Mm.
30, the feds had a list of 36 victims. Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Miami. And he was told that not to go after Epstein, that Epstein was intelligence and it was above his pay grade. Now, he said that when he became Secretary of Labor under Trump. And when the Trump team was vetting him, they asked him, why didn't you go after Epstein? And he said, well, I was told that Epstein was intelligence and it was above my pay grade not to go after him. And it has come out that he said that, and he's never denied saying that. So he was told Epstein is intelligence and you need to back away from him. And that's exactly, and so when we're talking about power, this is a U.S. attorney. There's two people constitutionally that can tell a U.S. attorney to back down in the United States of America, the president and the attorney general. So that's the kind of power that Epstein was tapped into, that a U.S. attorney could be told to stand down.
Wow.
Really? No kidding.
So what was his name? Lesnar?
Les Wexner.
Les Wexner. Was he the gateway to all the other powerful people that Epstein had
like that
intertwined into this web of elites?
I think that he was one of the gateways. I think that Epstein probably had multiple gateways, like Leon Black, head of the Apollo Group. Epstein got $156 million from him. And how did that happen? Well, Leon Black just happens to be in Jeffrey Epstein's black book. Glenn Dubin, another billionaire. He's actually circled. So what happened was the house manager ripped off Epstein's black book. This is how I ended up getting it. The house manager ripped it off and he tried to sell it to one of the attorneys that was launching civil suits at Epstein. And then the attorney called the FBI, and the FBI did a sting. But he circled a bunch of names that he saw had been involved with Epstein.
Epstein circled him, or the house manager?
The house manager did.
Okay.
So Les Wexner's name is definitely circled. Bill Richardson's name is circled. Bruce King's name is circled. Glenn Dubin's name is circled. George Mitchell, the former majority leader of the Senate, his name is circled. Marvin Minsky, a famous scientist at MIT, his name is circled. And actually, and a number of these people come up in depositions, a victim's deposition, when she names names.
So these names are popping up all over the place.
Yeah.
And it's all syncing up.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and one of the circled names is Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel.
Uh-huh.
So
he just do the Mossad.
Any president's names in there?
Well, actually, Epstein has, I believe, 24 contact numbers for Clinton. And it's very obvious that Epstein was providing girls at Clinton. I mean, when Clinton was president, Epstein was going into the White House with girls, with women. I don't think that they were minors, but Epstein was definitely delivering women to Clinton when Clinton was in the White House.
What's with the painting? Do you know the painting I'm talking about?
With Clinton in the blue dress. It's
what is that?
It's Jeffrey Epstein's perverted sense of humor towards Bill Clinton, I guess. I'm sure that Clinton probably never saw it.
What other kind of paintings were there? Was anybody else we know?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
Nothing like Bill Clinton in a blue dress, which kind of is a frightening thought.
Is that the... Yeah, we'll put it up on screen. It's a great painting.
Yeah, well, it's a very good painting, yeah.
But I don't know why you'd want that painted. But keep going with the Black Book. I have so many questions that have...
Well, with the Black Book, so I got the Black Book, and I had direct contact information to Bill Clinton, or Mick Jagger's name was in there. The Kennedys, there was a Rothschild. I mean, Soros's nephew, who's kind of taking over the Soros empire. He's circled in the Black Book. So
how many names are in the Black Book?
I would say couple 100, 200, 300. I mean, I'm talking like people that Epstein did business with, but then there's also the names of probably about 150 victims too.
So book, how would you describe it? I mean, was it handwritten? Was it typed?
No, it was typed out. It was Epstein's basically all the connections that Epstein had made.
It was just a Rolodex of people.
Yeah. And like a thing that kind of indicates guilt, and I'm not saying that categorical guilt, but it indicates guilt, is the more numbers that Epstein had for you. Even if you weren't sure, like George Mitchell was named by a victim as a perpetrator.
Who's George Mitchell?
He was the he was the Democratic head of the Senate. And when the Democrats, this is in the 1990s, when the Democrats had the majority, he was the majority leader of the Democrats. So he constitutionally was the president pro tempore, which makes so if the president goes and the vice president goes and the speaker of the House goes, then the majority leader of the Senate takes over. So constitutionally, he was the fourth most powerful man in the country. And Epstein has like 7 numbers for him. And then that girl came forward and said that she'd been molested. And, here's the thing about this, though. Some of these guys, I mean, some of them are creepy. Like Alan Dershowitz is creepy. Les Wexner is creepy. But George Mitchell, he looks like a benign grandfather. I believed that victim. And then Epstein was obviously doing business with him. I mean, he had like 7 numbers for George Mitchell. But he doesn't look creepy. It's weird. You know, some of these guys are very creepy and they don't look creepy. A lot of them look creepy, but some of them just don't.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, was there any notes or annotations or anything beside the names, or was it literally just like a phone book, a name, and then whatever numbers they had for them?
Yeah, numbers.
Okay.
And then Alfredo Rodriguez circled the ones that he had witnessed in Florida taking part.
Was it all men?
Courtney Love's name is circled. And I think Naomi Campbell's name might be circled too.
Were there any boys that were victims? Or was it all women or young girls?
So I have heard of boys, but I've yet to find them at this point. But I've heard of them.
Are the victims... Let's talk about what it was like when you spoke with some of the victims. Were they eager to get information out? Were they scared? Were they standoffish?
They're scared. I mean, in this scenario, you've got Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell saying, you know, if you talk, you're going to die.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see all these extremely powerful guys. You see the Prime Minister of Israel, or you see Bill Clinton. I mean, you know, these are people at the apex of power.
Mm-hmm.
And Epstein and Maxwell have told you, if you talk, you're going to die. And then you see these powerful guys, you're terrified.
What about Bill Gates?
Okay, so now here's what's interesting about Bill Gates. Our mainstream media, which has been very lackadaisical, covering Jeffrey Epstein, said that they met in 2011, I think. So, but there was actually an article from the Evening Standard in the UK from 2001 that said that Epstein and Gates were doing business in the 1990s. So chances are, if that article is correct, Epstein and Gates knew each other like approximately 20 years before our mainstream media. Our mainstream media
What the hell is symbolic logic course? I'll just look it up.
has just washed this up, cleaned it up. It's pretty disgusting.
Well, don't quote me on this, because I think all of mainstream media is completely corrupt. Doesn't matter if it's on the right side, doesn't matter if it's on the left side. There is no middle side. But you know, I believe it was an ABC correspondent that got fired, who came out and said that she wanted to cover the story, and right before she went on to cover it, it was, hey, cut it. We're not doing this.
Yeah.
We're not going to cover it. And do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
Did that happen? I mean, that's the only one that I've seen that's actually public.
It could have happened in other situations, but it's difficult to know. I mean, because again, we're talking, why are people covering up for Jeffrey Epstein? Because they don't want to lose what they have, and they're afraid of not getting what they want. And that's a strong motivator for people, a very strong motivator.
Mm-hmm.
Their mortgage payments, their car payments, the payments for their children's college. These are very strong motivators for people not to do their job, because in Epstein, we see a lot of people not doing their job, and they're afraid. They're not like Michael Ryder, the chief of the Palm Beach Police Department. They're not like him, who's going to do what's right. They're gonna weigh this.
Man, I feel like this country used to be full of people who do what's right.
Well, and they're out there. We just have to We just have to start collecting them, getting them together, giving them one voice. I believe that there's enough people that are out there that really want to do the right thing. But they haven't been offered a modality to do that. And that's why Epstein Justice, this organization that I've started, is so important, because we want to start getting the message out to people and say it's all right to come forward. Actually, it's our duty to come forward. Our government is aiding and abetting child trafficking in the case of Jeffrey Epstein. And like, let's say someone lived down the block from you and you knew that they were aiding and abetting child trafficking. I mean, you would never trust them. You would never let your kids near them. And here our government is aiding and abetting child trafficking. I mean, so how can we trust our government? We've reached a point where we cannot trust our government. If our government is that corrupt, we can no longer trust the government.
Yeah, I don't think it's if our government is that corrupt. I think it's our government is that corrupt in multiple arenas.
But here's the thing. With Epstein Justice, if we dig down into Epstein, we will come across the cesspool that I believe is contaminating other large parts of the government. And then that's where we can make meaningful change. At that point, is we have to make sure that the government indicts those perpetrators, indicts those procurers, and tells us why. Tells the American people why it covered up Jeffrey Epstein.
Let's go back to the victims. I got sidetracked there for a minute. So were any of the victims eager to be forthcoming with this?
No. Every victim was, and I've gotten to know a number of them. They're reluctant to talk.
Were any of the victims? How long did it take to get names out of them?
A while. You know, it's like anything else where you've got to develop trust. But I've done this before. I've done it actually quite a bit at this point. I mean, not only the Franklin scandal, but I've talked to lots of victims. So I've got a track record out there. You know, if here's a guy that does the right thing, that investigates this and does the right thing. So and there was an Epstein victim that actually read the Franklin scandal. So she realized that, you know, I was very concerned about this and really willing to do whatever it takes to get this out there, to get this information out there. So she was she offered me names. And then I've gotten to know others that have also offered names too. But they don't, you know, it's these were little girls, man, that were terrorized. And Epstein and Maxwell were, you know, they were vicious to these girls. I mean, some of these guys that were, you know, were violent, but Epstein and Maxwell were just mentally vicious.
In what ways?
To these girls. Oh, man.
How did she play into everything? What was her role?
Well, she was the one that was really hands-on running the network, the logistics person. I interviewed an Israeli spy, Ari Ben-Menashe, on my podcast. And, you know, he's a spy. It's difficult to know if he's telling the truth or not. But, okay, so her father, Robert Maxwell, had a publishing empire, but he was also a spy for Israel and Russia and the UK and probably the US. And he had this huge publishing empire. And what he did was he went into the retirement funds of his employees and stole them all.
So Maxwell's dad was an Israeli spy.
Yes.
Who was running logistics for Jeffrey Epstein.
No. So he was a spy for sure. And then he had a huge publishing empire.
But his daughter
and
was running logistics for Jeffrey
Epstein, yes.
Who has been named by government officials that he's untouchable because he's in intelligence.
Yes.
So there's a line.
There's
right
a nexus there. Yeah. And Maxwell had a yacht called Lady Ghislaine, which was named after his daughter, Ghislaine, who was his favorite child. And he jumped off one day. And he had a very mysterious death, much like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the cover story on it is that, I mean, because it did come out that he'd ripped off all these, the retirement funds of all these employees. I mean, millions of dollars. I mean, he destroyed all these people. I mean, a guy obviously didn't have a conscience. And Ghislaine Maxwell supposedly then came to New York to get away from it. And then that's where she met Jeffrey Epstein. Now, according to this Israeli spy that I interviewed, Maxwell put, Robert Maxwell put Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein together. And they were together even before he died, before his mysterious death. Some people think it's suicide. Some people think it's homicide. I mean, it's a very strange death. So somehow Maxwell and Epstein got together. And the story is that Epstein had the money and Maxwell had the connections. And I think that there's some truth there.
And this guy was a spy for the Israelis, the UK, and possibly the US, and I believe you named another one,
and possibly Russia. Yeah.
And do all these countries have people involved in this trafficking ring?
With Jeffrey Epstein, it's really difficult to know. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was active in Europe for sure. He was actually buying. I mean, we're not talking renting. He was buying young girls in Eastern Europe. Buying them like slaves.
Yeah.
And when you think about that, how evil that is.
We've covered this in other episodes about how trafficking works. But I believe you mentioned something about were there members in the UK government involved or within the royal family?
Okay, so definitely Prince Andrew was part of, I mean, he was pandering, Epstein was pandering girls to Prince Andrew, and who is a thoroughly repulsive human being. I mean, I did some research into him, and anybody that ever worked for the royal family loathes Prince Andrew.
What was he into? What was his deal?
He liked underage girls. That was his thing. But I mean, he's just a nasty, foul human being. I think a lot of the people in the royal family are probably nasty, foul human beings. I think Andrew is probably a little special that way. He's probably a little nastier and more foul than his siblings, because just from, and this is very strange. So here's a guy that molests underage girls, but he has all these teddy bears, and his the butler, or whoever takes care of the house manager where he lives, they're supposed to have the teddy bears on his bed in a certain way. And if the teddy bears aren't on his bed the way that he likes them, then he has a conniption. So he likes to molest little girls, and then he likes teddy bears on a certain way on his bed. So that's kind of, and according to Andrew, he doesn't sweat either, according to the BBC interview. So, which really, I mean, there was that BBC interview where he attempted to acquit himself, and he came across as such an idiot. I mean, you could tell that it's like Jamie Dimon with JP Morgan. JP Morgan just gave Epstein's victims $290 million.
Yeah.
And there was a New York Times article where Jamie Dimon was talking, and you could tell that the guy was lying. I mean, it didn't take rocket science to figure out. And then, he's saying, of course, we had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden there's this $290 million settlement. So obviously these banks were integral to what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. And they knew, according to these lawsuits, these banks, JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, they knew exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was up to.
How do you think they were involved?
Well, I think that some of the executives in those banks, like Jess Staley, I mean, were involved in Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile network. And
why are they going? I guess what
and Diamond too.
I'm kind of. I mean, it's so if they sued JP Morgan and not the individuals, how was JP Morgan as a company involved in the Jeffrey Epstein, sex trafficking ring, rather than just the key players that were? I mean, do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah,
why wouldn't they go after the key individuals? And why did they go after the company JP Morgan?
Well, the argument that they made was that JP Morgan was cognizant of Jeffrey Epstein trafficking children and gave him the money to facilitate it. They gave him money to do other things, but with the money that
dude is
JP Morgan gave Jeffrey Epstein, that facilitated his child trafficking.
I mean, do you think this was a protection? Were they protecting certain people's identity by putting it into the company?
Absolutely, Jess Staley and Diamond. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, it's pretty obvious that when you look into them, they were involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
How were they involved?
I think that they were probably involved in molesting young girls.
Jesus.
I mean, that's my surmise on that. And according to internal documents that were that the lawyers for the Epstein victims were able to acquire, JP Morgan definitely knew what Jeffrey Epstein was up to. Now, how would JP Morgan know that unless some of those executives were taking part in it? I mean, it doesn't make any sense that JP Morgan would not know about it. So if those individuals, like I've just named, weren't involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
Were those names involved in the lawsuit? Were they mentioned in the lawsuit?
They were mentioned, yes.
Okay.
But it wasn't explicit. But they were mentioned, yeah.
All right.
And then Deutsche Bank is also
this guy sucks.
The same type of thing. They were aware of Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't see the
and
he actually talked about spreading his DNA.
He did, and he was also into transhumanism. So who knows what was going on there? I mean, I think, like with Juliet Bryant.
All right, I can't, man. Funding. Let's see if we can find something fucking interesting. That's not fucking retardedly sick. The fuck? They always make it sound better than it is. So we're gonna see. Where's that chick? We got California. Why does California have the highest homeless? No. Black Hat Hamper, Epstein shit. Organized crime in Mexico. Oh yeah, that's in Oviedo's home. There we go. We'll see what this is about.
Sarah Adams, former CIA officer, Libyan crisis before, during, and after the 9/11 attacks. Counterterrorism analyst and targeter.
Yeah, no shit, bro. I'm sorry. I just don't want to listen to any more of that shit.
Welcome to the Sean Ryan Show.
which is disturbing. Like, oh, I can deal with disturbing behavior. Like,
So they're doing all this training and
like
stuff in
not kids.
Afghanistan, Al Qaeda, and all these international terrorists. You think they're going to start coming up through our southern borders?
Well, they've already started.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I was told several different times about group pockets of terrorists that procured passports from the Afghan government with the sole purpose of coming to our southern border.
In the wake of the attacks in Israel, border officials say they've seen a growing number of people on the FBI terrorist watch list trying to enter the country through the southern border.
Along our border, County Supervisor Jim Desmond says local Border Patrol agents arrested a person that's on the terror watch list near a San Diego crossing earlier this week.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers. Now a damning new report blames the Biden administration.
Well, there's two different things. There's guys we're ignoring and guys we thought that were dead that aren't. So both those are in Afghanistan.
You think we're going to be back there someday?
We have to be. The main AQAP target, his name's Ibrahim al-Bana. Guess where he is?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, being completely ignored. And guess who he hangs out with? Hamza bin Laden.
Sources tell CBS News Osama bin Laden's favorite son has been killed in a military operation.
Hamza bin Laden, the son of the former al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden, has been killed.
Letters captured in the 2011 raid indicated bin Laden was grooming Hamza to be the next leader.
Al-Qaeda can kind of go anywhere and they have a power broker to help them do something.
Do you think they're bigger than cartel?
If we're talking, if they bring in as much money, that's kind of where you get tough. But I think in bodies, they're bigger than a cartel.
How much bigger?
Al-Qaeda is so entrenched in places. They have like people working like visa lines at embassies in Europe, for example. I mean, think about it. How many years they've been in operation? There are plenty of people behind Al-Qaeda that don't shoot guns. They just get ignored. How many people involved in the finances? So, I mean, they're pretty global. People are so lost that it is this big thing and it's all connected, right? They want to ignore that and they want to make Benghazi this little thing on the side that randomly happened when it's a piece of the whole pie.
They want to compartmentalize everything.
Exactly.
What was the narrative about this? There was some kind of a cartoon that was made.
The Los Angeles Times says the producer of an anti-Islam movie that sparked violent protests across the Middle East is behind bars. Nakula was arrested Thursday.
Jake Sullivan made the video narrative, right? And then they all jumped on board, right? So Obama did a statement. Hillary Clinton did a statement. Obama, as everybody knows, got on a plane to Vegas to go see Beyonce and Jay-Z. It's like, why did he not cancel that trip and stay and make sure his orders are followed up on, right?
So Obama, this is while the attack's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he flew to Vegas while the attacks were happening.
So we have an embassy and a CIA annex under attack, and the president of the United States is flying to Vegas to meet with Beyonce.
Yep.
You hear that, everybody? A lot of people blame Hillary Clinton.
Right.
Why is that?
She knew in real time it was a terrorist attack. As Secretary of State, she was traveling from country to country and meeting with leaders, right? Like a Secretary of State does. But in her case, you had to donate money to her foundation to meet with her. Military commanders couldn't get time with her. There were places she didn't even meet, like some of the CIA that thought she'd meet with her. And so
Secretary of State, she is running around the world forcing political leaders to donate money to the Clinton Foundation so that they could get time with the U.S. Secretary of State.
Yeah.
Is that legal?
That's the issue with her server. What's on Hillary Clinton's server is all the economic and financial dealings she had in Libya, of course, and then all those other things that she traveled around. And so,
that just got wiped.
yeah.
It's gone.
I mean, there might have been people who got into it.
So this guy was Al Qaeda, ISIS, and we're known, and we're granting him a visa.
He was.
It took that from an active investigation. It was evidence.
No comment.
No, he didn't kill Bin Laden. Probably blame me for being an idiot, but
And which you were, which we all were. You have to make it to where crime doesn't pay. You have to deter crime, whether it's crime or terrorism. It's the same.
Special frequency that just internally that you talk to other people. Let's face it, they have folks out there too. And the media, as any reporter will tell you, that many times their stories depend upon informants of some type or another. Right. But they know what's going on. They have ears, they have eyes.
And I'm an idiot who just fucking was muted the entire fucking time. Yeah, the Benghazi stuff, absolutely, man. Have you ever seen the interviews, the guys who were whatchamacallit, their CIA being the CIA contractors? It was like based on the movie 13 Hours. And there was a couple contractors for the CIA, because again, I told you people, they usually have people they contract. The government uses contractors now to negate certain laws and shit like that. No shit. So
First time you met, you knocked on the door of Cato's bungalow. This is hours after the murder, after you came from the crime scene on Bundy. You knew Nicole was dead. There was another victim. You didn't know who did it. You go to OJ's house. This is the first person that you see. Did you have to consider that he could be a suspect when you knocked on that door? Hi, everybody. Welcome to 1 Degree of Scandalous. I'm Tom Zetter. My co-host, Cato Kalin, right over here across the table. And our lucky
that Corn Pops bitch or cornflakes or whatever the fuck. That was, oh God, dude. Like, yo, he's like the relative that, you take out to dinner and they start saying like racist, crazy shit, or like, they're just like, their mind is gone. And you're like, oh my God, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Like, oof. All right. Let's see.
Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only, the most legendary LAPD detective who's been in the middle of the biggest cases in LA history, including, of course, the O.J. Simpson saga, which we're going to get into today. This is his first chance to really talk about, a lot about the O.J. case since O.J. died last week. So, Tom, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to have you here. Awesome. And in studio. So thank you for doing that. And, let me get right into it because, you two go way back 30 years. Which is fascinating. The first time you met, you knocked on the door of Cato's bungalow. This is hours after the murder, after you came from the crime scene on Bundy. You knew Nicole was dead. There was another victim. You didn't know who did it. You go to OJ's house. This is the first person that you see. Did you have to consider that he could be a suspect when you knocked on that door?
Sure. When you, under these types of situations, you're like 2 miles away from where this happened as the crow flies. And you don't know what you have. We went to the front door. There's a light on, but nobody's answering. We got a couple of cars in the driveway. Something's going on. Somebody's in there, but nobody's answering. So in my mind, after leaving the crime scene, the two victims, bloody victims. O.J. Simpson lives here. There's talk that this is his estranged wife. Is he inside in the same type of condition? Is he alive or dead? Because nobody's responding to the front door. We've got a phone line that goes into the house.
Language expert.
Nobody's picking up the phone. So we're saying, hey, we got a problem here. That's where the big contest came in about should they go over the fence, should they go over the wall? No, we could have gone to breakfast. No, of course not. There's a possibility.
What was that guy's
victim
name?
inside the house, and it might be O.J. Simpson.
What was
so we
that
had to get
guy's
in there.
name?
So we went over the wall.
The racist cop who was like dropping the N-word in the on the stand and shit around. Mark Furman. Mark Furman. Fucked it up. But you're absolutely right. The prosecution, or I'm sorry, not the prosecution was the one that really, really, fucked that shit up bad.
Through the gate, front door, nobody's answering, so we go around the back, obviously, and we see, I believe, like 3 bungalows, and so we started knocking on doors.
So this interview right here, or this whatever the fuck it is one of the detectives, not Mark Furman, Cato Kalin, and another third guy. But this is the evidence
First
that
one I believe was
unknown.
Cato. Yeah. And Simpson's daughter Arnell was in another one.
It absolutely was.
So Furman, I think, knocked on Cato's door first. Yeah. And I knocked on Arnell's. And they both came out about the same time. Arnell, I think, came out first.
Yeah, I remember being it's sort of a haze, and I hear the phone is not part of his phone is not connected, but I can hear through a wall.
No
I
fucking
kept thinking,
way.
I'm dreaming. I hear this. You guys must have kept calling and
No
ringing
fucking
going,
way.
Is this part of a dream?
Seriously?
And then there's knocks at my door, and when I did open it, first I was in a haze. I mean, you saw me when I have no idea what's going on. I didn't even ask who you guys were. There's four, and I remember 4.
See, I don't know enough about this shit.
And it was Phil Vanetter, yourself, Detective Phillips,
Blood droplets on her
and
back.
Furman.
Oh,
And
Jesus.
you all came in my room, and Furman had asked me, what did you wear last night? Before anything else, what did you wear last? I showed him my clothes were hanging.
Did you see the interview that OJ did for the whole for the press or the publicity of if I did it? Like there's some really telling shit, and there were a couple things that stuck out, and I was like, oh, okay. Yup. Well, to a degree. I mean, there's a guy that it could have been. Listen, man, I think OJ and somebody else did it. I think it was, because watching this dude, the way he was explaining it, the shit he was, I don't know, or the what was it? The body language was just I don't know, the facial expressions, everything, the way he said things. And then there's something that stuck out in my head, which I was always fucking curious about, is he's like, yeah, we took off the clothes and bundled them up. Because I was like, dude, you're covered in fucking blood. Like knife wounds and shit are bloody as shit. I got poked in the leg, in the thigh, and that shit was like, my whole pant leg in like 10 seconds was just, it was like I pissed my pants with blood. Crazy. Check out the book, OJ is Innocent and I Can Prove It. The Shocking Truth About the Murders of Ronson. Really? Nah, I don't know. Like I said, the prosecution was fucking terrible. Marsha Clark was Well, what stuck out in the OJ is Innocent book, and I Can Prove It, and who's William Deere in relation to the case?
He goes, where are your shoes? And I think you were in there. You guys looked at the bottom of my shoes, and then they took a flashlight, right? And I think what do you call the test that you?
That was for a nystagmus test. See if your eyeballs would jump a little bit. No, it was to see if you were in the influence of narcotics or something.
And this is 4:30 or 5 in the morning. The last
I think it's 5:30.
You know, I'm not going to start double,
criticizing
asking questions. We didn't need to do that.
Right.
Because this is like 5:10 in the morning. You obviously have to sleep. I don't know
Really?
why Furman did that, quite frankly, but he did. So it's.
You could tell fucking this guy does not.
Yeah, you made it. You passed that one.
agree
I don't know
with
about the
Furman
others
and
that
shit.
followed. You got that one.
But
You
like
know the
again,
guilty-
even in that time, like you didn't narc out your partner. It was like sort of like the mafia with a badge. Like, yo, it's like the code of silence, the thin or the blue wall of silence, they call it. So even if the dude's doing fucked up shit and you just don't say anything. Just like, back in the day, if people were on the take or they were taking money and you didn't take any money, like,
And then he sees one. You looked innocent, Cato.
I was. It was 5 in the morning or so my eyes are probably red.
Hey, thank you everybody for joining us. This is going to be a fascinating hour. Tom's going to be sharing so much about evidence. The evidence that he and his partners uncovered for this trial, for this case that was never used. And you're going to hear the backstory of why. You're going to hear details about it, including what
I think he might have initiated it, and the person he was with might have like I said, it seemed like a not a sporadic, but like an impulsive, unprepared yeah, bro. No, listen, dude, this interview, like, I'll post a link for it, man. I'll tell you, like, yo, that made perfect fucking sense. I was like, holy shit. He's like, yeah, we took off the clothes. So, yeah, who gives a fuck? They're 2 miles away from his house. And, like, dude, I'm telling you, that guy would have been drenched. Did he? No shit. Huh. Yeah, dude, I'll play like a couple sentences of because I'm looking at this guy OJ, and he's telling the story of like if it happened this way and blah 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 theoretically, and just the way he said certain things, you could tell like he was talking about himself sometimes, but then he was putting himself in someone else's shoes, and I think he was putting that person doing his actions. But basically he said, like, I'll paraphrase it. And he goes, yeah, I went over there and blah, 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 blah. And Nicole fell and got hurt. But he said, yeah, hypothetically speaking, of course, Nicole fell and got hurt, but he doesn't say how she fell and got hurt or how she hit the ground. So basically, I think this dude was fucking slapping her around like usual. That dude, Ron Goldman, walked up. And I guess he said, because the way he said that shit, I'm convinced like that's probably what happened. He's like, he's got in a karate stance and he goes something. And then OJ's like, oh, yeah, you want to fuck with me or you want to mess with blah, blah, blah. And then I think that dude came up and yeah, because again, all the rage was taken out on Nicole. Like that was like very, very personal, man. Decapitating someone is not a fucking easy thing to do with a fucking knife. Like, so Shefty carried knives and he threatened multiple people over the years. Yeah, I seen him. He could have, but I don't know. Like I said, OJ definitely would have had some fucking super lackeys back in the day. Goldman borrows his friend's car that night. The friend got the keys back a few days later in an envelope covered in blood. Not really. What the fuck? Jesus. Yeah, you hear Harvey Weinstein got in a fucking, what was it, an appeal or an overturned conviction or something like that?
OJ was dumping in the airport. What happened when Tom and his team disassembled the Bronco? I mean, there's just so many fascinating things we're going to get here. So if you like the show, make sure you subscribe, give us a like right here, and it's going to be a fascinating episode. So buckle up. And Tom, we'll get back into it because, you know, all this stuff is fresh. Little did you know that both of your lives are changed instantly. You were already a very famous detective at that point because of the past cases that you were involved in. But was the scene at Bundy about as horrific as you've seen as a detective at that point?
As a detective, yeah, it was. Anytime you have a knife attack, there's a lot of blood, obviously, and when there's more than one victim.
But thank you. That was the missing link. I didn't know if he was a martial artist.
A little more than this is the robbery or narcotics deal going wrong. This has a lot more to do with something that's very personal.
Yeah.
And so that's what strikes you first. And then the number of wounds, the defensive wounds on both. We knew there was a struggle. That was very obvious. And the whole scene, it looked very involved, but he probably could have been over in 15 or 20 seconds.
Cato, did you ask them? Did you know there was a murder? Did you know Nicole was dead at this point?
No, I knew nothing. They, of course, they didn't tell me anything. And then at one point, Tom said to me, "You and Arnell go into the main house," and I followed all the detectives into the main house. And the main house was sat on the couch. We still didn't know anything going on.
Crazy.
We didn't know if Simpson might have been in there as a victim, like I said earlier. And this is where Arnell initially told us she thought that he was in the house. I said, "Where's your dad?" And she said something to the effect, "Well, he's in the house, isn't he?" At that point, I think we might have a problem. And the back door was locked. And so I said, "Do you have a key?" She says, "Sure, I've got a key." So she went and got the key, and she sticks the key in, and she's opening the door. I said, "Step back, let us go in first," because I didn't know what we were going to find.
Mm-hmm.
We went in and we checked the maid's area because the maid was supposed to be there. She took the night off. She wasn't in there. Her room was all made up, and there was no evidence of anything else. And that's when we found out that through Cato that he'd taken off to Chicago.
Which is unbelievable. Now, as a detective, does that change your thoughts at all?
Autopsy report
had nothing to do with this.
Some disturbing details.
I mean, without knowing the timeline at that point, what goes through your mind as a seasoned detective when you find out he's in Chicago? These murders happened about 6 or 7 hours ago.
Yeah, that's fine. But again, you don't know until you ask. You talk to the people, and then you go back and you talk to them again. Most cases, when you have a witness who's involved, you don't have one or two interviews. You might go back for a dozen interviews to see if things make sense, more or less, and to see if they corroborate what they've said earlier. Many times, if you have a witness who's not being entirely truthful with you, they'll change their story. They'll add a little bit to it. They'll take a little bit out. You're looking for consistency, so you got to go back and talk to these people several times over.
These aren't mall cops. I mean, it had to be intimidating as hell.
Yeah, I can see the blood droplets on her back.
Serious business, and they just came from a crime scene with two horrible murder victims, right? And you got to be freaking out.
Well, I didn't know what was going on, so as far as freaking out, I knew something was seriously wrong. I had no idea there was murder involved. I knew nothing about Nicole because you were at the Rockingham. So we just sat on the couch and you were doing
see Ron Goldman's
I think your interviews and looking at things. And we're going to get right back to this. But the thing that I was telling Tom last week, so many things come into your mind. I'm sure they do that get to refresh again because you bring it up. And when you bring it up, you go, "Oh yeah, that's right." I mean, there's the fact of coming in the eye test, and then I just remember after you had escorted me out, someone had escorted me out. I just it's one of these nightmares. There, it's a thought that I think about probably every other day. Said, "Watch your feet when you walk out. Watch out for the blood stains." And I just looked down, and he had one of those the flooring that had those little wooden pegs. But between the pegs, there were blood droplets. And then I just went, you sort of get that spine, the tingling up your spine when you're walking out. But I'll never forget that when I walked out. And so I looked around and I watched my step, and I was escorted out by a street policeman.
What did you think the blood was?
At that point, I thought that was probably OJ's blood.
Why?
Left side.
Because that was his house. It was inside his house.
It's interesting about the blood. He's talking about when the sun came up, it was more evident that there were blood tails. And the tail of the blood is in the front. Because when a blood droplet strikes the surface, it splatters forward and it elongates. So the tail is towards the direction that person, where the blood is coming from, is walking. And so all this blood tailed from the rear of the Bronco through the Rockingham gate, up the driveway, and tailed right into the house. So whoever left that blood was walking from the Bronco up the walkway, up the driveway, and into the house.
And it wasn't the only part I saw was in the kitchen. So it continued, you're saying, from the kitchen, it continued
right into the house. In fact, later we even found some upstairs in the bathroom.
You know, it's mind-boggling how your mind works as a seasoned detective and how you're 5 steps ahead and you're looking at things on the ground that no one would notice. You take the lead detective in this case. How do you even prioritize what you do next? Was your first thought, we got to get Simpson back here. We got to get him out of Chicago. We got to get a hold of him and get him to fly back here ASAP. Was that your job?
Yeah. Well, actually, we called him when Cato mentioned they were inside with Arnell. We called from the phone, and I got him on the phone. I think Phillips called him first and told him that his wife had passed on. He didn't say how or anything else, and he said, you need to get back here. He called the house after that, and I answered it and spoke with him. He didn't ask about kids, which surprised me. He didn't say anything more about any details other than he's got the next plane coming in, roughly when he would be there. He's got a lift from the airport. He'll come to the home, this type of thing. It was not a suspect, but we obviously, you don't look for suspects, you look for information. Something will come, something will break, but you need to speak to the people in the middle of all of this. Once we found out that he was there the night before, from Cato principally, there was the possibility that he was around at the time.
Yo, how tall is this dude? How tall is the son? Is he tall or shorter? Pathway is upward and slightly front to back for distance, 4 inches. It exits post arbor, 2-inch length gapping. In addition, there's a long triangular wound interior portion of the left earlobe. Sharp injury on the neck is fatal, associated with transection. Left internal sharp force wound on the right side of the neck. Just give me 1 sec. 3 inches directly below. Tissue. Back. Exit right side of the back of the neck. Oof. Jesus. Jesus, bro. 5'10". This guy was 69 inches. Stab wound involving right earlobe, vertically oriented after impingement. 5 superficial incised cutting wounds on the right side of the face, jaw areas associated with small wounds containing on the back of the neck. Here. Sorry.
For the murders. So obviously we want to speak to him, and the sooner the better. And again, why wouldn't you ask about your kids?
Right. You know, I have a question about this. Just because of the way you were telling me this, isn't that first phone call, the first phone call you do to OJ, isn't that like the most important phone call? And you guys can't tape it, correct? It just has to go on wording, because how important would that have been as evidence of taping it that didn't ask about the kids?
Yeah, that's correct. Now put yourself in that position. If someone calls you in the middle of the night and tells you that your spouse has been killed.
Dude, this guy was butchered.
What are you going to think? You got 2 kids at home, okay? Right. And they're supposed to be asleep. What's your first thought? I've got kids and grandkids. I know what my first thought is. Where are the kids?
Exactly.
Where are they? Are they okay? I mean, that was just blew us away. And that was the first thing. We're looking at each other. I said, sometimes you don't have to explain things. Just a glance will tell you something's not right here.
Yeah. And the red flags started at that moment. And then it could have been a car accident, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then were the kids in the car? I mean, that is, and to think that he knew the kids lived with her and were in the house, and that they could see that in the morning, depending on when they woke up and went outside or whatever.
Yeah. Again, that doesn't make him a suspect at the time, but you remember these things.
And then you get him back. So then it's Monday, right?
Yeah.
He flies back and the circus has already started.
Sure.
Media everywhere. Where did you meet him? Where did you talk to him first?
Well, he came back to the house, directly back to the house with a couple of people that he knew. The lawyer, Frank Kardashian, was with him. And they came back to the house and Phil was there. Now, I had left and gone back to Bundy to handle that crime scene investigation. Once the blood was found in Rockingham, we had to get a warrant. Can't just go in. You have to get a warrant. And so Phil went to get the warrant, check in with the district attorney's office, and I would handle the crime scene at Bundy. And meanwhile, we removed everybody from Rockingham. We didn't want anybody in there because it was essentially an extension of the crime scene.
Yeah, and Cato, how about the rest of the day for you?
Well, I went to the police station, I think it was Santa Monica, and I stayed there for, it had to be at least 8 hours. And I sat in, I think it probably was an interrogation room. Everybody was really nice to me, but I sat there and then they took a break. I could go to the bathroom and then they offered me lunch. And it was, I still in nothing. I was in limbo basically with, I had no idea what's going on. And
yeah, I remember it was bulky.
I know that the one thing I do remember, it's probably a very powerful impact on you, is that you didn't want the media to know before anybody else. So you had to make the phone call to the Brown family. And that's when I knew that Nicole was had been murdered.
Yeah,
I overheard it.
I made the call actually from Rockingham before I left.
But listen,
and because of the media, we knew that the media was going to be all over this.
God,
let's face it, they have more resources than we do.
So listen, there's on the left side of this dude's neck, there is a golf ball size Stephen Avery. Refresh my memory because the name sounds really familiar. Dude, this guy's got a golf ball sized neck wound. Yikes. Why does that sound so making? Oh, yeah, no, I have not. That's the one I have not really seen, to be honest. I'm not too familiar with the Stephen Avery. Yo, yeah, but what I'm saying is like, yo, it's not just anyone can, poke a motherfucker up with and put steel into somebody and shit. I'm telling you, man, that is a whole different animal than squeezing a trigger or something like that. And even that's fucking hard enough for most people to do.
They have more people. They can move around a lot quicker. Ooh. They don't need a search warrant.
Really?
They're going to do what they're going to do. Yeah. And it didn't take long for them to do that. And I'm grateful that I did get a hold of them, but I've made death notifications before.
That's
and
different,
you don't want to do that.
That's different.
Sometimes you got to do something that you really don't want to.
The point of
if I had not done that, it would just have made the whole situation
survival of the
well,
fittest,
that's got to be
so
one
to
of the worst
speak.
parts of your job. And then when you mentioned the media, think about it. This is LA. You've got 7 TV stations that do news. You've got newspapers, and then you got bureaus.
People are capable of anything.
And then you got hard copy. You got all those,
depending on the
shows like that,
situation,
and everybody's immediately on this. And it's
I can probably give
frenzy.
I could probably give you a circumstance where you or someone else would most likely do something you would never, ever do or ever consider doing in your life. I could probably come up with the right set of circumstances or fucking, exactly. That's what I mean. It's you or him.
What Cato and I do every week. So if you're new to the channel, you're new to the show, it's 1 Degree of Scandalous. We have great guests every single week, like Tom Lang today, which is fascinating. So give us a like and make sure you subscribe because you want to get this content every single week. And we're going to be talking about some evidence that a lot of people don't know about, including a knife that OJ purchased about 3 weeks before the murder and a disguise that he purchased 3 weeks before the murder that they found receipts on. So we're going to get into all of that today on this show.
Yeah, I wanted to ask one question about it because Tom had mentioned how the media, how fast they can come and be at a scene.
Apparently, there's some kind of serial killer like right in my fucking neck of the woods that's killed like 23 or 18 to 23, undesirable people, whores, drug addicts, so on and so forth, in like the Waterbury area. They call him like the Route 8 serial killer. And I'm telling you, like that's like 1 or 2 towns away from like where I grew up. It's nuts. I had no idea till like a couple days ago.
Is it like the movies, Tom, where there is a radio call and someone at home has a police radio? They can find out. They can hear murder at Bundy, and they give the address. Is that how? And people
spread out a code,
that's it, right?
Yeah, unless it's on a a special frequency that's just internally that you talk to other people. Let's face it, they have folks out there too, and the media, as any reporter will tell you, that many times their stories depend upon informants of some type or another. But they know what's going on. They have ears, they have eyes, and they got money to spend and people to spend it on. And many times they know a lot more than we do, because I couldn't tell you where the Browns lived. They could.
Yeah.
They have access to the resources. Meanwhile, we're in the field trying to keep a lid on things. You don't want evidence that you have, like at a murder scene, exposed because it could affect your case one way or the other. You're trying to protect that evidence.
Yeah. And then another thing that affects you is the fact that there's so much competition in the media that one erroneous story gets out, everybody runs with it. Right. That then becomes fact almost, or that's what then takes on a life of its own, which people believe. So you're battling that as well.
And that happened here.
Unbelievably hard job for you. And especially when you consider that Marsha Clark didn't really, as smart as she was, you've told us that she's a smart attorney. She's a smart, competent prosecutor. But man, she treated you like you could only hurt her case, LAPD, right? I mean, did you feel you were fighting a battle from the get-go?
Not from the get-go, but over a period of time, you realized once we got into trial that we were actually on trial in a lot of respects.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned this another time, I've mentioned it several times. I was on the stand for 8 days. I had more problems with Marsha's direct than Johnny Cochran's cross.
Ooh.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
For reasons that we could get into. I figured out what's going on here. It didn't take long.
No, I remember that shit when they came out with the documentary in like 2010-ish. All right, so my question is, here we go, is what do you think happened to this guy? Hold on, I'm gonna find his name real quick. Oh shit, they took his name off fucking 10 Most Wanted, huh? Damn. Where is it? Criminal enterprise? Nope. It is counterintelligence. No shit. Counterintelligence. Wow. I'm gonna have to check this shit out. I am looking for a armored truck robber who looks like Sean. Hold on. I'll play this while I'm looking.
That they didn't want cops on the stand introducing evidence because this jury was not pro-police, pro-LAPD. Mm-hmm. This is after the Rodney King riots. The whole Rodney King thing was like 2 years old. And this was what this jury was more interested in than someone on trial for murder. So we essentially were on trial, and she didn't really do a whole lot about
shit,
that.
It really does look like Sean.
Handcuffed. You're handcuffed. I mean, basically,
in some respects, because there was only 2 people that got a gag order in this entire case, me and my partner. Everybody else, the defense, 3 times a day, they'd be in front of the medias attacking evidence before it had been produced in court. The prosecution could say what they wanted, but the 2 cops, we were gagged.
You know, both of you guys are from Milwaukee, which is unbelievable coincidence. Right. And Cato, think about this, because I'm going to ask Tom this question, and you can think about what might be your number one choice here. But, you know, it's all about evidence, Tom. And you spent the better part of, 5-6 months gathering evidence. And maybe even during the trial, you were still getting evidence. So much of it wasn't used. Is there one piece? Now, to me, I will say the cut finger for OJ. You come back from Chicago without a real story or an alibi for that cut, and it's still bleeding. I think you said in the past. That, to me, is the number one thing. When you saw that cut, what were you thinking?
Well, in back of my mind, he's got to be a possible suspect. I mean, it's still bleeding. You go back. This was, when we interviewed him, it was about 13 hours after the murders that occurred. We feel that it probably went down about 12:35 or so. I'm sorry, 10:35 or so at night. And so this is early the next afternoon, still bleeding. He doesn't even have a Band-Aid on it. You want to make a record of that on the tape that we're doing. So I mentioned something. I said, I see your fingers bleeding. Maybe we get a Band-Aid for that or something. And he just said, no, that's okay. It's fine. So we're looking at each other and, you know, maybe he's moved up a notch as a possible suspect, but you can't jump to conclusions here before you got the full story. And in that short interview, and it was a short interview for a reason, there were like a dozen inconsistencies in that short interview, 3 different stories during the 32 minutes about how he cut his finger. So we have to look a little closer at that.
32 was his number. Are you just saying that because of that?
No, it's 30.
Oh, 30.
Might have been 33. I'm going to say 32. Right there.
This is Hollywood.
It's Hollywood. Go stop it. But here's a. Immediately, I become a detective when Tom talks. I'm thinking there's a cut in his finger. No one ever said if the gloves did it have a slit in that finger. Did the glove actually have a cut hole in it?
Okay, good question.
Yeah.
There are 2 gloves, right hand, left hand.
Correct.
Shit, man.
Left hand here.
Sean might be a
The right
fucking
hand glove is
bank robber.
Rockingham. Left hand gloves at the scene. It did have some, but you can't line up the actual. I know what you're getting at.
Yeah.
There were some cuts, but they wouldn't match up with the hand. That having been said, we believe that he lost the glove during a struggle. Mm-hmm. And the glove where it was found, the left glove, was found at the scene along with the other evidence right in the middle of the 2 bodies. So we think the glove obviously went off before the cut, because the other glove, the Rockingham, of course, had blood of both victims and him. But this one did not.
That's a guy that's been wanted since 2004 for an armored car robbery where he killed, I think, 1 or 2 guards and, basically fled. But, and he has a big car. He was on the 10 most wanted list for a while till 2022, apparently. You know what's interesting? I tried to get on. Is there's a guy from the Innocence Project and shit. He wrote a book about how flawed criminal forensics is, like fingerprint, bite mark, fucking whatever the fuck, DNA, all sorts of shit. Like how flawed it is and how they make it sound so much more definitive and conclusive when it's really not. I really want to have the guy on, but I got to get more, again, have some more serious shit to have absolutely. No, like, listen, he wrote a book. It's really interesting, man. Like, you'd be shocked at like the forensic shit they try to put forth, and you're thinking, oh yeah, well this, because of the way it's explained, but dude, it's so flawed. Like, I'll do a show on it, man, where we can talk, and maybe we can get this guy on. Who knows down the line.
Couldn't say that cut went through the glove because the glove was off already.
And that's a great question, because there had to be a struggle. I mean, Ron Goldman is a big guy who was trained in martial arts, right? I mean, he came about this and saw something happening, and obviously the aftermath of whatever happened to Nicole, and there obviously was a struggle, right? You can tell by the blood and everything.
Well, that and the wounds, the defensive wounds in both of the victims, and Ron Goldman's hands were all bruised up. So he went at it pretty good. But again, we've had reenactments of this, and the whole thing probably didn't last 20 seconds. But he had 4 fatal wounds. That's Goldman. And Nicole, of course, her throat was slashed, and she was nearly decapitated after she was struck in the rear of the head.
You know, you and I have discussed this too, Tom, off camera. The fact that OJ was a voyeur, right? Nicole used to live at Gretna Green, where Cato lived with her, and neighbors would report that OJ would show up and look in the window. He did that with a mask on, so you knew that about him.
One of those weird
What's your
people that
hunch?
likes
Do
to
you
watch
think that
people
he
have
went
sex,
there that
right?
night to kill Nicole?
I don't know that he went there that particular night, but again, we knew that for months he'd been following her. There was a couple of people who said we also think that Nicole was aware of that she'd been followed when she was driving. This is a June night. She's got wearing leather gloves and a knit cap. It's not like it's 40 degrees out. It was a warm evening, fairly warm evening. Why would you be there to begin with, especially when you were leaving town that night? Now, that may have had something to do with it. Maybe he thought it through. I don't know.
What do you guys think about the Menendez brothers? Not if they did it or not. Obviously, they did it. But do you think they had a fair trial or a fair go of it? And, you know, do you think they should still be locked up? Well, that's the thing, man. If you got money, like, you're good. You're not good. But at least you can fight the case and hire experts and shit like that. That's the problem. It's like, if the prosecutor or the government wants your ass, they'll put that money in fucking people to come on and basically, say shit as it's like, like it's factual when it's at best probable. Scary, man, what the courts
I think
can
he was
do.
probably ticked off when Ron Goldman showed up.
See, I disagree with that, because the second time, like, they had a mistrial the first trial, right? They actually had a decent defense, or at least an effective defense. And what the judge did the second trial was basically not allow for certain things that were key to their defense. They were, well, the younger brother was stupid and again, emotionally fucked, like, in the head. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Bro, you better hope you have fucking, if you're facing some serious shit, and, you better hope, because listen, man, cops, like, if they have a hunch or a feeling, or if they have a suspicion, dude, they're going to find something that may not even be there. Again, if you want to find something on somebody and you're that fucking convinced, if you can't find it, you'll, create it, so to speak. Subconsciously or, consciously.
When he heard a witness who was across the street, he heard someone who he later said he thought it was OJ yelling, "Hey, hey, hey," or something to that effect, and the clanging of a gate, which was where the struggle occurred. I can't say that he went there intentionally to do it, because I don't think he expected Goldman to be there, but I think that might have teed him off.
Well, he kind of wrote that book, If I Did It, and he gives his description of how he did it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's he's saying in that book of and maybe that's
here. I'll post that interview I played the other day.
Well, these are.
Well, yeah. I mean, with him, it's just pure arrogance. I mean, he is a sociopath, no doubt. I'm not a psychologist, but I've dealt with sociopaths. I can tell you what one is. And American public, there's like 4.5 million social
into a sociopath.
So people who have those types of problems in this country. They're all serial killers. Okay. There's a lot of politicians who happen to be sociopathic, a lot of other people with big names are, and most of them can control it. But here, you can look outside now and say it's dark. It's not very bright, sunny day today. That's what a sociopath is, being total denial and look you right in the eye and say no.
Well, he certainly had an affinity for knives, right? If he didn't go there to kill her that night, he had a knife in the car in the Bronco.
Anybody hear what happened?
He was on the board of directors of a major knife company, and then
Swiss Army.
Was the Swiss Army? And then what? He was in a limo one time. You were telling me the story.
This is just 3 days before the murders. He's back in Connecticut. He's on a board of this. I'm trying to think of the name of the company.
I don't think it was Swiss Army. It was either that one or
they handled Swiss Army knives, but it wasn't the.
It was the brand. I don't. He was in the board of like 12 companies. They all got dropped. I remember certain ones like Honey Baked Ham, and but I don't know the knife company.
Well, this one I don't escapes me. It's in the book. But anyway, he was back there this 3 days before at the board of directors. They played golf, of course, and he had a limo pick him up and take him to the airport after the conference was over. And on the way to the airport, they gave him a bag full of knives and wristwatches. And he was in the back of the limo, and the limo driver's talking with him back and forth, and he's looking at the rearview mirror, not the from the back. And Simpson is going through the bags. He pulls out a long-bladed knife, and he's looking at it, said, admiring it like this. And the limo driver sees this through the mirror, and Simpson says something to the effect that, man, this is really sharp. They really kill somebody, this type of thing. And the limo driver is picking up on this. And then he says, would you like one of these knives? Because they have a whole bunch of them there. And he says, no, I just soon have a wristwatch. So Simpson gave him a wristwatch. We get this story when he calls in. And any high-profile case, you're going to have a lot of BS. Okay, a lot of people calling in. I saw this, it's all nonsense. Doesn't mean you can't go. Right here. You have to go through every one of these things. Right. So I sent one of our detectives back to Connecticut to interview this guy. And not only to interview the limo driver, not just to interview him, but to give him a polygraph. And he did, and this guy passed with flying colors. So would you want to have that?
Here.
Not just to interview him.
Here is the show of OJ's lost interview, where he basically describes what could have happened. Going back to Kelly. What? I'm going back to Kelly.
When Ron Goldman showed up, that's when we heard a witness who was across the street. He heard someone who he later said he thought it was OJ yelling, hey, 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 or something to that effect. And the clanging of a gate, which was where the struggle occurred. I can't say that he went there intentionally to do it, because I don't think he expected Goldman to be there, but I think that might have teed him off.
Well, he kind of wrote that book, If I Did It. And he gives his description of how he did it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's he's saying in that book of and maybe that's being a detective. You probably looked at that and said, well, these are.
Well, yeah. I mean,
here, I'll play that one fucking shit from that tape real quick. Because people really should hear that part in context. OJ. Wait. No, that's for the guys. OJ. Aaron.
Ex-wife and Goldman were discovered.
Nope. Fabricated evidence. Here we go. If I Did It, lost confession.
This is hard. I know. I want to back up to try to
make people think that I'm the way he has the smile on his face and shit when he's describing this shit is freaky as fuck.
the frame of mind are you in when you leave the recital?
I am tired.
Right here.
Crime. The chapter 6 is called The Night in Question. And you write in the book, now picture this and keep in mind that this is hypothetical. Hypothetical. Yes. Why don't you tell me what might have happened on the night of June 12th, 1994? And let's just walk through them.
Well, first of all, this is very difficult for me to do this. It was very difficult for me because it's hypothetical. I know and I accept the fact that people are going to feel whatever way they're going to feel. You know, they're going to, you know, some whatever they want to feel. In the book, the hypothetical is
Charlie.
Charlie.
So listen to me.
This guy Charlie shows up, the guy who I recently become friends with, and I don't know why he had been behind close house, but it told me you wouldn't believe what's going on over there. And
see, this is where like he's describing him and this guy Charlie doing whatever they're doing, and half of it I believe he really did do, and then the other half I believe he's describing himself as Charlie and Charlie as in himself.
And I remember thinking, well, whatever's
Switching
going on over there,
places, so to speak.
right? So we kind of hooked up together, and I'm kind of broad stroking this. We go over, get in the Bronco and go over.
Let's just go back and do the details. Where did you park?
See the detail.
You parked
in the hypothetical. And
okay, think about this too. So a guy he just randomly knows for a couple weeks or a tiny amount of time knows where his ex-wife lives, and other details as that, and this guy's inviting him over to his house and so on and so forth. Does that sound like something like a person like him would do?
Alley.
Right. You park in the alley,
yeah.
And you put on a wool cap and gloves.
In the hypothetical, I put on cap and gloves.
Right.
Yeah.
And you reached under the seat for
a knife. I always kept a knife in the car for the crazies and stuff because you can't travel with a gun. And I remember Charlie had said, "You ain't bringing that." And I didn't, right? But I believe he took it.
Charlie took the knife?
Yeah. In the book.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the back gate, you go through the back gate.
Yes.
And it was open or broken or?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I go to the front and I'm looking to see what's going on. And I can see that it appears like Nicole had candles all the time. She really did to keep her overhead down, I think. And music was on. And while I was there, a guy shows up.
So Ron Goldman comes in the back gate.
Yeah. A guy that I really didn't recognize. I may have seen him around, but I really didn't recognize him to be anyone. And
okay, so I'm gonna break down this a little bit at a time. So he just described Nicole Brown's house as having a bunch of candles lit and some music playing. And now this guy, Ron Goldman's supposed to be coming over. Now, anyone else or anybody would think, okay, so she's getting fucking, she's putting, she's, putting some ambiance and, setting the mood, so to speak. Right? He says, well, she always had these candles going and shit to save on, electricity to overhead and shit. Because, again, he can't admit that his ex-wife is banging other chicks. Now, he also says, which is interesting, that, then I see this guy and, he's a nobody. I may have seen him around before, but, again, he reiterates he's a nobody. So, what he's trying to do there subconsciously or whatever is, for his own ego and, insecurity, whatever the fuck you want to call it, he's making excuses in his head of why this behavior is this way instead of, using common sense or everything like that.
And in the mood I was in, I started having words with him.
He says to you, I just came by to return a pair of glasses. Judy left them at the restaurant.
Yeah, words to that effect, yes.
And
he was I don't know if I believed it or didn't believe it. It was pretty much immaterial because, I was more concerned about everything that was going on. And was fed up with it, I guess. And
you get into a fight.
Boom. But then, in this sentence, he's telling, I was fed up. I was fed up with everything that was going on. So clearly he knew these people had a relationship that was more than fucking a friendship and, was most likely stalking and spying. And it probably got to a boiling point where, he's going to do something.
call comes out.
A verbal
fight.
See,
got a little loud, and by that,
sorry, I apologize. See how he just said, and then, or she just said, and then Nicole came out, and you got into a fight, and he goes verbal. Okay, now I want you to listen to the next couple lines where he's going to say, she fell and got hurt, but how the fuck did she fall and get hurt?
time Nicole had come out, and we started having words about who is this guy, why is he here, what's going on.
And she says, "This is my house. Get the F out of here."
Yes, and which I didn't like, because once again, this is the same person, and if you read the book, you'll see some things that happened in the 2 weeks leading up to this that were very, very irritating, and I think Charlie had followed this guy in, wanted to make sure there was no problem, and he brought the knife. As things got heated, I just remember Nicole fell.
See, right there.
And hurt herself. And this guy kind of got into a karate thing. And I said, "Well, you think you can kick my ass?" And I remember I grabbed the knife. I do remember that portion, taking the knife from Charlie. And to be honest, after that, I don't remember. Except I'm standing there and there's all kind of stuff around, and
What kind of stuff?
Stuff around. I hate to say this. I'm sorry. Right. I know we got to back up again.
Right. Okay. I'm going to back up.
Hard.
This is hard. I know. I'm going to back up to.
All right.
Make people think that I'm
just the way he reacted. All right. So, anyways, back to the evidence show with the detective and this other dude.
Put that and said, "Well, these are."
Well, yeah, I mean, with him, it's just pure arrogance. I mean, he is a sociopath, no doubt. I'm not a psychologist, but I've dealt with sociopaths. I can tell you what one is. And American public, there's like 4.5 million social people who have those types of problems in this country. They're all serial killers. Okay, there's a lot of politicians who have to be sociopathic. A lot of other people with big names are
Fortune 500.
Some of them can, most of them can control it. But here, you can look outside now and say it's dark. It's not. It's very bright, sunny day today. That's what a sociopath is, being told denial and look you right in the eye and say no.
Well, he certainly had an affinity for knives, right? If he didn't go there to kill her that night, he had a knife in the car, in the Bronco. He was on the board of directors of a major knife company, and then
Swiss Army.
Was it Swiss Army? And then what? He was in a limo one time. You were telling me the story.
This was just 3 days before the murders. He's back in Connecticut.
Listen to this part.
Mr. and Ms. Prosecution, you don't want that to happen. You're going to have a lot of BS, okay? A lot of people calling on us, it's all nonsense. Doesn't mean you can't go. You have to go through every one of these things. Right. So I sent one of our detectives back to Connecticut to interview this guy. And not only to interview the limo driver, not just to interview him, but to give him a polygraph. And he did, and this guy passed with flying colors. So would you want to have that guy as a witness? I think I would. Now, this doesn't say, this isn't any kind of direct evidence that he's a murderer. But I mean, these things build. And in this case, there are literally dozens of these little circumstantial incidents that occurred that add up. You never have too much evidence in a murder case. You want to put all this stuff on, but this is stuff that the cops did. And you don't want the cops to look too good. Mr. and Ms. Prosecution, you don't want that to happen because you're not going to get your verdict. And if you want to play that game, the prosecution, you don't want to put the cops on to put evidence on. Tell the cops that so they know what's going on.
Right. That was one of your beefs, right? That they never kept you in the loop.
It might have been a smart way to go. We'll go the DNA only. Listen, there's plenty of DNA and blood and everything else for anybody to get convicted of that case. Mm-hmm. You never have too much evidence, so you don't deliberately hold it back. If that's your strategy, good. Mm-hmm. Share it with your investigators. We now work for you.
Also, you guys were aware that I think he just did a pilot, Navy SEALs.
Yeah.
Where did you guys have to investigate on set or anything and forms of knives on that show? And
we did all that. We did all those types of things, but frankly, that was not one of the top things in the consideration. Yeah. I can understand not putting that on, maybe a little too much Hollywood glitz.
Right.
They're trying to overdo it. Maybe this is a televised thing, which was another mistake.
But it's a lot of coincidences that add up to a lot of circumstantial
But it makes the job tougher too, because it's like, oh, we can't really go into this thing now because we got to look at the blood, or we got to look at this other interview of someone that saw the Bronco at this hour, and you gotta check your day must, maybe you don't sleep from that time. You must have had hours that were, I imagine, at least 16-hour days.
Yeah, there was a lot. Part of the deal. If you don't want it, then you do something else.
Right. And then the drive back to Simi Valley.
Well,
it's probably you need it. Get your mind off things. Get out of LA. Clear your head for a little bit.
Case, though, I know it's got a lot of publicity and everything else. Isn't in the top 10 as far as difficulty, as far as time spent.
Okay.
Because there was nothing exculpatory in this case. Most murder cases have something exculpatory, something that says, well, maybe he didn't do it because you get this and yeah. It's very rare. Everything was inculpatory in this case towards Simpson.
By the way, that's a great little plug for the new book that you're finishing up called The Dirty Business of Murder, where you're going to get into multiple serial killer cases.
So honestly, I heard, and now it's just rumor, don't, but I heard JC might have gotten hired to do the job.
What are you still doing here, old man?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
I got it. I got it.
And you thought that motherfucker wasn't downplaying himself. Come on. All right, one more, and then we'll go back to the interview.
I'll bet you, besides that fight,
Yeah, the guy's a clown. He's a jerk off. And he lies in everything about his life. So one of the lies was these stories. He was
raised an arch fucking criminal, bro.
Yes, you did.
And a gangster. You kidding me? I could have been made guy if I wanted to.
Agnostic, you still got his back?
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, I was.
The Wonderland murders that you were involved in directly. I mean, Tom's career is one of one. I have so much respect for you, Tom, and just the way you've just handled yourself in the media all these years, all the documentaries you're on. You're so entertaining. You have amazing recall and just this stability and just sense of order about you that's comforting. And it's amazing. And then just being able to share these stories again. So we really appreciate you being here. Cato, you mentioned Swiss Army. They also make watches, so it might have been them, right?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think it was, but whatever. We can check that out. Tom also wrote evidence dismissed, and the biggest part of the trial was all these things that were dismissed that could have been slam dunks, I'm sure. And I imagine that you went into Marsha Clark and just said, "Look at what we have." And your reaction when she goes, "We're not going to use it. We're not going to use it. We're not going to use it." You're pissed off, aren't you?
I am, but you don't want to get pissed off in a high-profile case with your prosecutor and vice versa. If she'd have shared a few things with us, perhaps it wouldn't have been as bad. But it's not just that she didn't use these things. She lied about one in particular, which was the fellow at the airport.
Yeah.
That was corroborated when we did a show together a couple of years ago,
right,
with Alan Park, a limo driver. We saw the same things that this witness saw at the airport, and that is OJ standing right next to a trash container with a little half moon-shaped travel bag that you're familiar with,
right,
that you went to grab on the driveway when he was going to the airport, and he didn't want you anywhere near it, and he grabbed it. Well, fast forward 30 minutes ahead to LAX, American Airlines, that little bag is on the top of a trash container. He's reaching in, Simpson's reaching into the bag, taking items out and stuffing them into this trash container. Not only did this witness tell me that 6 months after the trial began, but Alan Park tells me he saw the guy and he saw Simpson standing by the trash container during the show that we did. And I said, did you tell this to Marcia? And he says, yeah, I told her all about it. Well, when I asked Marcia back at the time of the trial, she denied it. She says, we've got nobody to corroborate what he says. That was a flat lie.
Right.
You can't do that to your investigator.
And that's what pissed you off the most.
Well, yes.
Because then the cat was out of the bag, that she's not communicating with you.
Correct.
She's got her own
Yes.
agenda.
What's fascinating is that I was closest to this thing. I'll get it for you. And he said, no, don't get it. And that is the bag that someone.
Well, we don't know. We haven't seen the bag.
No.
Well, the knife never showed up. So if he was not adamant about dumping something.
Well, this is 9 months later, we find out about this. And of course, there's 3 pickups to 2 common landfills in LA. It goes from LAX. There's nothing we can do to find us. That bag never shows up. We went all the way back to Chicago to the hotel and searched for that bag. The bag never showed up again. Well, you tell me it was in the bag. We haven't found the knife. We haven't found the shoes. Haven't found the clothing.
Yeah.
What was in the bag?
That one's unbelievable. And think about it. He thinks he could probably out-talk or outsmart anybody, but there's a lot of quick decisions you have to make as a murderer. And a lot of them.
Yo, so apparently OJ is dumb as a rock, too. That's the thing. Like, that's pretty much the consensus is this guy was stupid as fuck. So again,
pretty bad, I would imagine. He had to get rid of that weapon.
The obvious mistakes are what we've discussed. They always screw up. You just got to find out how, and then you have to find out what is and try to corroborate it. And that's what was done in
what
this
do you
case.
think
And
about
again,
Robert Kardashian?
everything is inculpatory. It all goes right, even the shoe size. And we don't have the shoes, but we know what size he wore because he told me.
And you took the Reeboks out of his house.
He had the shoes that he said he was wearing the night.
That's not intelligence. That's self-preservation and money to hire lawyers, circumstance and happenstance. And again, it's not, I hate to say this, but it's not like this guy, plotted, planned, and committed this murder, in an intelligent fashion. This was emotional reaction, at least I think so, or and minimally planned, like this guy was like, what? What? Or something like that. Again, he maybe had it in his mind, but something made him snap. So I don't think intelligence had anything to do with this murder. Well, you know what? He did take, if you do believe him, he did take his clothes off, which I actually thought was a fucking, pretty clever idea, so to speak. Yeah, a crime of passion. Yeah.
The murder,
spontaneous.
For size 12. That's what we have at the scene. Size 12, bloody footwear impressions.
Now, where the hell's the other footprints?
The Bruno Mollies. That's why I took them to begin with. They weren't the shoes he was wearing, but he just, if those were size 10, that's exculpatory evidence. That if I'm on the jury, that's good enough for me to say, I don't think he did it. We had none of that. None of that. And the DA was well aware of that. And none of that stuff was put on because the cops did it, and the cops are on trial. Simple as that.
Yeah. Speaking of cops on trial, do you, in your daily workday, did you see Vanetta, Furman, and Phillips all the time? Because I was going to bring up Mark Furman. Did you have contact with him? And did you know that he was going to plead the fifth? And did you know that Johnny Cochran was going to go with that race card?
We suspicioned that. Now, the Furman thing, I was in trial. I was in the trial every single day, and I was there in Furman. We were on Furman's side. We backed him up initially. Just before he went on the stand, I said, Mark, I'm going to be in the first row. When they start screwing with you, I want you to look at me and know that we're behind you. We're backing you up. Well, that turned around once he opened his mouth. It was one of these, it's them. That really flipped us off. And then when you get right down to it, and he's asked, did you, at this case or any other case, ever plant evidence in a murder case, and you plead the fifth?
Ouch.
Game's over. I don't care what you talk about evidence. If you're in a jury, you can't convict, because he may have done that. Who knows? He did not plant evidence. Phil Van Adder did not plant blood evidence, as Alan Dershowitz to this day says, and no one ever confronts Alan Dershowitz with his lies. There's never been any evidence that any blood was planted by either Furman, Van Adder, me, or anybody else. If there were, you'd have seen that by now. It's 30 years ago. It would have been admitted into evidence by the defense. That never, ever happened. Yet to this day, he lies about this for whatever reason, and nobody ever confronts him.
Including last week when he was on Fox commenting about OJ's death, which has got to really gall you. Let's go back to the timeline after the murder. So what day was it where he was considered a suspect? Was that Wednesday?
Well, I can't give you a day. It's just these things have a tendency to build, but you can't wrap yourself up in tunnel vision. You can't do that. You got to wait till everything is in, but you document things thoroughly. You don't start making suppositions. A lot of investigators, young ones especially, rely on supposition. Well, 1 and 1 is 2 because 2 and 2 is 4. So no, you've got to prove what you're saying before you can even talk about it. You document everything, and eventually you're going to have time to sit down and look what you have. So once you thoroughly document, then you make your decisions. What's exculpatory? Any investigator on a murder case, the first thing they want to do is look for exculpatory evidence. Once you know what your problem is, it's going to help you solve this case and put it together. You know what the problems are, and you're going to deal with those problems. We kept looking here. There's nothing exculpatory of a substantive nature.
So what I'm just trying to lead up to Friday, the 17th, the day of the chase.
Yeah.
It was, at what point was he considered a suspect? Was it the night before?
Oh God,
because he had made the agreement to turn himself in the next morning to Parker Center on that Friday morning, and he didn't show up.
Well, he had a warrant for his arrest. And Phil and I, this is what we like to do is we go out. We don't want the media around, obviously. The brass head has different considerations, okay? We work for somebody. We have to do as we're told. So they wanted him to show up. We didn't want to do that. We wanted to just drive out to Kardashian's house, pick him up, no fuss, no mess, no problems, no 12 helicopters following you around or anything else. Bring him in, book him, us all over. No, somebody's got to have a show. And so you saw what happened when somebody had to have a show. We ended up on the freeway for a couple hours. That was the problem. When you work with a bureaucracy, you're going to deal with that. You don't have a choice.
Was that the day? Was that the day the suicide note that was read? Was that the chase day, or was that?
Yeah, no, it was the day. It was Friday the 17th.
Just before the chase was revealed.
So no one knew yet. The note was read. Then he was what was the
fugitive?
Fugitive.
Yeah.
He is now a fugitive of the law.
When Gil Garcetti said that. So
no, actually, I think chief of police did.
Okay, and then the chase starts from Orange County, and they pick him up.
Yeah.
Tom, and then obviously that was you were front and center for that thing. Talk about how you communicated with him. How did you get a hold of him? Did you volunteer to do that?
Well, it's kind of what we did. I mean, somebody's got to make a decision. What happened was that we knew he'd split. Okay, we're in our squad bay with everybody, and up in the corner there's a television set, and we're thinking about where could he have gone once we found out he didn't show up. He wasn't at Kardashian's house. I sent a couple of black and whites to Kardashian's house in Encino to search the house and see what was going on. That's how we found out what was going on there. And they just said, yeah, he just took off with AC. We don't know where he went. He didn't see or anything else. So we're trying to find out where he is. Sooner or later, somebody's going to see him. I figure that. And all of a sudden, somebody yells. He says, hey, it's OJ. It's on the TV. And I look up, and there's the Bronco going on the freeway. And I'm looking at, God, this is going to be a mess. Right in the middle of it. People are looking at me there, thinking, well, somebody's got to make a decision about something to do. Well, nobody's going to do that when it's your case. They don't want anything to do with this because everybody's watching this stuff. So I'm waiting for the chief to come over. The chief, eventually, a couple other chiefs show up. down there, and nobody is doing anything. Well, I'm not that type of a person. I've never been that type of a person. I'm going to do something. I learned this in Vietnam under some very bad circumstances. You make a decision or you're not going to walk out of here. I made a decision.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Give me a sec. I'm just taking a picture. Yo, what do you think Puff Daddy's going to do? Diddy. No. Start over. Post. The fuck? No. No. Quiz my community. No, man. I just want poll. There we go. Image. Yo, forget it. I'll do this later. My bad.
I'm going to get a hold of him. We just happened to have his phone number. We had a lady at the in the office who had all the phone numbers.
Patty Fairbanks?
Patty.
Thanks for
Called her
taking
up.
us through
She
this,
said, yeah,
bro.
here's the number.
Where the fuck's this?
Clock or around that time, 9:30, 10, whatever it was. And according to her, OJ had just left the crime scene and came flying by her and almost ran her off the road. That's another fascinating.
Which she
podcast.
talked to at Tom and immediately knew the license plate. And we also have Conan Nolan.
Yeah, the NBC reporter who was
Yeah.
sitting in the back of a car filming
Just by
OJ from the
chance.
front, the
Just
only angle that he had.
in a like a carpenter's van or something because he couldn't get a NBC van. It's the stories that are just all these connections to it are just amazing.
It was never used.
But the Jill Shively story still amazes me.
Yeah.
And we talked to. She's obviously very legitimate, and she was just another witness they never used.
Yeah, she was. She sold her story, hard copy, I think it was. I understand that. It looks bad. Sometimes it's the old shit sandwich. You got to take a bite and move on. And that's what it was. Why not put her on? It's evidence. If I thought she was lying, I wouldn't have put her on. She wasn't lying. The thing was she was going to the Westward home.
Give me 1 sec. I gotta find this, but this is I like this dude and the humor and still let's see, fuck UFOs. We're gonna do the executions, Supreme Court ethics, history. Geez, no, I'm looking for court shit. Solitary confinement. That's fucked up. Artificial intelligence. So like this, that, the other. Blah, blah, blah. Bail reform. Crime reporting. Here we go.
Here we go. Sorry tonight. We're going to do something a little different and talk about another TV show, specifically Law and Order.
Sorry, I thought it was actually like Law and Order. Give me a sec, because they have good shit on here. Like, dude, this guy is probably fucking talk about some of the police interrogations. Perfect.
You ever get to work and not remember any of your commute? Maybe it was like that. It was murder.
Is this dress black and blue or gold and white?
You got two choices. Confess to 1 count of murder 2 or 2 counts of murder 1.
You got to help us help you. Help us help you. Help us convict you.
Murder says what?
What?
Oh no, are you allergic to your own victim?
Jesus. My bad. It was like halfway through.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns police interrogations. You're probably familiar with them as they're a staple of countless TV shows, including ones you might not expect.
Did you kill your father with this axe?
No, I didn't. Lie to me again, and I'll arrest you for murder, capiche?
Honey, I'd like a mineral water, no ice.
And I'd like your balls in a blender, but ain't like a bitch.
Holy shit! Pinkie Pie's about to fuck that dragon up. I was not expecting a clip from My Little Pony to look like a deleted scene from Training Day. But you can see why interrogation scenes are so popular on TV. They're inherently dramatic and can result in a confession, moving the story along. But it's not just audiences who find them compelling. Juries do too. Confessions are viewed as the gold standard when it comes to an indicator of guilt, as they can apparently be more persuasive than even DNA evidence. Just listen to all these jurors in high-profile trials explain the key evidence that convinced them to convict.
We just felt that no one would confess 3 times if they didn't do it.
He could have continued to deny it. If you did not hurt that baby, I mean, you would go to your grave saying, no, I didn't.
It was very hard to imagine why anybody would make up something that not only incriminates them, but is full of details that sound like they actually happened.
Yeah, confessions are wildly persuasive because we think that they're one of those things that only guilty people do, you know, like posting a notes app apology or refusing to answer any of Ronan Farrow's questions. But here is the thing, in all those jurors' cases, the confession later turned out to be false. That last juror was from the case of the Central Park Five, or as they're now known, the Exonerated Five. In fact, of all the convictions that have been overturned through DNA testing, 29% involved.
So I'll give you guys, if you guys comment, I'll give you the option: police interrogations or forensic science. And basically, they're gonna, let you know a whole bunch of shit that you were unaware of and how flawed it is. So your choice: forensic science or police interrogations. Right? Well, while we're waiting, one of you motherfuckers is gonna answer, or I'm putting on the fucking the Chicky tape where he sent to Junior where he's fucking masturbating and shit.
You know, a guy dies. Like when I die, they'll throw 100 bodies on me. You know, and that's just the way it is. You know, it's something. It's just something that happens. I mean, my friend Scott.
All right, we got one comment. That's good enough for me. Interrogation it is, Trev. Interrogation it is.
Confessions, and you may find that hard to believe because it can be very hard to comprehend how someone could confess to something.
Sorry, hold on. What? Oh shit! I'm an idiot. I was like, why isn't this working? It was working just a second ago because I had this open. Boom.
Just watch Lester Holt struggle to get his head around it while talking to a journalist who covered a false confession case.
The more I investigated it, the more I came to believe that he might be telling me the truth. There is not a shred of forensic or physical evidence, but he confessed. Yeah, like most people, you can't possibly fathom admitting you did something that you didn't do. Nobody does that. Nobody would think they're capable of doing it. But the truth is, a skilled interrogator could probably get you or I to admit we kidnapped the Lindbergh baby.
Exactly. Honestly, a skilled interrogator could probably even get me to admit that I am the Lindbergh baby. It kind of makes sense, considering that this body type is a physique best described as 92-year-old dead baby. The truth is, there are a number of reasons an innocent person might confess to something they didn't do, and a lot of that comes down to what happens in a police interrogation room. So tonight, let's talk about police interrogations, what tactics they use, and how damaging they can be, particularly for the innocent. And let's start with some history here, because it used to be police could basically torture people to get confessions, a practice that came to be known as using the third degree. But in 1936, the Supreme Court declared physical coercion unconstitutional, meaning that police departments had to adopt new techniques. And it says something that their early attempts to do this featured some pretty basic instructions, like in this film from the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Look the suspect in the eyes to observe eye movements and physical changes that might indicate deception. If you can't look him in the eyes, watch an imaginary X on the forehead or nose. It's the same effect. Once deception is detected, you know you're on the right track.
Okay, hold on. Was drawing the X really necessary there? Were they genuinely worried their officers wouldn't know how to look at a forehead without visual representation? Because if they cannot spot a forehead, I'd argue maybe they should not be trusted to spot a criminal. But eventually, one particular approach became the standard, the Reed technique, named after one of its creators, John E. Reed, a former Chicago police officer turned polygraph expert. He formed a training firm that now claims to have trained hundreds of thousands of investigators and has influenced nearly every aspect of modern police interrogations. The Reed techniques become one of those things that just culturally comes with being a cop, you know, like their fondness for donuts or their complicity in the perpetuation of state-sponsored violence. And when it comes to questioning suspects, there are two major phases to the Reed technique. The interview, where you determine whether someone is a suspect, and the interrogation, where you try to get them to confess. Now, in the interview stage, the goal is to gauge how truthful the answers you're getting are. The approach is similar to a lie detector test. You essentially start with some basic questions to set a baseline, then move to so-called behavior-provoking questions when you analyze the suspect's verbal and, crucially, non-verbal behavior. This retraining film, for instance, explains how barrier postures like crossing your arms are a sign that you're lying.
The next two illustrations we're going to see, each subject moves into a barriered posture after they were asked the critical question.
Why do you think Bob said he saw you selling marijuana? Hey, come on, how should I know? I mean, who knows why people say things? I sure don't.
Mark, have you ever thought about sexually touching a child?
No. No, seriously. Hold on. First, let's acknowledge those are clearly community theatre actors trying their hardest to convey guilt. And we should give the first actress her flowers because she showed up to that non-union gig ready to work. As for this guy, he's doing a pretty spot-on Kevin Spacey impression there between the facial resemblance, the haircut, and the unconvincing denials of sexual attraction to children. He's really nailing it. And I know that that looks dated, but it's still very much in use.
One minute, guys. I need to grab a screen record or something. Don't worry about what.
Barrier posture.
Come on, how should I know? I mean, who knows why people say things? I sure don't.
Mark, have you ever thought about sexually touching a child?
No. No, seriously. Now, hold on. First, let's acknowledge those are clearly community theatre actors trying their hardest to convey guilt. And we should give the first actress her flowers because she showed up to that non-union gig ready to work. And this guy, he's doing a pretty spot-on Kevin Spacey impression there between the facial resemblance, the haircut, and the unconvincing denials of sexual attraction to children. He's really nailing it. And I know that that looks dated, but it's still very much in use. That video is available for purchase right now on Reed's website. It was $100 and it was not remotely worth it. But there is a big issue with relying on that sort of behavioral analysis, because while Reed claimed that the investigators trained in their technique have shown an average accuracy of 83% in identifying deceptive subjects, the truth is much less impressive, as this retired homicide investigator explains.
The Reed people admit that it's not based on any science whatsoever, just based on their own observations. The real science is,
have you ever thought?
It's baloney. It doesn't work. And when they've done experiments with it, they pretty much show that the accuracy is like flipping a coin. It's 50-50.
Right. It's basically chance. It's got around the same accuracy as a BuzzFeed quiz. Answer 17 questions about pizza and we'll tell you which Gilmore Girl you are. Wait, I'm a Rory? The fuck are you talking about, BuzzFeed? I'm a Lorelei all day. I talk fast, I carry the weight of the world on my shoulders, and God, do I look good in a pea coat. And I have to tell you, Reed and Associates will insist that their interview technique is part of an overall approach that works if you just follow all of the instructions in their 400-page manual to the letter. But this thing is so full of caveats and outright contradictions, you can find support in it for nearly any conclusion that you want to reach. For instance, when it comes to eye contact, it advises that when a person is being less than honest, he may not maintain direct eye contact, but also others may overcompensate by staring. Meaning, if you have eyes, you're basically fucked. And I'm not saying that Reed is the only problem here. There's now a whole industry of consultants who supposedly train cops to spot liars. But it's all bullshit. Years of research has demonstrated that behavioral cues like eye blinking and arm crossing are simply not reliable indicators of deception, which does make sense. People move their bodies in all sorts of ways, whether they are telling the truth or not. In fact, the only truly honest body movement that humans are capable of is when someone accidentally walks through a spider web. That's it. Then, and only then, are your gestures completely truthful and void of pretense of fucking shit. So, thanks to this junk science, police can essentially assure themselves of their own certainties. And if they have decided you are guilty, you're in big trouble, because that is when the interrogation begins. And while they'll say that they are looking for the truth, Reed trains officers to steer the conversation away from anything that's not a confession.
Many guilty people introduce their denials with permission phrases, such as, "Can I say one thing? Would you just listen to me? But sir, if I could only explain." When the interrogator hears those phrases, it's important to interject yourself and stop the person from continuing, because if you let him talk, he'll say the words, "I didn't do it." And the more often a person says they didn't do it, the more difficult it becomes for us to get a confession.
Oh, yes, the telltale signs of guilt. Would you please listen to me? Can I explain? And I'm telling you I didn't do it. And if an investigator is trying to get you to confess, they can grind you down. Interrogations can last from a couple of hours to double digits. One study of false confessions found that they came after an average of 16.3 hours of questioning, which can be utterly exhausting. Innocent people can wind up confessing just to escape the stress of that situation. That was the case with Robert Davis, who at just 18 was suspected of double murder and interrogated for over 5 hours.
What can I say that I did to get me out of this? When will I go home? Huh? When will I go home? Dad, will I go home? Dad. I can't promise you. Look, when you work with me, I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure your mom and we can get you, maybe get you home. Robert, I'm gonna come straight and tell you what I'm getting. All right? Since you're not gonna tell me, you stabbed that woman. You stabbed her, didn't you? What do you think about me telling you this is when we get home tonight? Today, I doubt. Well, then why am I lying about all this too? Just so I can go home? You're not lying. I am lying to you. I am lying to you full front to your face. I am lying to you.
Yeah, he lied about stabbing someone, then immediately admitted that he lied. But by that point, it was too late. He actually went to prison for 13 years before being exonerated. The notion that people crack under pressure and falsely confess really shouldn't be that hard to understand. It's a concept that even children's cartoons get. Because remember that My Little Pony scene from earlier? This is how it continued.
Tell me what you want me to say and I'll say it.
Tell me what you want me to say and I'll say it. I kidnapped the Limburg baby. Is that what you want to hear, you pink psycho? And the thing is, people might assume that even if they falsely confess, they can later recant and the real evidence will prevail and clear them. But that's actually very unlikely, because as soon as the police get a confession, thorough investigations tend to stop. And at this point, I'm going to answer the question that you may have had for a while now. Why don't people just invoke their constitutional right to an attorney? Well, the truth is, approximately 80% waive their Miranda rights and willingly submit to a police interrogation for a number of understandable reasons. Sometimes people think, I don't need a lawyer. I didn't do anything. Or they believe they're only being brought in as a witness and not a suspect. But not having a lawyer makes you incredibly vulnerable because, for one thing, a lawyer might clue you in to an absolutely insane power that police in America have been given by the Supreme Court.
In the United States, a detective can legally lie about the evidence to a suspect. It is lawful for detectives to turn to a suspect and say, you say you didn't do this, but we've got your fingerprints on the murder weapon. Or we have a victim who had hair in her grasp, and we tested the hair, it's yours. Or the shoe prints we found at the scene are yours.
Yo,
or
I gotta do a quick meme. Hold on.
Dankeschön. The authorities in this country have a history of violating human rights.
Shouldn't be your concern, Mr.
Never mind. Never mind. I ain't even making a meme of that shit, dude. This shit is just too fucked up. I was gonna do a Law and Order scene, and a Law and Order SVU scene with you know, a certain somebody doing a certain thing in an interrogation, so to speak. But no. No thanks. Ooh. Yo, who likes Norm MacDonald here? Sorry, I got ADD.
Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news.
The only other guy I think who did it.
I'm sorry. Oh, OJ, my mistake completely. Just, I didn't read it right.
Yeah, the idea with Update was, what if we just like strip away everything that.
Damn it. Where's the OJ clips? Oh, shit.
Folks in a row. I mean, this was an uncomfortable situation for me. OJ had been a friend of mine for 30 years. And I made very clear, talking to Lauren personally, I don't want in any way ever to hold back on this.
But then I got fired.
I was like, well, can't we have this discussion in June? Because making change in the middle of the season is not going to be good. But he was adamant.
You know, Lauren finally acquiesced and made the change. Never understood.
Actually, so this guy right here we were just listening to, we're going to listen to him talk a few years earlier. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's finish this.
And we tested the hair, it's yours. Or the shoe prints we found at the scene are yours. Or that polygraph you wanted to take. You failed it.
It's true. The police in this country can flat out lie to you to make you think you have no choice but to confess. And some of the lies they tell are simply ridiculous. An investigator in Florida told a suspect they had a laser, the kind that you shoot on Star Wars, and with it they could actually lift fingerprints off bodies, a technology that, to be clear, does not exist. Although, having said that, I'm now pretty sure that we're just one bad pitch meeting away from the Star Wars laser getting its own 10-episode series on Disney+. The laser will be voiced by Oscar Isaac and will all come. Now, allowing the police to lie to suspects is crazy. Most countries do not allow it, and for good reason. It is far too powerful a tool. Remember Robert Davis? It might still be hard for you to imagine why he confessed to doing something that he didn't do. But look at what the interrogator was claiming in that room.
There's something that's glass is made of most of human thin skin that can be picked up, DNA. I'm not going to keep you from the worst, Robert. If you don't talk to me, I can't keep you from the worst. Robert, you were there. The evidence shows you were there. The evidence shows I can't lie about the evidence.
I can't lie about the evidence. He lied as he lied about the evidence and did it gesturing with all the theatrical nuance of a high schooler auditioning for A Few Good Men. The overwhelming pressure of a police interrogation, coupled with their ability to invent evidence, can actually make people question their own memories. That happened with Christopher Tapp, who served 20 years in prison for a murder he did not commit and was heavily manipulated during his interrogation.
I wasn't there. I think you sounded to me like I was there.
The police told me a few times if there was something that horrific, you would definitely hide it and it'd go in your subconscious.
Just like me. Some of the early stuff that we see out on the streets, my mind shuts down on me because I don't want to remember.
I started second guessing myself during all this. I started to not believe in myself or who I was.
I don't know. Right now, everything I've been saying, what I think is right in my head, it's been wrong.
That is terrible. And it is more than a little infuriating how that investigator convinces him of doubting his own memory by making it seem like it happens all the time. You half expect him to say, you know how you can't remember if it was the Berenstain Bears or Berenstain Bears? Or if Shaq was in a movie called Shazam, or maybe it was Sinbad and the movie was actually called Kazam. That's what your brain's doing right now, but with murder. Brains are weird, huh? All these tactics are incredibly manipulative and they work especially well on certain people. Research shows false confessions were a factor in 34% of cases in which children were wrongly convicted and a stunning 69% of cases in which people with mental illness or intellectual disabilities were later exonerated. And look, there are some limits on what police can do. Some judges won't allow a confession if the police promised you leniency in exchange for it. But many cops walk right up to that line by suggesting a confession might reduce prison time or spare you the death penalty. You just saw that happen with Robert Davis when that officer told him he could keep him from the worst. Also, police are told not to feed you information about the crime that is not publicly available, as it's obviously damning for a jury to hear that you knew details only the guilty party would know. But that happens all the time too. One study of DNA exonerations found that 94% of false confessions were contaminated by allegedly inside information. And the thing is, even if police engage in these tactics, crucially, the jury may only see the confession, not the interrogation that led up to it. Only 30 states require the recording of interrogations at all. And in the rest, it's up to the police, who might only record the confession. That's it. And you just cannot get the full story from seeing one short clip. Imagine if the only clip that you'd ever seen of the show One Tree Hill was this.
Dr. Jameson called attention to 5 people. Dr. Castor, PPR. Dr. Castor, PPR. There's Henderson to the meeting. There's Henderson.
Do you want to know what One Tree Hill is about? It's about a high school basketball team. You'd have no way of knowing that from that clip. All you would know is that it contained the most perfect 20 seconds of television that has ever existed. The problem with police interrogations right now is the same problem that we have with policing at large. They're emboldened to act however they'd like in a system where they hold an undue amount of power with very few protections for civilians, especially the most vulnerable. Because there can be little to no consequences for extracting a false confession. Just listen to this man, who was a 19-year-old former special education student at the time of his arrest for raping and murdering a woman. After being interrogated over the course of 4 days, including, fun fact, 2 polygraphs conducted by Reed and Associates, he confessed under pressure and spent nearly 20 years in prison until finally being exonerated by DNA.
All the officers that worked on my case, as well as state's attorneys, they've all retired with pension, full pension. There was no repercussion, no retribution, no criminal charges, nothing. They actually exceeded in their job. They retired as captains, majors, lieutenants. The state's attorney, Michael Waller, retired, and they gave him a plaque for good job.
That is maddening. That state attorney certainly doesn't deserve a good job plaque unless it came with another drop-down plaque that read, "At fucking up innocent people's lives, you monumental asshole." And while I've spent tonight showing you people who were exonerated, there are still many incarcerated people fighting convictions that have every hallmark of a false confession, like Brendan Dassey from making a murderer who was 16 when he confessed to a murder that he could not describe, and Melissa Lucio, whose incredibly manipulative interrogation we featured in our wrongful convictions piece, and who is set to be executed in just 10 days. So what can we do? Well, we should absolutely require all interrogations be recorded in their entirety so juries have the full context of what happened in that room. We should also make it illegal for police to lie to suspects, because it is madness that they're currently allowed to do that. And there's actually a growing movement for some reform here. These 3 states have now banned police from lying to juvenile suspects, and New York has introduced legislation that would ban lying to all suspects and require courts to evaluate the reliability of confession evidence before allowing it to be used. And that should be adopted absolutely everywhere. And if you're thinking, well, hold on, John, How will investigators get guilty people to confess if they can't intimidate or lie to them? Well, not to be a total bitch, but their job is literally to investigate, so maybe they could try doing some of that. So you can productively interrogate someone without lying to them. The UK now uses something called the peace method, where they ask open-ended questions and let the suspect give their own account. And I am not saying that that system is perfect. It clearly isn't. Among other things, they still haven't gotten the Queen to confess to killing Diana on camera, but it's at least a start. And in the meantime, there's actually a lot of cultural conditioning regarding police interrogations that we need to start undoing. Because think about it. How many dramas have you seen on TV where roughing up the bad guy led to solving the crime? How many shows have there been where the bad guy seemed guilty and the officer's gut feeling was confirmed by the end of the episode? Our misconceptions about police interrogations have been hammered in by crime dramas, and they've been hammered in deep. And perhaps one small way to help undo that damage is for shows to present a slightly more accurate picture of what can really happen in that room.
This fall, meet two tough cops, expert interrogators.
Knock, knock.
Who won't take no for an answer.
You son of a bitch. You guilty, you dirty rat bastard.
What are you talking about?
You know what we're talking about. The murder in the alley.
I didn't do it.
No fucking way.
I can't hear.
A Target 12 investigator is exclusive. For years, he lived a life of secrets and risks. He was a confidential informant for the Providence police. And tonight, he's speaking out.
I spend a lot of time alone, changing my phone numbers.
Bro, this dude built like
Always looking
MRE.
behind my back, wondering what's going to come next.
He says he's worn hidden cameras, gone inside drug operations, even been assaulted by dealers he's trying to put in prison, all for the Providence Police Narcotics Unit. It's a dangerous life, especially for someone who's not a cop. But tonight, this man is taking another risk, risking his safety to share his story with you. Target 12 investigator Tim White is here now with the exclusive details.
In a moment, you'll hear why this man took the risk to speak out. In the wake of the state police sting Operation Deception, the role of confidential informants has come under scrutiny. Now there's former tipsters coming forward to give us an inside look at informants and their handlers. I am the subject. What's your status? Ready to go. The world of criminal informants is certainly not squeaky clean. Generally, civilians willing to wear a wire and bust bad guys are trying to get out of trouble themselves. Do you have a criminal record?
Yes, I do.
Is that how you got started?
Yes, originally that's how I got started.
This criminal informant says he was trying to make a wrong right when he got involved with the Providence Police Narcotics Unit. He says he worked for them for years, mainly buying drugs off suspected dealers.
Crystal meth, heroin, cocaine, pills, Vicodin, whatever.
Usually while wearing a hidden camera. Were you ever scared?
Only when I'm physically grabbed by the subjects.
That's happened?
Oh, yeah. It's, they grab me. If I don't do something right away as retaliation, a lot could happen.
Like getting made as a police informant. He says it almost happened a few times, but luckily he came out unscathed. He says his handler was always close by, ready to respond. The informant says he was given cash to buy dope by detectives, and if successful, he was paid in cash for his work. When you first started with them, did they ever have you sign anything?
Not at first. When I first started, I think the procedures were different then. Maybe because I had my back against the wall.
He says over the years, things have tightened up inside the narcotics unit.
I signed a contract which states I will not break any laws. I will not do anything illegal.
Which brings us to Operation Deception. Providence Police Narcotics Detective Joseph Calandruano is accused by the Attorney General's office of allowing his informant, Albert Hamlin, to run a lucrative cocaine dealing operation. Prosecutors say the handler got too close to the informant. Did you ever meet Detective Joseph Calandruano?
Sure.
What was your impression?
Intimidated.
Did what happened surprise you?
I think what happened hurt me.
Why?
It kind of hurts a little inside knowing that here I am. I've made mistakes in my life, and I'm trying to make up for them right now. He's a man who has the power to do that, to make things right. And he threw it away. Allegedly, he threw it away.
The informant says the vast majority of those in the narcotics unit are good detectives, but he can see where a relationship could get too close and open both up to risk.
A tip here, a tip there. It's just how it starts. And then they end up squeezing information out of the police that they can sell on the street and pass around. That's just wrong.
What about for drug dealers that might be looking to knock off competition? Could this be
Oh, it could be a big bonus as a help out.
He says he hopes the end result of Operation Deception won't tear apart the narcotics unit, but the allegations have him worried, concerned that he and other informants, past and present, could be exposed as the case plays out. An identity he's kept secret for years.
It's a long time to keep yourself hidden, too, and not let it out or get caught up there.
So why are you doing this interview then?
Because I want the public to know that not every police officer is bad, and neither is every informant.
The Attorney General's office tells us Albert Hamlin did sign a contract to work with the narcotics unit as an informant. And as we now know, his brother and co-defendant Robert Hamlin is a patrolman with the department. Tomorrow, this investigation continues. We reveal how much the Providence police spent on informants in 2009. With the Target 12 investigators, Tim White, Eyewitness News.
And if you want to read the Providence Police Department's policies on confidential informants for yourself, you can log on to our website. There you can even compare Providence's guidelines on informants to those used by the FBI. Just head over to foxprovidence.com and click on Target 12.
Interesting.
Number 9, Rachel Hoffman. During a routine traffic stop in Tallahassee, Florida in 2007, a new college graduate named Rachel Hoffman was caught with over 5 ounces, 142 grams of cannabis, and a handful of ecstasy pills. To avoid prison, she agreed to work off the charges by acting as a police informant against others in the drug scene. As part of the operation, Hoffman was tasked with trying to buy a large amount of ecstasy and cocaine and 2 handguns with $13,000 cash. It was an out-of-character buy for the young woman, but the authorities asked her to do it anyway. Hoffman went to the cellar with 2 undercover police officers that were tasked with acting as her security. The suspects changed the location last minute, and the undercovers tried warning her not to follow them, but she didn't get their message thanks to technical difficulties. So she went with the suspects in a stolen car, and her handlers lost track of her. Just a few minutes later, one of the suspects shot her execution style with one of the guns she was trying to buy. The suspects, Daniello R. Bradshaw and Andrea Jabbar Green, were soon convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. But the Tallahassee Police Department also came under fire for their botched sting operation. Many blamed them for the avoidable loss of life, just as much as the killers themselves. Consequently, new legislation called Rachel's Law now requires law enforcement agencies in Florida to provide special training to officers working with confidential informants. Number 8, Christopher Dean. In October 2016, members of Atlanta's gangster Disciple Street Gang found out that 33...
Sorry, I'll play this in a sec. Yo, what's the dude who played John Connor in Terminator 2, bro? He looks like ass, bro.
Were you ever intimidated with people that you were working with? Did you ever get nervous around people? Like when you met James Cameron?
Obviously Terminator, because I had never done anything like that. And Arnold was huge at that point.
Was he nice?
Arnold's the best, dude. Arnold's the best. And Jim Carrey.
Dude looks weird as fuck. The same dude from American History X.
In October 2016, members of Atlanta's gangster Disciple Street Gang found out that 33-year-old Christopher Dean acted as a police informant in his past. Feeling betrayed and threatened, 5 gang members lured him to a home in Atlanta for what he thought was going to be a drug sale. Got there, they tortured him for at least an hour, beating him severely with a crowbar and a 2x4 to show that being a snitch wasn't tolerated. The gang then shot Dean twice in the back of the head before calling over 2 other members who were supposed to clean up the crime scene and dispose of the victim's body. After witnessing the horrifying condition of Dean's remains, the pair stuffed him into the trunk of a car and left it parked outside a local gas station, instead of getting rid of it the way they were supposed to. Police discovered Dean's body in the trunk and ultimately linked all 7 suspects to murder. At least 5 of the gang members were convicted of the killing and sentenced to life in prison without parole, including Christopher Lockett, Xavier Gibson, Cortez Clark, Joshua Rooks, and Jasper Green. Number 7. Heidi Allen. 18-year-old Heidi Allen was working as a convenience store clerk in New Haven, New York, when she suddenly vanished without a trace on Easter morning in 1994. Authorities believe Heidi was kidnapped and that she's most likely dead, but her body was never recovered, and her fate has stayed a mystery. To this day, the Oswego County Sheriff's Department and the FBI consider her a missing person. Among the many questions surrounding Heidi's disappearance is whether she was a confidential informant when she went missing. Despite unknown details, prosecutors concluded that a man named Gary Thibodeau, the last person to see Heidi alive, was responsible for whatever happened to her. He was convicted of the alleged crime in 1995, and yet the case has remained under investigation ever since. Law enforcement claim the case is open because they want to find Heidi's body, not because they have any doubt on who's responsible. But Thibodeau maintained his innocence until his death in 2018. In 2015, his lawyer speculated that Heidi's disappearance had something to do with her being a drug informant. They even claimed that the sheriff's refusal to hand over documents on Heidi's status affected their ability to properly defend Thibodeau. Sadly, many details about the case remain shrouded in mystery, including things authorities could reveal if they were willing to do so. Whether Heidi was a drug informant and whether or not it contributed to her disappearance is still unclear. Number 6. Informant number 913. Guillermo Eduardo Ramirez Pero, or informant number 913, was a Mexican drug informant for American authorities back in the year 2000. Law enforcement immediately noticed that Guillermo, or Lalo, was different from their typical informant. Lalo was well-dressed, respectful, and eagerly gave up information without hesitation, and he wasn't looking to cut a deal either, since he wasn't in legal trouble. Former U.S. Immigration and Customs agent Raul Bencomo later told National Public Radio that the intel the informant provided came from the higher ranks of the cartel that he worked for. The information was so reliable that he helped authorities take down a corrupt customs agent and an international cigarette smuggling ring. In fact, according to Bencomo, the feds couldn't keep up with the amount of reports Lalo submitted. Authorities learned the hard way that Guillermo was just as much a participant in illegal activity as he was an informant. Until then, they didn't realize that he was playing both sides of the coin, and they would soon realize that drug smuggling was on the milder end of Lalo's illegal activities. Lalo accompanied his boss, a high-ranking drug kingpin, and several others on an 8-month brutal kidnapping, torture, and killing spree. His superiors on the legal side of things kept him on their payroll, even though his participation in crimes was unacceptable under official protocol. Former DEA Special Agent Phil Jordan accused several ICE agents of giving Lalo a license to kill and for failing to share their intel with Mexican authorities, which they should have done in the first place. He said that every rule and regulation revolving around informants was broken with Lalo. For 6 years after the murders, ICE officials refused to speak on the case at all. At least a dozen bodies were found at the location where Lalo's worst crimes were committed, nicknamed the House of Death. U.S. authorities insisted it was an isolated incident. Mexican officials had a hard time looking past the ordeal and the broken trust that came with it. Number 5. Andrew Sadek. While going to college in North Dakota in 2013, Andrew Sadek was arrested on felony charges for selling marijuana. He faced years in prison, so he agreed to be a confidential informant for the Southeast Multi-County Agency Narcotics Task Force, or SEMCA, in exchange for getting his charges dropped. Sadek's work as an informant started with several controlled buys from dealers around campus, but he disappeared suddenly one day in 2014, and nobody knew what happened to him until 2 months later, when his body was found in Minnesota's Red River with a gunshot wound to the head. Police concluded that Sadek must have taken his own life to escape his obligations as an informant, but the young man's family believes he was likely murdered. He didn't leave behind a goodbye or suicide note, and his backpack was filled with rocks, which seemed to his loved ones like he was met with foul play. State authorities investigated Sadek's suspicious death at his mother's request, but ruled that there was nothing strange about it. But the family was successful in their campaign to pass Andrew's Law, which ended mandatory drug sentencing and increased the amount of drugs a suspect had to be caught with in order to be charged under law with dealing. They also introduced new provisions
Yeah, I think
meant
this
to
kid got
protect
caught with like an
confidential
8.
informants.
They fucking...
Number 4, Susan Cooper. After being arrested on federal drug charges in 2016, Susan Cooper from Arkansas agreed to become an informant to reduce her legal consequences. She provided investigators with information that led them to a meth dealer named Samuel Sherman, who also agreed to cooperate with police. But the information he gave wasn't enough to help his case, and he still faced a significant amount of time behind bars. Angry about the mess he was caught up in and at the person he thought got him into it, Sherman called a friend, Donald Bill Smith, who was also a meth dealer and had a history of selling drugs, to Susan's sister-in-law, Rachel Cooper. Sherman, Smith, and Rachel Cooper worked together to make a deal with Susan, who thought she was going to trade some hydrocodone.
That's the worst thing you could say about someone on this genre. Worst fucking thing you could say. God damn, you're ruthless, buddy.
Pills for meth. Rachel picked Susan up and drove her to the drug deal. When they got there, Smith came out and shot Susan times. He pulled her out of the car as Rachel panicked and sped off, seemingly unaware that the plan all along had been to murder the girl. Her body remained missing until 18 months later, when another informant told detectives that Smith had forced her to help bury Susan in a secluded pasture. Smith and Sherman were convicted on multiple charges, including conspiracy to cause witness tampering, resulting in death. They were each given life in federal prison. Number 3, Valentine Brokesmith. 46-year-old Valentine Brokesmith was a musician by day and an informant by night, and he wasn't an ordinary snitch either. He had some seriously high-ranking intel, earning him favor among the United States top intelligence authorities. In early 2021, he turned over a stash of secret documents about Deutsche Bank to the FBI. The files were reportedly about the financial institution's money laundering ties with Russia and the activities of former US President Donald Trump. Brokesmith reportedly accessed the info using email passwords belonging to his late stepfather, a former Deutsche Bank executive who committed suicide in 2014. The elder Brokesmith left behind a note detailing how he had failed to cover up fraud on the bank's behalf. New York Times business investigations editor David Enright later described the younger Brokesmith as a routine drug abuser who desperately wanted to be the center of attention and feel like he mattered, which was perhaps what motivated him to become an informant in the first place. In 2020, not long after he submitted the damning documents, Brokesmith's car was found abandoned in Los Angeles. Based on its contents, it seemed as if he was homeless, but Brokesmith himself was nowhere to be found. The man's body was discovered dead a year later inside a local high school. Authorities said there were no signs of foul play, but they offered few details regarding the mysterious circumstances of his death, leaving the rest of the world wondering whether the troubled musician's activities as an informant contributed to his downfall. Number 2, David Foley. While working as a confidential informant for the Rockford Police Department in Winnebago County, Illinois back in 2020, David Foley purchased cocaine from 25-year-old Preston Scott. Months later, he was found dead next to his car with several gunshot wounds. It wasn't long before investigators focused their sights on Scott, who was probably motivated to kill Foley thanks to the victim's status as an informant. After an investigation, Scott was charged in connection to 7 different murders, including Foley. He had an outstanding warrant in a drug case when authorities apprehended him for David's murder, and he was found guilty in late 2022. In light of the senseless tragedy, Rockford Police Chief Dan O'Shea reminded the public that the agency wasn't about to back down, but that it instead would step up its efforts to hold suspects responsible for selling illegal drugs and contraband. According to the most recent update, Scott was still awaiting sentencing. He faces up to 85 years in prison for the murder charge, as well as 14 years for being a felon in unlawful possession of a weapon. Number 1. John Dowry Jr. After he was arrested in 2004 on several gun and drug charges in East Baltimore, 38-year-old John Dowry Jr. faced over a decade behind bars. To avoid a lengthy prison sentence, he decided to become an informant in a federal murder case. The feds eventually lightened up on Dowry's restrictions. They excused him from jail time and let him go to rehab instead. He was also allowed to continue working. But Dowry's fresh start was interrupted when he came home from his factory job in 2005. He was waiting outside for his girlfriend to unlock the door of their apartment when 2 men approached him from behind and shot him. Dowry ran, but the gunman continued firing, landed 6 shots on him. He eventually got inside his home and collapsed onto the floor. Miraculously, surgeons were able to save Dowry's life, but the near-death experience made him realize that people knew he was a snitch and that his life was in grave danger. So he left the area and maintained a low profile until Thanksgiving 2006, when he returned to East Baltimore to spend the holidays with his family. During the celebration, Dowry stopped at a convenience store. He was in there for just a few minutes before he was shot dead. After finally persuading witnesses to talk, authorities charged drug traffickers Melvin Gilbert and Darren Good with the man's murder. They were both sentenced to life without parole. Thanks for watching. Would you rather live knowing that you didn't turn in a dangerous criminal or become an informant at the cost of your own safety? Let us know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe. See you soon. Bye.
Save this for another time.
It was the trial of the century, but the questions remain unanswered until now. Who killed Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman? Did O.J. Simpson get away with murder, or was someone else guilty of the crime? Join us as we explore the facts about the murders, the different theories, and the case against O.J. Simpson. It's June 12th, 1994. O.J. Simpson's daughter has a dance recital in the evening. Before he sets off, he asks his house guest, Brian Cato Kalin, to set him up on a date on the following Tuesday. Nicole...
My former name is Joseph Moore. I was a confidential informant for the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force from 2007 to 2017. If the KKK had a target, it would be me.
For a period spanning 10 years, Joe Moore, a married father of 3, lived a secret double life as an FBI informant, a key asset in the agency's effort to investigate the Ku Klux Klan. Moore helped the federal government foil at least 2 murder plots in Florida, according to federal agents who testified in court. He was also an active informant when the FBI exposed Klan members working as law enforcement officers in Florida at the city, county, and state levels. But now Moore is speaking publicly for the first time because he says his life and that of his family may be under threat by the KKK and the men he helped take down.
Well, the main reason is to get this information out to the general public before something does happen to me. We live in a constant state of danger. Bye-bye, son. You have a good day. So,
understand there is a difference between a confidential informant and a cooperating witness. In our class specifically, Flipping Informants, it is not a class on cooperating witnesses. Someone that agrees to be a witness is someone that is prepared to go to the mat to testify at the end of the day. Confidential informants are people that stay in the shadows, that feed information to proactive police officers, that give information that could help change someone's life. At the end of the day, these street cops need to go out and corroborate what the confidential informant is saying before they take any action. They have to observe things happen, articulate what happened, and then take action. They cannot take action just based upon what that confidential informant said alone. Understand there is a difference between a
All right. Where they confidential informants, case law for cops, reasonable suspicion.
New Mexico police officers got a brand new case from the New Mexico Supreme Court. It's a mammoth, 35 pages, but it deals with two important search and seizure topics, very unique to New Mexico law. I'm going to tell you what you need to know about this new case in this episode of the podcast coming up. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Tactical In-Service Podcast. I'm attorney Eric Scramlin. Of course, this is a podcast for law enforcement where I break down training topics and case law to help you, the law enforcement community, stay up on the law. Today, I'm doing an episode on a brand new case. The case is State of New Mexico versus Francisco Javier Granados. This is a recent case just released about a week or two ago from the New Mexico Supreme Court. It's not new case law, but it is a reminder of some subtle differences. And
interesting. Interesting.
When we talk about informants, there's really two types. The first is private citizens who happen to pass along the information to the police. So if I call the police and basically tip them off that I'm aware that my neighbor is selling cocaine, that would make me an informant. But the second type of informant is somebody who's actually working for the police or at the direction of the police in order to go out and find and generate information on a regular basis. Now, these are often called narcs or snitches. The term that police use is confidential, reliable informant. And the fact is that every day, police use information that they've gathered from informants in order to conduct searches of homes and cars and businesses and bank accounts and computers. The problem is that a lot of these so-called confidential, reliable informants are really not reliable at all. A lot of them are junkies, career criminals, people who are working off their own cases by cooperating with the police. And many times these informants will tell the police whatever they want to hear, often very bogus information. And frankly, sometimes the police outright lie about their informants. Sometimes they'll go to the judge in order to try to get a search warrant, and they'll tell the judge, oh yeah, we've got this confidential informant who has seen the suspect selling heroin on 4 occasions, and the judge will sign the warrant. But the reality is there is no informant at all. The police are just making this up in order to get their warrant. Now, in these situations,
but what about informants? Police use informants to gather evidence in many different types of criminal cases. Informants provide information that is used to make arrests, obtain search warrants, and other elements of police investigations. However, informants have been known to supply information to police that is mistaken or even made up. Informants are oftentimes individuals with criminal records themselves and may not provide reliable information. Even worse, they may make up information to get out of their own pending criminal cases. Because information provided by informants is sometimes questionable, the defense lawyers of the Kavanoki law firm work hard to challenge aspects of your criminal case that rely on informant information. Criminal cases sometimes hinge on the input of confidential informants, also called CIs. Confidential informants supply information in exchange for money or consideration in their own cases. Police also have confidential, reliable informants, individuals who are believed to have provided reliable information to investigators in the past, and they're expected to do so in the future. Information provided by confidential, reliable informants may appear to be more difficult to impeach, but can still be challenged effectively. Police investigations can also be triggered by citizen informants, such as neighbors who report signs of criminal activity. Our defense lawyers thoroughly investigate any reports made by citizen informants to determine whether the information was reliable. Even though the United States Constitution
Hi, this is Jack Razmich with Razmich and Delamater. Today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about confidential informants. Confidential informants are civilians who cooperate with the police in the investigation, arrest, prosecution of suspected criminals. Now, you should not confuse a confidential informant with an anonymous tipster. An anonymous tipster is usually a civilian who sees that there's a request for information and calls into the police, or sees something they suspect is a crime and they call the police that way. Confidential informants are directly working with the police to gather evidence. Now, there are two types of confidential informants. The first type of confidential informant is an individual who's been accused of committing his or her own criminal offense and is working with the police in order to avoid being charged with that crime. The second type of confidential informant is the type of confidential informant that works specifically for money. They're paid for providing information to the police. Confidential informants are usually used in drug cases. What will happen is a confidential informant will work with the police. They'll receive marked money from the police officer, and they'll conduct what's known as a controlled buy, which is a type of buy where the police are setting up this drug deal specifically for the purposes of getting information leading to an arrest. Because of the potential for retaliation against confidential informants, there are a couple areas of the law where confidential informants are treated differently than other witnesses. For example, under normal circumstances, if a witness fails to appear in court and testify, they can't actually use that testimony against you. But because of the concern with retaliation, the law does allow, under certain circumstances, for a police officer to testify about what the confidential informant would have to report. Usually, to be able to qualify, the police officer needs to keep the confidential informant under constant surveillance, which can be either visibly watching the informant conduct the drug transaction, or alternatively, if the confidential informant is wearing a wire or a camera of some type, that'll usually satisfy the live testimony requirement as well. Now, sometimes people who are arrested in low-level drug offenses are given the opportunity to work as confidential informants by the police officer. My personal advice is that you not do that, and there's a couple of reasons for it. First, with it being a low-level offense, and especially...
Hello, this is criminal defense investigator Paris London. I'm coming on today to give you your Friday's tips. Today's tip is about a confidential informant. I don't know if this is going to be a 2 or 3-part series, but this is the first part. If you have a case involving a confidential informant, the first thing that you need to do is obtain a copy of the affidavit that the agent or the police officer filled out that he gave to the magistrate to get the warrant for the subject's arrest that he's trying to arrest. Inside of that affidavit is several things. The agent is going to allege that how long he's known the confidential informant. He's going to say if the confidential informant was involved in any buy-bust operations or controlled buys. He's going to talk about what other cases the confidential informant have been involved in, his reliability. He's going to talk about that the confidential informant has provided substantial assistance in other cases. He's going to talk about the truthfulness of the confidential informant. He's also going to talk about what monies the confidential informant used, what information the confidential informant provided to him regarding the subject that he's investigating. It's just a plethora of things that will be involved inside of the affidavit that you need to scrutinize. One of the other things that you really need to pay attention to specifically is what information the confidential informant had provided about the subject. Now, the agent is filling out an affidavit trying to get a warrant from the magistrate, but he's going to also include inside of that affidavit the specific information that the confidential informant provided to him regarding the subject. So this is just your Friday's tips. You have a nice weekend. If you need any investigation done regarding a confidential informant, you can reach us at mypi.agency, or you can give us a call toll free 877-202-8787, or you can reach us at any platform on social media at mypi.agency. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's see. Ooh.
Hello, I'm Michael Horowitz, Inspector General for the U.S. Department of Justice. Today, our office released a report on ATF's management and oversight of confidential informants. We found that while ATF's policies were generally aligned with the Attorney General's guidelines for confidential informants, its oversight of the Confidential Informants Program required significant improvement. One of the most serious deficiencies we identified in the program was how ATF stored and managed its information about confidential informants. We found that critical program information was highly compartmentalized and often kept only in hard copy, and the system ATF used to store electronic information was unsophisticated. As a result, ATF could not efficiently obtain accurate and complete information about its program as a whole, and therefore it could not manage the program efficiently or judge the overall value of informants. Similarly, we found that ATF could not easily identify and track total payments made to individual informants. That's a problem for many reasons, including that providing complete and accurate payment information to prosecutors is critical to ensuring that the government meets its disclosure obligations in criminal cases. ATF also did not keep reliable information about some of its higher risk informants. This included foreign national informants, whom ATF can sponsor for temporary legal status in the United States. In fact, we could not even determine how many foreign confidential informants ATF had sponsored. Without more reliable information, we do not think it possible for ATF to ensure appropriate coordination with the Department of Homeland Security. Finally, we found that ATF did not adequately manage its process for conducting mandatory reviews of higher risk confidential informants, and therefore was not able to ensure that it had provided the level of oversight that is required by the Attorney General guidelines. This is the second time in less than a year that my office has identified serious concerns about the management and oversight.
This is just fucking audio or just video shit. So give me a sec. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry. It's annoying as shit. Where? Let's see. Where is... Got that, got that. Got that.
Number one, never, ever, ever do anything illegal with somebody who just got busted. As a narcotics officer, I was able to roll almost everybody. There were only 3 people I wasn't able to turn into the informant. I could flip your mama, your daddy, your cousin, your brother, your sister, all of them. As a current criminal defense expert witness, sometimes I have my client on the phone who was freshly busted, and they don't realize it, but their brother next to them is the informant. So never, ever, ever, ever do business with somebody who just got busted. It's so easy for the police to squeeze somebody down and threaten them with 50 years in prison and taking their children and losing their job. So if somebody comes to you and wants to buy cannabis and they just got busted, they might be an undercover. Number 2, be leery of anybody close to you that's trying to introduce you to a stranger for the purposes of selling them cannabis. That stranger is usually an undercover cop. So if your friend comes to you and wants stranger A or stranger B to buy cannabis from you, no, don't do it. A might be an undercover. Number 3, and this is where it gets tricky. You must get the backstory of any person you're going to do something illegal with. In undercover school, I was taught to use a cover story that closely relates to my life. For instance, when I worked undercover, my cover story was the truth. I'm from East Texas. I worked on farms. I'm a country boy, somewhat educated. If I went into the hood and tried to act like one of them and talk like one of them, they would figure it out. So ask detailed questions about the person's background. They will have to lie to cover that they're an undercover cop. And if you ask the right questions, you will catch them in that lie. If you see any fictions in their story, don't mess with them. They might be an undercover. Number 4, if they're buying drugs but not doing drugs, they might be an undercover. Undercover police are not allowed to use drugs while they're working. However, some of them break that rule and they'll snort that line of cocaine or smoke that joint with you. But widely, undercover officers do not use drugs, and their main excuse for wanting to buy drugs from you is they're getting it for a girlfriend, or they're getting it for some girls they have back at the hotel, or they're buying it for their brother. That's a common excuse undercover cops use. So if you meet somebody that's not willing to smoke a joint with you, they might be an undercover. And finally, number 5, there are bust outs that have been happening since this drug war started. A bust out is where an undercover agent goes into a town and starts buying from everybody he can in the community. They stack the buys up, the warrants up, and they wait 6 months or a year and do what's called a bust out, where they run in and run search warrants and arrest 30 people at a time. This always happens with an undercover who's from somewhere else. So if there's a stranger in your town running around buying drugs from everybody, he might be an undercover. Remember to use sophistication when dealing with the police. Never get violent with the police. Peace, love, and never get busted.
All right, where was... Let's see, where was that? All right. Can't believe nobody's done this for it.
There's kind of been this thriving jailhouse informant program in Orange County. You take your high value inmates, you put your snitches together, and then you let them kind of do their work. Do you really think anything favorable to your client has ever made its way out of the jail without serious extraction? They're not handing over things that they have. How often did you guys get information from our clients? Thousands of times. You're getting inside information. You're sitting in our dugout.
Yeah, definitely not playing the Justice Tech Pro shit. Not after what I seen. Not after what I fucking seen. Damn it, there was one.
You may be in that area of the country that I've been to where you have no resource.
So this is a cop. Understanding DUI episode, don't lose hope. Take care of yourself. This is your street cop statement. Blah, 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 blah. Jerry Dobbins. Give me one sec. Chad Robichaud. Proactive, lead the river, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Whatever it takes. Let's see. Searches, case, stolen car, random plates. Looking body language pre-attack. Yeah. Associated paraphernalia. Jesus. Yeah, there's like 900 episodes. I ain't fucking looking through.
You may be in that area of the.
Yo, Chicky, what up, bro? Yo, what the fuck happened at the social club, bro? Should jump on, man. What the fuck? Huh? That's one.
You want to be able, when you introduce an informant or anything like that, and I'm telling you guys from my experience with, from running informants, etc., you always want to introduce your informant and or the agent or whoever is playing the undercover role as someone who's in a position of authority that can actually move money or be of use to the people that you're dealing with. You don't want to go ahead and be like, oh yeah, here's my informant. He's a grunt with the fork. Like they're going to be like, oh, we don't do business with you. We need to go ahead and talk to a decision maker that can actually pay us or facilitate something for real that's worth our time. So it's very important that you have an image, you stick to the said image, and you're in a position where when you deal with the criminal, you're able to add value, which is hilarious saying it from that perspective. But that's really what it comes down to. That's how you're able to have the most negotiating power to put yourself in a position where you're able to effectively run that undercover role.
What is an informant? An informant is a person who furnishes useful material about illegal activities to law enforcement and other agencies. Law enforcement agents may plant informants or recruit people from within a criminal organization or community to become sources, depending on the situation and their needs. In exchange for providing information, this person receives immunity from prosecution for any activities he engages in while working for law enforcement, and may receive leniency for prior crimes as well. Related is a jailhouse informant, a person who talks to law enforcement or attorneys about other prisoners in the hopes of a reduced sentence. The practice of using informants is ancient and sometimes controversial. Law enforcement organizations rely on sources of internal information for major investigations. Often, insiders can allow officers to cast a wider net, catching people at the head of a criminal organization, as well as street-level operatives.
Can't stand that
This
voice.
video is for educational and entertainment use
Photo
only.
Tuesday,
The views in this
busted
video do
criminal.
not necessarily represent the views or life of Marlon Dixon.
So it is a gamble. No matter which way it goes, it's a gamble. You plead guilty and then you get them tally on their side, they won. You still going to jail for something they might not have enough evidence to actually convict you of. You go to court and you gambling that you might get more time. That's just how it is with these informants. Welcome back to the Audio Kingpins YouTube channel where we talk about confidential informants. If it's your first time to the video, watch and like so you can beat that YouTube algorithm. Consider subscribing and hit the bell if you like this information. And we're back with the Snitching book, Criminal Informants and the Erosion of American Justice by Alexandra Nadopoff. And I'm going to chapter 8 called Reform. And I want to read two things because I'm unable to read both of them to you because one of them is on literally like both pages. So I'm on page 193 in the Reform chapter 8. Listen to this. I'm gonna read two things, but I'm only gonna show you one. But they both go together, so just listen. These state discovery reforms are limited in the sense that they apply only when the defendant has chosen to go to trial, namely in a small subset of cases.
Pay attention.
No such disclosure requirements are triggered if the defendant decides to plead guilty, and under United States versus Ruiz, prosecutors are not constitutionally obligated to disclose impeachment material to pleading defendants. Indeed, the government often sweetens plea deals precisely in order to avoid disclosure of its informants. Let me break that down. When they say they namely go to trial and they saying in a small subset of cases, I told you with the feds, they got a 97, 98 conviction rate. All them cases is not going to trial. They literally are pleading. You're going to plea out. When you plea out and say, yeah, you guilty, whatever, they offer you 40, but they say, you
go to court, you fuck around, get 40, but we're going to offer you 5 right here. So you can take this 5 right here or try to go to trial and you end up getting 40.
That's why they make the deal so sweet. So because you plead and you say, all right, okay, cool, you pleading guilty, that means they won. That means that's a case that they won. If you don't go to trial, the informants are not going to be discovered because you got to understand your rights. You have the right to see and talk to your accuser, basically. Like, so a person accused you of a crime, you got the right to, to due process and like, hey, who said that I did that? Put them person in front of me so I can see, look at them in the eye and they tell me that I did that. But if you plead guilty to it without going to court, the plea deal, you never see that informant. You never get that informant exposed. And you see how I told y'all in that old video, that the dude went to the informant house and ended up killing him in front of his wife and his children because that other person ended up going to court, I believe. So when the name was read or the story was told, he knew who he was talking to. So he knew who the informant was. Identity revealed. It's that simple. So y'all got to understand that that's how it is, man. The laws say that they do not have to show y'all what they have unless you go on a trial. But you unlikely to go to trial when you.
Hey, damn. If I go to trial, they gonna fuck around and hit me with the 45, 50 years. But shit, they got this little deal right here on the table right now, man. They tell me I'm only gonna do 5. Like shit, that's 35 years off. Like man, shit, I'm gonna be dumb as hell not to take that deal. I'm gonna go ahead and take
They still consider it a win.
You take the deal because it seems like a very sweet deal, but they only making the deal that's sweet so you won't go to court and they have to reveal the informants. Not only do they have to reveal the informants, the prosecution side have to get the defense side all of the evidence that they have. So not just they telling you, oh yeah, we know you did this, we know you did this. They got to show you how they got it. I told you, fruit of the poisonous tree. If they can't produce how they got that information and that evidence and it's not legally obtained, throw it out the window. It's inadmissible. But because you guys don't understand the laws, you wouldn't understand that. So if you did understand that, then you would know, like, hold on, wait, I'm going to court. I'm gonna go ahead and take the trial because it ain't guaranteed that the judge is gonna rule that you're gonna do 40 years. You got to understand, I told you that discretion is crazy. The judge can rule under the 40 years or over the 40 years, but it depends on the guidelines. So this charge right here carries from 10 to 40 years. You might get the lowest of the guidelines because it was your first offense, or they really couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that was you. You're going to get off and the case get dismissed. So it's a gamble. No matter which way it goes, it's a gamble. You plead guilty in it, and then you get them a tally on their side. They won. You still going to jail for something that they might not have enough evidence to actually convict you of. You go to court and you gambling that you might get more time. That's just how it is with these informants. But that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so many informants, because if nobody is going to trial and everybody is pleading out, they don't never have to reveal their informants. So that informant stays active because it hasn't been revealed. Not only do it stay active, it stay whatever area it's in, it can stay in that area until somebody end up discovering that they're informant, and they go on to the next city. That's been going on for decades, like literally, matter of fact, over 100 years, because they've been used. That's just how it is with these informants. Welcome back to the All Girl Kingpins YouTube channel, where we talk about confidential informants. If it's your first time to the video, watch and like so we can beat that YouTube algorithm. Consider subscribing and hit the bell if you like this information. And we're back with the Snitching book, Criminal Informants and the Erosion of American Justice by Alexandra Nadopoff. And I'm going to chapter 8 called Reform. And I want to read two things because I'm unable to read both of them to you because one of them is on literally like both pages. So I'm on page 193 in the Reform chapter 8. Listen to this. I'm gonna read two things, but I'm only gonna show you one. But they both go together, so just listen. These state discovery reforms are limited in the sense that they apply only when the defendant has chosen to go to trial, namely in a small subset of cases. No such disclosure requirements are triggered if the defendant decides to plead guilty, and under United States versus Ruiz, prosecutors are not constitutionally obligated to disclose impeachment material to pleading defendants. Indeed, the government often sweetens plea deals precisely in order to avoid disclosure of its informants. Let me break that down. When they say they namely go to trial and they say in a small subset of cases, I told you with the feds, they got a 97, 98 conviction rate. All them cases is not going to trial. They literally are pleading. You're going to plea out. When you plea out and say, yeah, you guilty, whatever, they offer you 40, but they say, you
go to court, you fuck around, get 40. But we're going to offer you 5 right here. So you can take this 5 right here or try to go to trial and you end up getting 40.
That's why they make the deal so sweet. So because you plead and you say, all right, okay, cool, you pleading guilty, that means they won. That means that's a case that they won. If you don't go to trial, the informants are not going to be discovered because you...
Now, there's another stipulation. Again, if the informant wasn't a direct participant in said crime, and like set somebody up or introduce somebody, they don't have to reveal that person at all.
I understand your rights. You have the right to see and talk to your accuser, basically. Like, so a person accused you of a crime, you got a right to, to due process and like, hey, who said that I did that? Put them person in front of me so I can see, look at them in the eye and they tell me that I did that. But if you plead guilty to it without going to court, the plea deal, you never see that informant. You never get that informant exposed. And you see how I told y'all in that old video that the dude went to the informant house and ended up killing him in front of his wife and his children because that other person ended up going to court, I believe. So when the name was read or the story was told, he knew who he was talking to. So he knew who the informant was. Identity revealed. It's that simple. So y'all got to understand that that's how it is, man. The laws say that they do not have to show y'all what they have unless you go on a trial. But you unlikely to go to trial when you...
Damn. If I go to trial, they gonna fuck around with me with 45, 50 years. But shit, they got this little deal right here on the table right now, man. They tell me I'm gonna do 5. Like shit, that's 35 years old. Like, man, shit, I'll be dumb as hell not to take that deal. I'm gonna go ahead and take it.
You take the deal because it seems like a very sweet deal, but they only making the deal that's sweet so you won't go to court and they have to reveal their informants. Not only do they have to reveal their informants, the prosecution side have to get the defense side all of the evidence that they have. So not just they telling you, oh yeah, we know you did this, we know you did this. They got to show you how they got it. I told you, fruit of the poisonous tree. If they can't produce how they got that information and that evidence, and it's not legally obtained, throw it out the window. It's inadmissible. But because you guys don't understand the laws, you wouldn't understand it. So if you did understand that, then you would know, like, hold on, wait, I'm going to court. I'm gonna go ahead and take it to trial because it ain't guaranteed that the judge is gonna rule that you're gonna do 40 years. You got to understand. I told you that discretion is crazy. The judge can rule under the 40 years or over the 40 years, but it depends on the guidelines. So this charge right here carries from 10 to 40 years. You might get the lowest of the guidelines because it was your first offense, or they really couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that was you. You're gonna get off and the case get dismissed. So it is a gamble. No matter which way it goes, it's a gamble. You plead guilty in it, and then you get them a tally on their side, they won. You still going to jail for something that they might not have enough evidence to actually convict you of. You go to court and you gambling that you might get more time. That's just how it is with these informants. But that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so many informants, because if nobody is going to trial and everybody is pleading out, they don't never have to reveal their informants. So that informant stays active because it hasn't been revealed. Not only do it stay active, it stay whatever area it's in, it can stay in that area until somebody end up discovering that they're informant, and they go on to the next city. This has been going on for decades, like literally, matter of fact, over 100 years, because they've been using informants since 1908. So it's been going on for the last century. They've been relocating people over here, relocating people over there. Once their identity is revealed. So y'all got to really understand, when it comes down to this, they give you these sweet deals, not because they trying to be your friend. And sometimes it's not even because you gave them substantial assistance. They give you a sweet deal because they like, damn, we don't want to show who that is, or we don't want to show who they are, because it's not always one informant that's telling on you. It can be multiple of them sometimes. So when y'all get hip to this knowledge and understand it, y'all will see it's teams of them that's working on you. You out there getting drunk, and it's 5, 10, 15, 20 of them in the club. They all talking to you. You see this bad one, this one bad, that one bad. They all want you in the lights, the smoke, you drinking. You high, you off a yappa, you busting. You doing all that, and the whole time, everybody from the dude that said, I like your shoes.
Hey, bro, you look cool as hell. Let me buy you a drink, bro.
All that, all them informants. It don't matter who talk to you. It don't matter who you get cool with. You got cool with an informant. It don't matter if the whole place is an informant. So that's what I got for y'all in this video, man. I just want y'all to understand that you're not gonna know who them informants is. They hide their identities, because the only how y'all gonna end up revealing it by the Constitution, like they said, United States versus Ruiz. The prosecutors under the Constitution does not have to reveal that stuff. That's why they hit you with sweet deals, so they won't have to reveal it. So now think about how much arsenal the prosecutors have. They got discretion to even start the case.
Jesus.
Then they have discretion to offer you the 5K one downward departure. Then let's say you did get sentenced, they can hit you with the Rule 35 motion to lower your time for you giving them substantial assistance on a different case. Or they can just give you a sweet plea deal, and you like, it's crazy, but it's the law. So y'all just got to understand it. That's why I'm here trying to explain it, teach y'all. So hopefully you guys like what you heard. Consider subscribing to the channel. Make sure you hit the bell, like the video, so we can beat that YouTube algorithm, spread this message out as far as we can. Consider copying some of the All Gale Kingpins merchandise, and donate to the channel. Buy me another book. I love going out here reading these different books, bringing this stuff back to y'all. Like I said, I'm going to law school, so I need help with paying the law school, become that perfect attorney, and do what I got to do. So don't underestimate family, friends, lovers, enemies. Look objectively and watch those closely, because like I told you, first person to kill you, be the last person you thought. See you guys on the next one.
This video is for educational and entertainment use only. The views in this video do not necessarily represent the views or life of Marlon Dixon.
Something feels off, desperate to misgivings of some member, he takes credit for actions in the media. She, liar, shows line with black commitment. He or she is high risk legal action. He or she has bail money and pocket money, but either found to be lying about really serious things like identity, family background, race, and ethnicity. Wants to pre-announcing, advocating legal action, juicy information. Full admission, a person meets the yada yada yada. That's not too helpful. Learning the identity of a confidential informant. Process can't always keep the identity of the informant secret. A defendant who makes good enough showing is entitled to it. You know the story, my boss. Show the criminal and uncovering. The general rule is that the prosecution doesn't have to disclose the identity of a confidential informant. However, this rule has many exceptions. If a criminal defendant can show the importance of a CI's identity to the case, it may be possible to find out who's been talking to the cops. After this is how I get it out in trial. I already knew that, dude. Can I learn? Law firm. Huh. You know what? Motherfuckers want to get lawyers and shit on here. Let's see if we can, definitively describe this shit. You know?
Do you know where the bathroom is?
Second door on the left. Hey, Tubby, how about a little bathroom reading? I have the August 1983 issue of Wrestling World here. There's a terrific article about a wrestler named the Revolting Blob. Gee, you know something? He kind of looks like someone I know.
Where'd you get that?
Oh, I have a subscription. Gee, a bad guy. He threw one opponent out of the ring and hit a bunch of senior citizens. Boy, this wacko looks familiar.
What do I care about some stupid, phony wrestling guy?
My God. In June 1983, he sat on some guy's head and killed him.
It was just a stunt! He was supposed to pinch my leg if he was running short of air!
With this guy sitting on everyone's head and everything, I wonder how he had time to get his teaching degree.
No! No, you can't do that to me.
So you wouldn't want anything to happen that would make him think less of you, right?
Oh.
Max? You ready to cooperate with me?
Yo, don't let JC's innocent looks fool you.
What are you still doing here, old man?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Yeah, the guy's a clown. He's a jerk off. And he lies in everything about his life. So one of the lies was these stories. He was
raised an arch fucking criminal, bro.
Yes, you did.
And a gangster. You kidding me? I could have been made guy if I wanted to.
Agnostic, you still got his back.
You know, I bet you. Besides that fight, that guy never been in this fight in his life.
Oh no, he's a straight out pussy. Never. He's all. If the YouTube world would only know about this fucking clown, you know.
Even when I was just another low-level dog on the streets, I hung out with bigger people, you know, more important people. I had the best connects. I was the craziest when it came to doing violent shit. Stuff.
Come together, right over me.
I got your message, Artie.
You stupid son of a bitch.
You running games here? I want to play.
Sure, Frank, play. You got some balls coming here.
Get up. From here on, nothing goes down unless I'm involved. No blackjack, no dope deals, no nothing. A nickel bag gets sold in the park. I want in. You guys got fat while everybody starved on the street. It's my turn.
You think you're gonna live long enough to spend that money, you fucking hump?
If any of you are tired of getting ripped off by guys like that, you come with me. I'm at the Plaza Hotel. You're welcome. You're all welcome to join.
Chopped it to there. I don't know. That's the same one. So 50 million. Let's. Oh shit. All right, fuck it. I'm gonna choose. Shit. I'm gonna go with this one. I had to reload the JC one. Hopefully it's not like the duplicate one. Oh, dude, I gotta do that. Shampoo is better.
Yeah, see, ethics are, you know, the thing about ethics. That question was not fair. That was not in the reading. I demand a new question.
Take it easy, psycho. You blew it, you lose.
I ought to blow you away, you miserable.
Well, go ahead and do it. Yes?
Get off me!
Man, I'm glad I called that guy.
Oh shit. gotta have some fun.
Your interest-only loan, I think we got a deal.
Hey, fuckers! Welcome to the neighborhood. My name is Craig.
The neighbor is a Nazi?
You guys ever need fertilizer? I've got a lot of it. Close to 80 tons. Hey, folks! How you doing? You're gonna love this neighborhood. Every single house here recycles.
We're done here.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Derek! Sprechen Sie Dick.
Sprechen Sie Dick. Oh shit, did I erase that one? Because it did.
You know, I'll bet you, besides that fight.
No, not that one. I'm looking for this one, maybe?
Just, you know, people, I've seen, the truth is, I had a friend of mine, he was having a one-on-one fight.
No. Damn, I deleted that other one. I guess I had to save room, but I gotta actually delete this one because I got a copyright fucking thing on that. So, no Little Nicky. No Little Nicky videos at all. Fucking bum, man.
You know, a guy dies. Like, when I die, they'll throw 100 bodies on me. You know, and that's just the way it is. You know, it's just something that happens. I mean, my friend Scott.
Yeah, it's just something that, you know, happens. All right, fuck it. I'm just going to see which one of these ones is the one I want. That one too. This one might.
If they only knew what my area knew, that everybody hears.
Nope, not it.
Took his chain right.
Nope. Nice.
Blah 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 blah. Then he looks at Albert.
Not what I want. Not the clip I want.
He gets that strength. He's gonna come.
Damn it.
Want it out of there bad. He don't want to be in the Navy.
Don't worry, Chicky. Nothing. I'm just looking for.
What's even crazier?
I'm looking for a specific.
You know what I mean? You know, he's a 2-cent fucking. He's a fat stick.
This is it. Chop it up. Chop it up. Chop it up. Oh man, actually, I'm gonna do that a little better, you know. But since we were talking about informants,
there's informants every fucking where. I know that even from the drug business. That's why I say, you know, a lot of these guys, they don't realize the people that are still in the street. They don't realize they're talking to rats every day because you don't know everybody that's around. A lot of these guys in the street that I dealt with, I found out a lot of them never even did a controlled buy. They just gave information or, you know, they told tales. So you never even know who's a fucking rat anymore. It's not like there's a label on them. You guys, you know, I'm sure in that life wear wires and every fucking thing else, undetected. How could these guys operate the way they used to?
Okay, shit like that. You say I ratted on somebody. You say I wore a wire, which doesn't even make sense because even if I was a rat, I was a drug dealer. They don't wear wires. Okay, you pull some name out of your ass. I don't know.
Viva Las Vegas.
He's the most dangerous OG on the set. Let me tell you young punks something. I've been down on this hood a long time. I've seen a lot of things. I survived the Watts riots, gang wars. You know how I did it? How? I standing my ground and having my homies watch my back. Word. So don't let nobody mess with your shit. Yeah! And like me, don't let nobody give you no shit. Yeah, old school. Yeah. I'm coming out. Boy, follow you. Come here, boy. Oh, shit.
What did you say, boy?
I said, oh, shoot, Mom. Shoot.
Didn't I tell you to clean your room?
Oh, Mom, come on. The gang needs me. I'm the leader.
Gang? You better get in there and clean that room in the next 10 minutes. Or else you're gonna be walking down the street with 3 shoes. 2 on your feet and 1 in your ass, sucker.
Thank you, Mama.
Oh, fuck. Whatever.
Whoa, this one like that. Frank, did you, were your ears ringing today?
Okay, I'll just dice it up. Splits.
That's it. Smart. No, not because I'm afraid. It's smart. It not.
Split.
That's it. Smart. It not.
Split. Delete.
Not because I'm afraid of what he's gonna do to
Listen, the guy's gonna call the.
Oh, shit.
I'm afraid of what he's gonna do to
Listen,
Oh, this is gonna be too good, dude. Too good. See, I'm giving you guys a sneak peek at this shit, and you shouldn't get shit. What's this one? What's this? Oh, the sneakers one. Gotcha. Hey, donations are, even though there's only 8 of you assholes, and hey,
Come on, hit me before I lose my nerve.
And this is how I met.
Tyler Durden.
But every Saturday night, we were finding something out.
But I mean, there's one specific guy who gave me somewhere around $1,300 last month. One guy! Okay? I'm doing pretty well. I figured out the numbers. I cleared about $6,500 for March. I started talking like DK for March. Does that bother you guys?
The next day.
But, I'm fed up. You know what I'm saying? I had 100 and, I don't know, probably about the same amount as I have now. I made fucking pennies. It's like, come on, guys, what the fuck, man? You weren't watching me right now, and that's something else would be costing you money. Whether it's cable, Netflix, Hulu, Prime, something. So what the fuck? How fucking hard is it? Jesus Christ, a bunch of deadbeats. Donations are welcome, please. Guys, do me a favor. I'm not trying to be a dick, but if a whole lot of you can't donate tonight, can you just put it in the chat so I can end the show and go enjoy my life? I love you all. I don't want to be anybody's friend. I don't give a fuck about having friends on here. I give a fuck about making money.
How the fuck does this? I don't get. How was I doing that shit before? Huh. Whatever. This diced up as much as I need it to be.
I've never had nothing. Right, did you?
Well, anyways. It's story time. It's the mob tube story time, kids. Go sit on the carpet and sit Indian style while we listen to some tall tales.
There's all the rat haters who are cool with 1 or 2 rats. They don't even stand for any fucking thing. When I hated rats my whole fucking life. I taught my daughter. I went to fucking school and flipped out on a teacher because my student in her class, the most well-behaved, so her teacher decided to put her in charge of this group of kids in her class. Okay, she picked like two or three students to each have a little group, and whatever that group does wrong, it's that person's. Yeah, I went to school, to an elementary school, and flipped out on a teacher and said, "You don't tell my fucking daughter to tattletale." Okay, never. I taught her whole life.
Shit. I gotta do it this way. I just thought of that. It's not gonna fucking send. damn it. Things I do for these memes, you assholes. Just need the sound, so I don't care about that. Jesus, even that's too fucking... Whatever. Whatever, man. You know? Whatever.
Realized the place where I spent almost my entire life is rougher and tougher than anything you've ever even fucking seen. Are you kidding me? I've seen crime you couldn't even imagine. I've seen fucking murder.
Murder? Who you murder? Who you? Talking about you flipping shit. What? A burger? Boy, you nervous. You ain't never shot no one in person. You niggas bitches. Where y'all person?
Delete. I guess Chicky got nothing to say about that particular topic.
Like I did back in the old days. I'm not going to say nothing. And then...
What's up there? All right, delete that. Did I say that?
I don't give a fuck about it.
How the fuck did that shit get all backwards?
I don't give a fuck about it. Like I said, no, not because I don't. Guy's gonna call the cops on you. That's all he's. Yeah, I'm gonna do murder charges. I don't know how it works.
Whatever, dude. Actually, no, it should be small enough. No.
Sundays were spent in Newport, Rhode Island on the beach. It was always a race. You know, my grandfather said, all right, everybody get together. We can't do his Cadillac. He'd pull out his peanut can, which we called the pea can, because he would piss in the can on the way if he had to go, because there was 2 or 3 parking spots in Newport, Rhode Island, and they were primo spots. And everybody would want to race to get there, because what would happen is we would go to the kids, you know, cousins, whoever, we'd go play on the beach, do whatever, swim in the ocean. But my grandfather, my cousins, Ray, other guys, they would all stay up on the pavement, cook steaks, play cards, drink beer, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so every Sunday, or probably twice a month, it was, come on, we got to beat them patriarchs to the beach. And so my grandfather would get in the car, we'd leave at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and there he is, lopping his prick out, listening to pecan, because he's got to beat Ray to the beach, because he wants that parking space. That's the only thing they ever argued about, was that parking space. Because it was right next to the fucking porta potties, and it was like 2 feet over.
Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see. Let's see what I got here. I'm looking for something specific, because I know I downloaded some videos that I was like, holy shit, I didn't know I had this. I'm seeing other ones. Oh shit. There we go. What do I got? What's this? Oh God. Yeah, we're not doing that. That whole thing. Can't play that. Is that Scooby Doo? The fuck? What's this? Oh, that's the diddler. What's okay? Hmm. What is this? What is? Oh shit! That's funny. Let's see what else we got. A kid. Park. Damn, I gotta delete a lot of this shit. I wonder if it's a real memory. Wait a minute, dude. Library. Do I, which one? Delete this shit? Yeah. Okay. Which ones did I want to do? Oh shit, that's right. I wanted to do that whole thing with out the music. There it is. There it is. Yeah, there's that whole fucking thing. We'll have some fun with somebody. But who? Who can we have fun with? The Boondock Saints. No, that would. Imply. Unforgiven. The. Yeah, I already got this one. We could have more JC whipping ass. No? Damn. All right, that's the end of that one. What do I got here? I thought I recorded a bit more than that. Maybe not. Viva Las Vegas. Time to bed. Bitch. Who is this?
Urinate on other men for money. What was that?
Oh, yeah, bro. I got it. I got it. Let's delete. Cool. Let's...
It's not a race thing. I believe that society discriminates and disenfranchises you. Subtle. Where am I smoke? This is so disenfranchised. Well, not you in particular. It's not right. You know, like, yes.
Baseball.
I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry if that's what happened here. Okay, if you knew me better, you know my heart was in the right place.
In about 5 seconds, your heart will be in the wrong place.
Or like, that's real.
I'm moving like super fast. I can't even feel my
Get in here. Do you want to know what's good?
Cocaine.
Yeah, it's a second.
I don't think so.
No, it
Sure isn't.
My stomach was bothering me. I had to use the bathroom.
Oh, no fucking way. I got it. Oh, dude. Oh, I got it.
And that was your one.
Oh, I'm gonna have some fun with this one.
Goodwill Hunting.
Goodwill Hunting. That's so hot. Get on. Sounds like there's someone in your trunk. Why don't we let this be our little secret?
Yeah. Turns out my new boss is a twisted old freak.
So who's gonna be the twisted old freak? Eh? All right, how long is this shit? All right, fuck this part. This whole part can get deleted. Delete. Oh, fucker. Hold on. Son of a bitch. Got to split. Delete. 2 minutes. Exactly. That works. That works. Any other movies you'd like to see parodied? Let me know. Or if you've got some character in mind, right? Why not? Let's have some fun. Let's have some laughs.
May I present to you my spy in the Ministry of Defense? Fat bastard.
First things first. Where's your shitter? I've got a turtle head poking egg.
Charming.
I'm not kidding. I got a crap on deck that could choke a donkey. Oh, it's squidgy. Oh, Christ, I'm getting all emotional from it, you know?
Right. Fat bastard, could I have my mojo, please?
Where's my money?
All right, give him his money.
Jesus Christ, he's tiny. I've a bigger chunks of corn in my crap. Wait a minute. He kinda looks like a baby. Come here, I'm gonna eat you! I'm bigger than you, I'm higher in the food chain! Get in my belly! Come on! You're lucky, wee man! Ah!
Can I have a hug?
Dr. Evil, let me make you a deal, all right? You get the motor, you keep your money, and I'll get your baby.
Right.
The fish, I believe the story because I got caught. I was a kid and I got caught with 136 pounds in a backpack.
I know from dealing coke, it was 28 grams in an ounce.
Yeah. How many ounces are in a pound?
How many ounces?
How big is the trunk of
How many
moron?
ounces
You
are in a
dumb or
pound,
just
Fish?
stupid?
Fish, how many ounces are in a
How
pound?
big is...
He doesn't fucking know. Holy shit. What do you know is 28 grams are in an ounce?
How about this?
Fish, you keep burying yourself.
All right. Huh. No. Yep. Huh? Huh? But who? Who? Who are we going to choose for the pick? What a sick bastard. You sick bastard. Let's see. Lots of choices. Too many choices. And the reface shit ain't working, dude. What the fake? The fuck? You know? Shit just needs to. That's somebody else. Somebody else. Ish. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I gotta delete a lot of this shit. How is this shit still in here? Get rid of all that. Apparently not. I haven't used this one yet. That's just some simple shit. Trying to fucking. The servers are down or something.
Hope I'm not interrupting a pajama party, Moni. That's what you ladies do when you're together, right? Pillow fights and the like? You wish you had a dick as big as mine. I am a man of ample girth and length. Ask Moni. If I seem unimpressive in my Wranglers, it's because I'm a grower, not a shower. But trust me, when it's time to show, I grow.
A man I trust, a man with whom I share a his shoulder anytime, anywhere, because his dedication knows no bounds. If there is a man who can get you your shipment on time, it's my guy Glenn. So you can doubt me, you can doubt my services, doubt Glenn.
WellUDo Tiger.
That's $60. Good luck getting it. Hey, I fucking won, Paulie. It's only right you pay me. And for other things, too.
Like what?
Fucking Dom Perignon for everybody in the skybox at the Garden the other night. Check comes, suddenly you're MIA.
Chrissy, you're too fucking worried about what I give you. Worry a little more about what you give me.
Blow me with your lectures, Paulie.
Kid, you wearing a wire?
You fucking crazy?
That's well. Let him down.
He fucking touches me.
Then make it easy on us all. Take him off. Everything.
New York reopened the books, but they also laid it down. Probationary period.
When I was coming up, this would never happen to new-made guys. But too many people are doing a simulcast.
Well, maybe you fuck.
Do me a favor, and don't take it personally.
I said everything.
Go fuck yourself.
Before I was breaking balls. Now you're beginning. I guess you could call that a dick.
Got room for one more if you still want to go to Aspen.
Where did you find that?
Some kid back in town.
You know, Lloyd, just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
Still want to go to Aspen?
Oh, yeah! Okay, let's go, buddy!
Lloyd, no, west! Go west, Lloyd!
Stop or go to the bathroom. Just go, man. Oh. That sure is warm. We're there. Got a little dippy going through the...
There's informants every fucking where. Make a fucking threat, stupid. Go ahead and bring your bitch ass friends and whoever the fuck you want with you. You know where I live. Show up, bitch. Show up. I'll slap the fucking hair right off your head if you even have any. And everybody who's with you, every punk motherfucker you bring with you will get their ass handed to them. I guarantee it. Bring some people. Show up. See the pack of fucking wolves I got with me, the fucking goons that you're all of a sudden surrounded by, and see what comes of it.
Meanwhile, in our universe,
I got beat up by an army of 20 clowns who all jumped out of a Mini Cooper with dildos and beat me.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. All I know is I got to get up bright and early in the morning and straighten this situation out. I got to hire a lawyer to, well, the DA is most likely going to say no about reinstating the charges right away, and then we just got to fight it, which we will, and they'll be reinstated. There's no question about it. Except for FBS, somehow FBS, the one guy who's immersed himself in hip-hop culture, who was a fucking hip-hop DJ, who grew around nothing but black people, until this day, his best friends in the world are black. Yep. Well, I'm the racist. Fuck you, April. Yeah, you're right, exactly. Yeah, for what you've seen of me, I'm the racist. And my entire fucking circle of friends, my whole life is black. Yeah. April, I think you're, well, should I say it?
All right. I'm pretty much out. I'm gonna throw this on. And see if this shit works. Because that'd be awesome. Because I'd like to do this before I go to bed. I'm like already past the point of fucking overtired. I'm like not even tired anymore. Oh well.
Even when I was just another low-level thug on the streets, I hung out with bigger people, you know, more important people. I had the best connects. I was the craziest when it came to doing violent shit.
Yeah, I've done more than any of you. I'm not. You collect guns. I've used them. Okay? You talk shit. You say you've committed all types of crimes. I've actually committed them.
Bring some people. Show up. See the pack of fucking wolves I got with me, the fucking goons that you're all of a sudden surrounded by. They didn't come to my house while I was inside. I would have killed every one of them. No, they waited till I pulled up.
Hated rats my whole fucking life. I taught my daughter.
I don't know. All I know is I got to get up bright and early in the morning and straighten this situation out. I got to hire a lawyer to, well, the DA is most likely going to say no about reinstating the charges right away, and then we just got to fight it, which we will, and they'll be reinstated. There's no question about it.
You have no idea who I am.
I think the military applications of this thing have yet to be figured out. But I think they do have something that can do things that we have no knowledge of.
You have no idea. I've done more than any of you. I'm not fucking JC. Any of you. You collect guns. I've used them. Okay? You talk shit. You say you've committed all types of crimes. I've actually committed them.
I think have in their possession something that was either back engineered from something from somewhere else or something that they developed in a completely top secret environment.
You have no idea who I am. You have no fucking idea who I am. And you especially have no idea who I was, or you wouldn't be making comments like that.
I think top research scientists probably during the wars, during World War II and Vietnam.
That's impending.
And in Iraq and Afghanistan. You think about
I'm not really about shit. Bro, you want me to call a couple of guys right now and have them tell you some fucking stories?
Yeah, Mickey, unfortunately. I'm putting together, well, it depends if the app works or not again. I just threw this shit together for fun because I had nothing else to do. No, stop. Damn it. Oh, I got a couple.
Begging you, and put your lovey head out, baby. I'm begging you, and put your lovey head out, darling.
Money, must be funny in a rich man's world. Babble, money, always sunny in a rich man's world.
Then they said, give us some money as a gift. We want a gift, but only if it's money.
My money don't jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle, for sure. And make you want to dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it.
Everybody says that money comes and goes, but mine is just going. Like, mine isn't coming back. When is that happening? When does it return?
Oh, shit. It's working. Nah, the app's working right now. So I'm going to play, since you haven't seen them, I'll play the newest ones. You know, I don't know where you haven't seen it. Yesterday, I made a couple, and then today I made a couple more.
Yeah, the guy's a clown. He's a jerk off. And he lies in everything about his life. So one of the lies was these stories. He was
raised an arch fucking criminal, bro.
Yes, you did.
And a gangster. You kidding me? I could have been a made guy if I wanted to.
Agnostic, you still got his back?
You know, I bet you. Besides that fight, that guy never been in this fight in his life.
Oh no,
hope
he's
not.
He's a straight out pussy.
I
Never.
hope
He's
not.
all. If the YouTube world would only know about this fucking clown, you know.
Even when I was just another low-level thug on the streets, I hung out with bigger people, you know, more important people. I had the best connects. I was the craziest when it came to doing violent shit. Stuff.
Fucking music. I have a couple good ones that I can't play because like the Beatles are in the
You know,
background.
I bet you. Besides.
Yeah. See, ethics are. You know, the thing about ethics. That question was not fair. That was not in the reading. I demand a new question.
Take it easy, psycho. You blew it, you lose.
I ought to blow you away, you miserable.
Well, go ahead and do it. Yes?
Get off me!
Man, I'm glad I called that guy.
Oh shit, dude. Hell yeah. Alright, I already just got one done. One and done. You like them apples. This shit's fucking hilarious too. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. The fuck? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, yo. Don't want to spoil it, though. I'm gonna do this one real quick because I'm just put two up. So, oh yeah, I gotta play some more for you. Sorry, my bad.
Do you know where the bathroom is?
Second door on the left. Hey, Tubby, how about a little bathroom reading? I have the August 1983 issue of Wrestling World here. There's a terrific article about a wrestler named the Revolting Blob. Gee, you know something? He kind of looks like someone I know.
Where'd you get that?
Oh, I have a subscription. Gee, a bad guy. He threw one opponent out of the ring and hit a bunch of senior citizens. Boy, this wacko looks familiar.
What do I care about some stupid, phony wrestling guy?
My God. In June 1983, he sat on some guy's head and killed him.
It was just a stunt! He was supposed to pinch my leg if he was running short of air!
With this guy sitting on everyone's head and everything, I wonder how he had time to get his teaching degree.
No! No, you can't do that to me.
So you wouldn't want anything to happen that would make him think less of you, right?
Oh.
Max? You ready to cooperate with me?
Yeah, I'm almost done.
I got your message, Artie.
You stupid son of a bitch.
You running games here? I want to play.
Sure, fine, play. You got some balls coming here.
Get up. From here on, nothing goes down unless I'm involved. No blackjack, no dope deals, no nothing. A nickel bag gets sold in the park. I want in. You guys got fat while everybody starved on the street. It's my turn.
You think you're gonna live long enough to spend that money, you fucking hump?
If any of you are tired of getting ripped off by guys like that, you come with me. I'm at the Plaza Hotel. You're welcome. You're all welcome to join.
Yo, and Mickey, listen, dude. We've all been wrong. We've all been fucking wrong, dude. Son of a bitch. Really? Motherfucker.
Goodwill hunting. Let's see. Sounds like there's someone in your truck. Why don't we let this be? Now you. I guess you could call that a dick.
Okay. I guess no one wants to answer. Here we go. Let's see. Trying to find out myself. Let's see. Trying to find out myself. But let's see. Trying to find out myself. Streaming available. Damn it, dude! All I just want to know is what the fuck was playing when this shit got taken down. Can't even get an answer. You know, I just want to know what the fuck was playing when this shit got taken down. I think I pulled up. It rocked my whole fucking life. I told my daughter. I guess nobody knows how to fucking answer. Jesus. Gotta make him fucking short. Keep him a minute long, I guess. Did I get fucking taken down again? There's nobody fucking answer. Jesus. Whatever. I'm gonna put. Don't know who the fuck that is. What proper plan? Works.
What was that? Looking for a man who'll let you work in the man. Looking for a man. The man. Looking for a man. The man. Looking for a man who'll let you work in the teeth. God, actually, I just.
Damn, dude. I don't know which fucking one is the problem. I'm gonna guess. See, this is it. Fuck.
And I'm begging you, and put your lovey head out, baby. I'm begging you, and put your lovey head out, darling.
Money, must be funny in a rich man's world. Babble, tap, tap, money, always sunny in a rich man's world.
Then they said, give us some money as a gift. We want a gift, but only if it's money.
My money don't jiggle, jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle, wiggle, for sure. And make me wanna dribble, dribble. You know, riding in my fear, you really have to see it.
Everybody says that money comes and goes, but mine is just going. Like, mine isn't coming back. When is that happening? When does it return?
Sounds like there's someone.
Alright. Well, like maybe like, damn, dude, I don't know which fucking one. Ugh. The fuck. Yo, anybody in the chat that saw which fucking video was playing when it went black? Let me know.
Yeah, the guy's a clown. He's a jerk off. And he lies in everything about his life. So one of the lies was these stories. He was
Raised an arch fucking criminal, bro.
Yes, you did.
And a gangster. You kidding me? I could have been a made guy if I wanted to.
Agnostic, you still got his back?
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck off.
Yes, sir.
I was.
Damn. Like hesitant to play anything.
You know, a guy dies. Like when I die, they'll throw 100 bodies on me. You know, and that's just the way it is. You know, it's something. It's just something that happens. I mean, my friend Scott.
Oh, sounds like there's someone in your secret. Shower. Yeah. Turns out my new boss is a twisted old freak. Your secret. Shower. Yeah. Turns out my new boss.
Or, you know, whoever else you might have in your life, we already know you'd be calling the fucking cops, because that's what you do anytime you perceive anything as a threat. You're a fucking rat. You can't wait to run and tell on people, because that's what you do. You tell. Okay? I don't do that shit.
Yeah. Because don't forget what Jeff said. You know, picture is worth 1,000 words or something like that. But a face like this just says it all.
Go and you don't stand up on a stand does not mean for any reason that you did not inform.
Hold on. Wait, what'd you say?
Go and you don't stand up on a stand does not mean for any reason that you did not inform.
All right. Hold on. Let me put these together. Take 1 sec. Oh, shit. Hold on. I gotta make sure it's all right. Put it on mute. Play something else. Damn, dude. I'm not like hesitant to play like anything longer than 15 seconds or so.
Marijuana is not a drug. I used to suck dick for coke. I seen them. Now that's an addiction, man. You ever suck some dick for marijuana?
No, I can't say I have.
All right, 1 down, 2 to go. Just putting them together, splicing them together, you know.
Let me fillet this fat fuck.
All right. Oh, shit. So, okay. Do. Check. Yep. Set. Oh, now I gotta make sure it's
Looking for a man. Idiot, did you be dumber?
damn it.
Looking for
All right. Split. 8.
Yeah, did you be dumber? Looking for a man. I'll let you work in the teeth.
Okie doke. That one's done. I got one more, and then I'll load these up. Yeah, if I can take these off, I guess. I don't know which fucking one is which one is no bueno, you know? Shit.
We've been spending most our lives living in an Amish paradise. I churn butter once or twice, living in an Amish paradise. It's hard work and sacrifice, living in an Amish paradise. A local boy kicked me in the butt last week. I just smiled at him and I turned the other cheek. I really don't care, in fact I wish him well, 'cause I'll be laughing my head off when he's burning in hell.
Alright, last one. Just gonna splice this shit together, and I promise these will be good. Oh, I'm an asshole. I didn't realize I was on mute. My bad. Well, for those of you that stuck around, I got a couple short ones that won't get me in trouble. The fuck? No answers. Yeah, I'll get them today. All right. Take this one down. And this one just because. 1, 2, 3. And they're all loading. Cool. All right, they're loading. Nothing I can do about that. I'm going to take a piss. I'll be right back. By the time I come back, they should be loaded. You know, if you need a bodyguard.
What are you still doing here, old man?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Decided who I want to be our new senior vice president of sales. He's right here in this room. It's me. Learn from him.
Come here! Feel good on your back?
You are so freaking fired.
I'm hungry. Can I come out now, please?
You hear that?
No.
Sounds like there's someone in your trunk.
Nick, why don't we let this be our little secret?
I need a shower.
Yeah. Turns out my new boss is a twisted old freak.
I want you to kill
Yeah, we want you to kill another person. If anyone's first, probably him.
Oh,
but
God,
listen.
Gentlemen, what are you talking about?
Your ad said you do wet work.
That's correct. I urinate on other men for money.
What was that?
What did he say?
I think he said he pisses on dudes.
Why else do you think my ad was in the men seeking men section?
Where was it?
You freaking idiot.
Could you be dumber?
Why were you looking the men seeking men? Looking for a man. How do people let you work in their teeth? They don't actually. I just hand the tool.
So, anyways, no idea if this shit's still up or not, but okay, it's still up. Hopefully, yeah, no, it's really. What the fuck? There's a comment. There's a comment. Ah, shit, I'm back. Yo, what is taking me down? There's a comment. Ah, shit, I'm back. All right. I'm gonna find out. Comment. Ah, shit, I'm back. Yo. About to find out right now. Sorry for the echo.
Decided who I want to be our new senior vice president of sales. He's right here in this room. It's me. Learn from him.
Come here! Feel good on your back? You are so freaking fire!
I'm hungry. Can I come out now, please?
You hear that? No. Sounds like there's someone in your trunk. Nick, why don't we let this be our little secret?
I need a shower.
Yeah. Turns out my new boss is a twisted old freak.
Want you to kill us.
Yeah, we want you to kill another person. If anyone's first, probably him.
No,
but
God,
listen,
gentlemen, what are you talking about?
Your ad said you do wet work.
That's correct. I urinate on other men for money.
What was that?
What did he say?
I think he said he pisses on dudes.
Why else do you think my ad was in the men seeking men section?
Where was it?
You freaking idiot.
Could you be dumber?
Why were you looking in the men seeking men?
Looking for a man.
How do people let you work in their teeth?
They don't actually. I just hand the tool.
And I'm begging you, and put your lovey head out, baby. I'm begging you, and put your lovey head out, darling.
Money, money, money must be funny in a rich man's world. Babble, tap, tap, money, 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 always sunny in a rich man's world.
Then they said, give us some money as a gift. We want a gift, but only if it's money.
My money don't jiggle, jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle, wiggle, for sure. And make me wanna dribble, dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it.
Everybody says that money comes and goes, but mine is just going. Like, mine isn't coming back. When is that happening? When does it return?
All right. I need to fucking try to go to sleep. Plus, if I end this shit, I can find out. I can find out what the fuck is going on and which video. It might be a certain movie studio or something like that. Let's see. Who do you think Blue Push can kill? Let's see. For Jesus. This dude is Joey Dimes fucking look at Tony commenting in there. Good for her. Adios, guys.